Seemingly hearing Firesmith Dragon Chief's inner voice, Fong Yuan continued to ridicule with even more intensity. Good, this gaze, this mood, this rage, only like this can you bring out all your strength to fight me. Only such an opponent can make me feel some interest. Remember, you must use all your strength. Otherwise you will be Myriad Dragon Doc's disgrace. Ha ha ha. Fong Yuan spoke with such arrogance while pointing at Firesmith Dragon Chief. At once, all the Gu Masters were speechless. Wasn't this way too arrogant? Myriad Dragon Doc's members gritted their teeth. They were arrogant, but Fong Yuan was even more arrogant. Firesmith Dragon Chief trembled in anger, staring at Fong Yuan with such fury that flames seemed to spout out. Unlike the imagination of outsiders, Fong Yuan had a bold demeanor on the surface, but inwardly, he was extremely vigilant. Differing from the information in the outside world, this Firesmith Dragon Chief's main cultivation is actually not refinement path but fire path. Back when he was at Myriad Dragon Doc, he was a refinement path Gu Master. And he was also indeed thrown out of the sect, but because of a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a certain fire path Gu Immortal's inheritance. After he became a fire path Gu Immortal, he tried to enter Myriad Dragon Doc again. Myriad Dragon Doc naturally would not let go of a Gu Immortal and had actually already secretly taken him in. It was just that it happened to be time for the Refinement Path Convention, and seeing his Refinement Path attainment was Grandmaster level, they hurriedly made him join the competition to try to seize the top spot and get more benefits for the sect. This Firesmith Dragon Chief's Refinement Path attainment level is above mine. In my previous life, he was ranked at second of this convention. A Refinement Path Grandmaster cannot be taken lightly, especially during the Gu refinement in the 10th round. He impressively suppressed 3 quasi-grandmasters on the spot. Such an enemy must be beaten down early. If I let go of this chance, according to my previous life's memories, there will be almost no chance of suppressing him. Firesmith Dragon Chief was a Gu Immortal, but he did not disclose it, instead disguising himself as Immortal. He naturally could not conceal his Gu Immortal cultivation from other Gu Immortals, but it was okay for them to know it. No one would expose this. Maintaining their mysteriousness helped Gu Immortals to maintain their dominion. There was also another reason. By any chance, if they lost to a mortal in the Refinement Path Convention, that would be too disgraceful. Why would Gu Immortals lose to mortals? There were actually many cases of mortals defeating Gu Immortals in the Refinement Path Convention. Gu refinement was not like fighting or killing, it was purely technical. The most important reason was that Immortal Gu were unique and were extremely difficult to successfully refine. Without Immortal Gu as a benchmark, the competition between Gu Immortals and mortals depended on refining Mortal Gu. Everyone could refine Mortal Gu, and to a great extent, it could not embody the gap between Immortal and Mortal. Thus, normally speaking, all Gu Immortals would hide their identities when participating in the Refinement Path Convention. Start. Fong Yuan urged the demon-expelling sex elder. Begin quickly. Firesmith Dragon Chief shouted. He was already impatient to crush this rampant Fong Yuan. Demon-expelling sex elder endured the pressure from the two and said firmly with gritted teeth, "It is not yet time, the competition cannot be started. There are still 3 breaths of time left. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Activate the isolation Gu formation. Close the entrance of the venue. Release the task." In the previous 7 rounds of the Refinement Path Convention, because of too many participants, they could only let the participants take the test in turns. Now, at the 8th round, the number of participants had greatly reduced. Each test venue only held the competition once. The Gu Masters who missed this chance would be regarded as voluntarily giving up. The Gu worms that contained the tasks were also very specific. This information path rank 5 Mortal Gu was a method of Heavenly Court and had extraordinary ability in preserving secrets. The tasks were not stored inside but controlled by Heavenly Court. The instant the competition was about to begin, the true tasks would be transmitted. Everyone inside and outside the stage went quiet when the task was released. They were holding their breaths as they fixed their gazes on the task. It was so quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard. The 8th task. Refine a Keep Silent Gu, a rank 5 Sound Path Gu worm. The participant who successfully refines it first will be the winner and can advance to the next round. The remaining Gu Masters will be eliminated. The materials provided were Immortal Soul Grass, worry stones, a rank 4 apathy goo, 6 rank 3 muted mouth goo, 2 rank 4 sinking goo, and the test did not allow the use of other materials. The goo recipes provided were 6 different keep silent goo recipes, 3 different apathy goo recipes, and 1 collusion goo recipe. Everyone was frowning. The difficulty of this task could be considered about 10 times higher than the 7th round. Not only were there 10 different goo recipes, it also demanded a discerning eye, so the goo master could choose those most suitable for themselves. Moreover, the supplied materials were limited and did not allow the goo master to use materials they brought. In addition, these materials could not satisfy the requirements of any one goo recipe. This meant that the goo masters would need to reverse refine apathy goo, muted mouth goo, or sinking goo to obtain more refinement materials. They would have to make use of these materials to finally refine the rank 5 sound path keep silent goo. Another method was for the participating goo masters to use wisdom path methods to sum up these goo recipes and improve them, deducing a goo recipe that met the conditions using the supplied materials as the base. However, between these two methods, the first one was naturally the most worthwhile and effective. The second method required extremely high wisdom path attainment, and by this stage, it was rare to see goo masters who also had deep wisdom path attainment. More importantly, this test took time into consideration. Only the first one to refine the goo successfully could be the winner, while the rest were eliminated. The mental pressure was high. And during the final steps, it was likely for there to be those who could not endure the mental pressure, making a mistake and failing. Firesmith Dragon Chief almost coughed out blood when he saw the task. What kind of shitty task was this? Firemyth Dragon Chief almost cursed out loud. He was actually a Fire Path Goo Immortal, and was most proficient in refining Fire Path Goo worms. This Sound Path Goo worm clearly did not fall within his proficiency range. Moreover, several of the crucial refinement materials could not be handled with fire refinement techniques. This was awkward. Fong Yuan had rampantly asked Firesmith Dragon Chief to use his strongest goo refinement killer move, Mad Deity's Blazing Flames. Firesmith Dragon Chief was furious and had also planned to use this killer move to completely humiliate Fong Yuan. However, with such a task, what would Firesmith Dragon Chief use Mad Deity's Blazing Flames for? Using the fire to burn air? This task was extremely at odds with Firesmith Dragon Chief. Relatively speaking, out of his entire goo refinement attainment, he could only display 80%. Even if he was a goo immortal, they also had areas where they were proficient in and those that they were not. This task just happened to be an aspect which Firesmith Dragon Chief was most unskilled in. Naturally, Refinement Path Grandmaster attainment was not just for show. Firesmith Dragon Chief could absolutely succeed in refining the goo. However, the key thing was the appearance of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's true skills were enough to threaten Firesmith Dragon Chief. Among experts of similar levels, just a slight decrease in capability could determine the winner and the loser, let alone when Firesmith Dragon Chief was weakened by a whole 20%. This guy chose such great timing. His luck is seriously too good. No, I must defeat him. Firesmith Dragon Chief swore to himself and glanced at Fong Yuan. However, at the next moment, his eyeballs almost popped out. Fong Yuan had already started refining. How was it possible? How could he start so fast? The supplied goo recipes and materials could not be matched together. Goo masters had to reverse refine goo worms to create materials, or sum up the goo recipes and deduce a new one. In short, refining rank 5 keep silent goo at the end. Thus, this required the goo master to think deeply, making deductions constantly in their mind, and consider the probabilities of orthodox refining and reverse refining. From there, combining many ideas to make the most concise goo refinement plan. This thought process was extremely important. The ideas from the thoughts needed to have low risks. If the risks were high, there could be many failures, resulting in materials being wasted and not leaving enough for the goo refinement. And with the condition of not being able to use one's own materials, they could only admit defeat. While seeking low risk, they also needed to consume the least amount of time. If you consumed too much time, someone else might have already finished, and even if you succeeded in refining, you would be eliminated. Demanding low risk and also low time consumption, this was quite difficult. They would require meticulous thinking, constant comparisons and arrangements, and then choosing the best plan out of them all. Even though Firesmith Dragon Chief was a grandmaster in refinement path, he estimated he would also need about 8 minutes of time. However, this Fang Yuan, how could he start refining goo at the very start? Is there a mistake? He really has such confidence? Foolish. A workman must sharpen his tools if he is to work well. The correct way is to calm down and think. The participating goo masters glanced at Fang Yuan a few times before concentrating on thinking. Fang Yuan had the lead and was progressing extremely quickly. Other goo masters had not even begun refining, only he had started. This naturally led to most of the spectators gazing at him. Exclamations of praise sounded out repeatedly. Such dazzling methods. Skilled, too skilled. It is simply like an instinct that has seeped into his bones. But is this okay? Haste makes waste. Fang Yuan naturally knew the logic of haste makes waste, but he knew the contents of this task. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after he became a blood path goo immortal, he had once planned to participate in the refinement path convention. The reason? Because even the demonic path could participate in the refinement path convention, even wanted criminals could register their names overtly and the righteous path would not arrest them. During that time, Fang Yuan did not have a single immortal goo and was putting his efforts in gathering immortal materials to refine immortal goo. The whole process was extremely arduous. In comparison, although he was an immortal zombie in this life, his financial circumstances were many times better. Fang Yuan had considered almost any possible method to gather immortal materials. He realized that the refinement path convention was an opportunity to obtain large amounts of immortal materials. In Fang Yuan's previous life, by the time he placed his attention on the refinement path convention, only a time period of over a decade had passed since the previous competition. To join the refinement path convention, Fang Yuan had started preparing for it over 80 years in advance during his previous life. Every day he spent some time practicing both day and night. During this process of practicing, Fang Yuan had the mindset of a youngster on earth facing a mountain of exam practice. He collected all of the different tasks throughout the years of competitions and practiced them laboriously, trying to discern the intention of the set task. He easily obtained all of the questions. There were people in Central Continent specialized in selling such information. These were easy to buy and sell. People seeking intelligence were simply everywhere. Thinking back to the times when he buried himself in practice, they were truly terrifying memories. But in actuality, Fang Yuan's refinement path foundation was built during that time. Without that period, he would not reach his current refinement path quasi-grandmaster level. Thus, Fang Yuan not only remembered this competition's contents, he even knew the contents of many previous competitions and even future competitions. With such a huge advantage, even if his refinement path attainment was inferior to Firesmith Dragon Chief, so what? Of course, this had a drawback. That was the butterfly effect. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan had altered the developments of many events. By burning a tree, it could cause a forest fire. Those skilled in swimming could drown, those skilled in riding could fall. By relying solely on his advantage, would Fang Yuan cause his own demise due to a change in the questions this time? This was entirely possible. But this was only a possibility. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, there was a very small probability of this happening. Fang Yuan decided to take a risk, and he succeeded. The contents did not change at all. Time continued to pass. The state of the intense goo refinement competition was starting to become clear. Fang Yuan was in the lead. He was ahead of the second-place Firesmith Dragon Chief by a large margin. He was radiating with confidence. He refined goo calmly, maintaining his huge lead and gradually fermenting despair in all of the competitors who were trying to catch up to him. Some goo masters outside the stage started to see some deeper things. They praised, Fang Yuan has such quick wits. He did not think about it excessively. He designed this goo refinement plan straight away. Incredible, his plan can not only keep a stable refinement speed, there are also fewer steps, allowing some mistakes. Even if he fails several times, the amount of materials are enough for him to try again. This was natural. The plan Fang Yuan used was the finalized perfect plan that countless goo masters had come up with after many attempts in his previous life. There were more people gasping at Fang Yuan's goo refinement techniques. Fang Yuan's goo refinement techniques are truly incredible. He has so many of them, they are like his inborn skills. This is truly the result of immense practice and hard work. Now, he is refining Keep Silent goo involving many techniques that are not used normally, but he could actually use them so skillfully, It is hard to imagine his proficiency with normal techniques. This was natural. For this 8th round, Fang Yuan had made many preparations. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had specially trained and refined Keep Silent Gu. He did the entire procedure over and over again. He practiced at least 200 times. Most notably, he is radiating with confidence from inside to outside. He believes in his success as if the failure rate of the Gu refinement does not exist. This is the demeanor of a refinement path expert. The 3 olds of refinement path in history were just like this. That's right, looking at him refine Gu is like watching a dazzling performance. How great is his confidence? It is almost as if victory is kept in his pocket. His advantage is too great. Even if Fang Yuan fails the Gu refinement once or twice, he can still fight for first place with Firesmith Dragon Chief, who is currently second. Under the gazes of countless people, Fang Yuan won this competition with a huge lead, without any surprises. Throughout the process, Fang Yuan unquestionably suppressed his competitors. Even Firesmith Dragon Chief lost to him by a great margin. Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief lost. He was eliminated like this? Spectators from Myriad Dragon Dock could not believe their eyes. They muttered dazedly. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. The people from Immortal Crane sect shouted. They cheered loudly. Only Fang Zhang was still sitting. He looked at his brother on the stage. He felt as if the black robe was shrouded over his heart. Perhaps in my lifetime, I'll never get a chance to take revenge. At this moment, Fang Zhang was extremely discouraged. He had no fighting spirit left in him. Even though he had deep hatred, Fang Zhang felt extremely weak in front of Fang Yuan. There was nothing he could do. Firesmith Dragon Chief was staring with wide-opened eyes. He gazed at Fang Yuan fixedly. He was unwilling to accept this. He did not even use his strongest killer move. This damned question restricted him. But he had to admit that Fang Yuan's mind was very sharp and fast. He actually designed such a flawless Gu refinement plan in such a short time. Is this Fang Yuan guy really an immortal zombie? Is there an error with the information? Immortal zombies were worse than thinking. The plan that Fang Yuan thought of made this Gu immortal, Firesmith Dragon Chief, feel extremely ashamed. At once, Firesmith Dragon Chief was suspicious of Fang Yuan's status as an immortal zombie. This round of the competition was over. Fang Yuan walked down slowly as he left the stage. He did not mock or humiliate Firesmith Dragon Chief. The latter couldn't help but relax slightly. Since he had won, there was no point in humiliating the other party. If he provoked Firesmith Dragon Chief and caused him to issue a challenge for a duel, Fang Yuan would only be inviting trouble for himself. Eventually, Firesmith Dragon Chief brought the people from Myriad Dragon Dock away, leaving with regret. Fang Yuan obtained the victor's reward from Demon Expelling Sect. It was a number of immortal materials. There was a huge variety of them, but each of them had little quantity. Starting from the 8th round, the rewards were far more valuable than the first 7 rounds. There were immortal materials as well as immortal Gu recipes and others. If this was not the case, why would Fang Yuan treat the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention as a method to gather immortal materials in his previous life? Fang Yuan kept the immortal materials. He rejected Demon Expelling Sect's invitation to stay as a guest. He walked all the way to the exit. At the mountain gate, Immortal Crane Sect's group was waiting already. Lord Fang Yuan. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, Elder Yen Tang and another elder greeted him together. Fang Zhang was helpless. He was also an elder that had come along. But he was standing behind the two of them with an expressionless face. He did not even make any greetings. Fellow sect members, a good day to you all. Under the mask, Fang Yuan's warm voice could be heard. Immortal Crane Sect's group was very excited. From Fang Yuan's earlier arrogance, they felt that he would be hard to talk to. But now, he spoke with a kind and warm tone. They felt that Fang Yuan was truly different when facing his fellow sect members, compared to dealing with outsiders. Fang Yuan first looked at Elder Yen Tang. In the competition earlier, this elder had participated as well. Fang Yuan gave pointers casually. Your refinement path attainment is not low, but your plan had several flaws. This is how you should deal with them. For example, at the first step, Elder Yen Tang heard this and felt great admiration towards Fang Yuan. He thanked him profusely. The disciples behind him had shining eyes, filled with admiration and praise. Fang Yuan directed his gaze at Fang Zheng now. His voice turned cold as he said with a tone filled with disappointment, "My brother, what expression are you showing? Are you afraid I will scold you? Your performance is just as disappointing as always. You did not even pass the first round of the refinement path convention. You simply make us lose face." The atmosphere turned heavy. The disciples were grimacing as they thought, Fang Yuan is such a fierce brother. Immortal Crane Sect's elders were stunned. It seemed that these two brothers had a rather cold relationship. Fang Zheng showed a look of hatred as he snorted, about to speak. Fang Yuan waved his hand. He was going to attack him in public. Fang Zheng was a rank 5 Gu master at the peak of the mortal world. But he was an enslavement path Gu master. Most of his battle strength relied on crane groups, and he also did not expect Fang Yuan to attack him in public under everyone's sight without caring for the consequences. Fang Yuan's attack was premeditated. He not only used several mortal killer moves, among them was a wisdom path killer move from Dong Fang Chongfan. While Immortal Crane Sect was staring blankly, Fang Yuan struck, immediately immobilizing Fang Zheng while at a distance. "Fang Zheng, you are too disappointing. At this stage, you are still moving around outside. Why are you not settling down and cultivating? With such strength, you still want to attract attention outside. What is the point? Our parents are gone. As your brother, I hold the duty of a father to educate you. Since you are interested in refinement path, from today onwards, you will stay by my side, and I will impart to you my refinement path experience. You have to cultivate with all your heart, until I am satisfied." Fang Yuan chided. "I don't want you to take care of me. I am an elder of Immortal Crane Sect. I have grown up already." Fang Zheng screamed. He resembled a rebellious youth, refusing to accept discipline. But in fact, he was feeling an icy chill inside. He could not control himself. The words that he shouted were not words that he wanted to say. This was a wisdom path killer move from Dong Fang Chongfan. It directly controlled Fang Zheng's mind and created fake thoughts that infiltrated Fang Zheng, causing him to act in accordance with these thoughts. This was similar to the way enslavement path Gu masters controlled beasts. But the difference was, enslavement path Gu masters usually only control beasts. They had simple thoughts. Controlling humans was much harder. They had complex minds. Fang Yuan was a rank 6 immortal zombie. Against Fang Zheng, a rank 5 Gu master, he had to use and coordinate several killer moves at once to smoothly capture Fang Zheng. "No! Save me! Will anyone save me? Master, master!" Fang Zheng screamed inwardly. But there was no response from the spirit incubating flea. Fang Yuan had cut off Fang Zheng's connection to his aperture. Fang Zheng stared at Fang Yuan with a furious expression. He did not think that Fang Yuan would be so crazy, attacking him here. He was simply a lunatic. He had no reservations towards offending Immortal Crane Sect. Fang Yuan was in an alliance with Immortal Crane Sect. How could he dare to attack a member of Immortal Crane Sect? Fang Zheng knew more inside information than the other elders and disciples here. Earlier, when he Fengyang and Song Yu attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land and failed, because of the benefits of Guts Gu, they reached an agreement. One of the clauses in the agreement was that members from both sides were not to attack each other. This was why Fang Zheng felt he was safe. Fang Yuan retracted his hand. Fang Zheng was immobilized, nor could he shout. He could not resist as a formless force pulled him up and sent him into Fang Yuan's hands. Immortal Crane Sect's group was looking on with dumbfounded expressions. Such terrifying strength. Elder Fang Zheng has rank 5 cultivation level. But he was captured without putting up any resistance. Even though Fang Zheng is an enslavement path Gu master. Isn't that too absurd? Fang Yuan's unbelievable abilities struck fear in these people. Fang Zheng screamed internally, "Are you people watching a show? Quickly save me. He is no longer my brother. He killed our aunt and uncle. He killed all the clansmen in our clan. He is a demon. He is a great demon." At the same time, Fang Zheng opened his mouth and shouted, "I will not go to your place. Why should I listen to you? You want to lecture me again? I can decide my own life. I have my own goals. How can you understand my dreams? I can work hard myself. I can surpass you." It was just like he was a completely rebellious and out-of-control youth. Fang Zheng heard his own yells and lost all hope. Fang Yuan sighed. He said to the people in Immortal Crane Sect, "During this period of time, my good-for-nothing brother has caused you trouble. No trouble at all. Immortal Crane Sect's members waved their hands in dismissal quickly. Fang Yuan nodded. He said, I will bring Fang Zhang with me and educate him personally. I have talked to your sect leader regarding this matter already. You just need to go back and inform him. Fang Yuan was spouting nonsense. He did not even know what the sect leader looked like. The two elders let go of their last bits of hesitation. In order for Immortal Crane Sect to maintain its reputation, Fang Yuan's matter had always been covered in lies. Right now, Fang Yuan was using these lies to trick the members of Immortal Crane Sect. Fang Yuan carried Fang Zhang and left. The surrounding Gu masters felt a peculiar feeling when they saw this, but since Immortal Crane Sect was saying nothing, why would they interfere? Furthermore, the target was the renowned refinement path expert Fang Yuan. There were Gu masters of Demon Expelling Sect who were worried. They went over to ask. Elder Yen Tang smiled as he said, There's no issue, Lord Fang Yuan and Elder Fang Zhang are brothers. Right now, the elder brother is teaching his younger brother. Demon Expelling Sect was convinced and left. Immortal Crane Sect's gang watched as Fang Yuan left. Many disciples gazed towards Fang Zhang with a look of envy. Someone sighed. Even though Lord Fang Yuan speaks in a cold tone, he is really concerned about his one and only precious brother. That's right. It is such a rare opportunity to receive the teachings of a refinement path grandmaster. You know, after Fang Zhang accepted the sect mission last time, he came back and became a rank 5 elder. Now that he is brought away by his brother, would he come back as a refinement path grandmaster? No way, that is too exaggerated. Even so, the guidance of such an expert is incredibly precious. He has lots to gain from it. Sigh. Why don't I have a brother like this? A disciple said the sentence that everyone was thinking about. If at this moment they knew that Fang Yuan had captured Fang Zhang as a backup plan for his possession, what wondrous expressions would they show? Piop. Fang Yuan threw Fang Zhang on the ground. Fang Zhang struggled to get up. He screamed internally. Fang Yuan? You Val demon? What do you want with me? You and Immortal Crane Sect had made an agreement. You cannot kill me, an elder of Immortal Crane Sect. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I am not going to kill you. Why are you so agitated? Oh dear brother, just wait here obediently and quietly. Fang Zhang showed fear on his face. He cried out from within. Fang Yuan is not my master, Lord Sky Crane. How can he hear my inner thoughts? Fang Yuan smiled arrogantly, looking at Fang Zhang who was at his feet. He said, Your so-called master is only a soul now. Even if he were to be alive, he was only a rank 5 Gu master in his prime. Saying this, Fang Yuan grabbed with a hand and plundered all of the mortal goo on Fang Zheng's body. The spirit incubating flea trembled weakly. This was the fierce resistance of Lord Sky Crane. But how could he succeed? If this was back on Qingmao Mountain, 100 Fang Yuans would not be Lord Sky Crane's match. But now, Fang Yuan was completely different. He was a rank 6 Gu immortal. Lord Sky Crane had even become merely a soul. Fang Yuan, even if you do not kill us, capturing us violates the alliance agreement. You will face fierce backlash from breaking it. I urge you to let us go. As a Grand Gu immortal, how can you take interest in us mortals? Are you not afraid that doing this would ruin your relationship with Immortal Crane Sect? Don't think Immortal Crane Sect cannot subdue you. The foundation of the 10 great ancient sects is beyond your imagination. Lord Sky Crane screamed in the spirit incubating flea. He knew that Fang Yuan could hear him. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, Lord Sky Crane, I need to thank you. If you did not attack Qingmao Mountain, I would not have gotten to this level today through various opportunities. What can Immortal Crane Sect do even if I capture you too? Since you know many secrets, you should know that the 10 great ancient sects are restraining each other. Everything is based on benefits and self-interest. What do you think is more important, the one and only Guts Gu or the two of you? Lord Sky Crane was speechless. A cold light shined in Fang Yuan's eyes. He mobilized countless Gu worms as he formed a soul path killer move at once. Give me information about everything you know, Soul Search. 2 hours later, Fang Yuan walked out of this underground prison. Behind him, the entrance shut tightly. Fang Yuan's red eyes were shining with light as he muttered, Lord Sky Crane, 1st Gen Guyu, Blood Path True Inheritance. Through soul searching, he had learned all about Lord Sky Crane and 1st Gen Guyu's enmity. He even learned many of Immortal Crane Sect's secrets. This Lord Sky Crane is a capable subordinate of He Fengyang. If I capture him, will He Fengyang come and ask for him? This is slightly troublesome. He actually did not want to use possession and wanted to protect Fang Zheng. This Lord Sky Crane holds onto his beliefs resolutely. Towards this, Fang Yuan praised without holding back. Even though he was a demonic overlord, he could appreciate and admire such an act of sacrificing oneself for another person, looking at it from a neutral perspective. The same kind of rice raises many different people. People in their lives all have their own goals and motivations. Towards these kinds of people with different value systems, Fang Yuan could accept and appreciate their existence. If he was not so open-minded, he would not have his current achievements. Judging from this, old Lord Kenyang must have gotten the possession technique from Dongfang Changfan and brought it back to Immortal Crane sect. Lord Sky Crane's memories were not very helpful to Fang Yuan. He was only a mortal Gu master. He did not know any deep secrets of Immortal Crane sect. Fang Yuan could make little use of them. As for Fang Zheng, Fang Yuan did not let him off. He searched his soul too. Fang Yuan intended to keep his brother in captivity for a long time. If one day he had no other choice, Fang Yuan would have to use this last resort and possess Fang Zheng, regaining his living status. But this way he would lose his second aperture, all of the strength path down marks on him would be gone, he would need to undergo immortal ascension again. The loss was huge. Second aperture immortal Gu was created using countless precious immortal materials, among which was lifespan Gu. One could say that, in the short term, Fang Yuan could not refine second aperture immortal Gu. Lifespan Gu were hard to find. Even if Fang Yuan could find them, with his current situation, he might use it directly to raise his lifespan. If possible, I would rather not possess Fang Zheng. But if my identity gets exposed and I do not manage to revive, I would need to use possession. My current target is the refinement path convention. If I get into the top 6, I would be able to benefit from the infallible inheritance and get a chance to refine Gu with assured success. The infallible inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. What did being named infallible mean? It meant no failure in Gu refinement. Once he got into the top 6 places, he would be transported into a hidden blessed land. Fang Yuan planned to refine the immortal Gu change form after this. This was a rank 6 transformation path immortal Gu. Once he had it, Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face would be elevated to another level. It would not be such a weak version of only concealing his regional aura. As for the immortal Gu recipe of change form immortal Gu, Fang Yuan already had it. This was all thanks to Lang Yalan spirit. Long ago, when Fang Yuan first obtained wisdom Gu, he had made a deal with Lang Yalan spirit to complete immortal Gu recipes for him. Fang Yuan profited from this and not only got out of his financial troubles, he even obtained a large number of immortal Gu recipes. And this change form immortal Gu recipe was one of them. As for the immortal materials to refine change form immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was almost finished in preparing them. He bought half of the immortal materials from Northern Plains auction. For the other half, Fang Yuan asked He Lu Lan to connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven using her blessed land. Fang Yuan used his remaining immortal materials to sell or trade, and after many transactions he obtained most of the ones he needed. The last remaining portion was filled by the immortal material rewards from winning the 8th round by Fang Yuan. In the subsequent rounds, Fang Yuan went on the offensive and used his rebirth advantage to defeat all of the tough foes in advance. At once, Fang Yuan's reputation was soaring. Forces of all sizes and countless Gu immortals were focusing their gazes on him. Other people were progressing normally, staying in their own territories and advancing safely. Only Fang Yuan was an exception, moving about and challenging different people, but he won every single round. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, 12th round. The competition was at its most crucial moment. The entire stage's focus was on 2 people. One was wearing a black robe, his body was strong and muscular. He wore a mask as he manipulated the flame in front of him. It was Fang Yuan. The other was wearing a plain white robe. His hair was white as snow and he had a tattoo on his forehead. It was Fang Huai. This is a contest between 2 fangs. Fang Huai is amazing. He used 3 refinement path killer moves and reduced the lead. Even so, Fang Yuan still has the advantage. He is too amazing. He probably is the best in quick thinking in this competition. This time, the moment the Gu refinement started, he took the lead by a huge margin. There are still uncertainties. Both Fang Huai and Fang Yuan have one chance left in their hands. If they use it, they can remove a portion of immortal materials from the other party. Be it on the stage or below it, audiences were discussing among themselves enthusiastically. By now, all of the other Gu masters in this round had been eliminated, only Fang Huai and Fang Yuan were left. Fang Yuan's gaze was calm as he focused on controlling the fire in front of him. Fang Huai. He even had the time to turn around and look at Fang Huai on his left, observing his opponent. Fang Huai was a Gu immortal as well. He placed third in Fang Yuan's previous life. He was a Woodpath Gu immortal in the entire competition. This round's task was the most unfavorable for him. Fang Yuan used this opportunity to challenge and attempt to get rid of him in advance. But Fang Huai had gone all out in the middle to later stage, using 3 Refinement Path killer moves. Among them was a Refinement Path Immortal killer move. He pulled his distance closer to Fang Yuan in an instant. It caused the result of this Gu refinement to become uncertain again. Worthy of someone who achieved 3rd place in my previous life, he is so hard to deal with. Fang Yuan's expression changed suddenly. The flame in front of him flickered. The blue peacock's head that had halfway been melted suddenly turned into ash and fell onto the ground. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. Oh no! I happened to hit the chance of failure. He reacted quickly, turning around and grabbing at his right side, towards the final blue peacock there. But just as he killed the blue peacock and was about to throw its head towards the fire, Fang Huai spoke. I am using my chance to remove the Gu refinement material, blue peacock, from Fang Yuan. The elder hosting the competition immediately responded, approved. The moment he said that, the blue peacock beside Fang Yuan vanished and was taken away. The crowd gasped. Each person was given 2 live blue peacocks. Fang Yuan wanted to use a peacock's head to refine Gu and failed once. Right now, his only remaining blue peacock was taken away. A beautiful choice. Fang Huai picked his timing really well. Fang Yuan is in trouble. Indeed, Fang Yuan was at the last few steps, but after losing the crucial materials, he can only change the Gu recipe and take a huge detour towards the finish line. Looking at Fang Huai, he was not far behind Fang Yuan originally. Right now, he should be able to catch up and eliminate Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is going to be eliminated? Noticing this point, the crowd was in a commotion. Recently, Fang Yuan went ahead and challenged many Gu refinement experts. His power was ingrained in them. The outside world had greatly raised their evaluation towards his strength. Most people thought that Fang Yuan had reached the attainment of a refinement path grandmaster. A small number of people even felt that the ability Fang Yuan displayed had exceeded the level of a refinement path grandmaster. They thought he had reached refinement path quasi-great grandmaster attainment. Not mentioning refinement path grandmaster, the evaluation of him being a quasi-great grandmaster in refinement path was too absurdly high. Out of the refinement path attainment levels of ordinary, master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, and supreme grandmaster, only 3 people had reached the highest level in history. They were the 3 olds of refinement path. Their names were Old Eccentric Tian Nan, Old Immortal Kong Ju, and Long Hair Ancestor. But even quasi-great grandmasters were very rare. Among the refinement path Gu masters publicly known in Northern Plains, there were only 4 at that level or higher. They were Yao Huang, Murong Xuexiang, Lady Wan Shou, and Lady Miao Li. These were the 4 highest experts of refinement path in Northern Plains. In terms of refinement path attainment, it was impossible for Fang Yuan to be on the same level as them. But it was not strange that people had such thoughts. The capability that Fang Yuan displayed was simply too great. He knew all of the questions in advance. This allowed him to stay far ahead of those at second place in every round. When one walks along a river's banks, how can they not wet their shoes? This time, Fang Yuan struck and wanted to eliminate Fang Huai, but he caused harm to himself instead. Ha ha ha. Some people were gloating. That's right, he is too arrogant. I couldn't stand him since long ago. Well done, Fang Huai. This Fang Huai is too despicable. Lord Fang Yuan, you have to hang on. Immortal Crane sect disciples who were watching shouted to cheer on Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan captured Fang Zhang, Immortal Crane sect did not make a response. It seemed like they acknowledged this matter. Fang Yuan, I win. Fang Huai spoke with a clear smile. He was very confident. It was as if he had already grasped victory in his hands. Is that so? Fang Yuan sneered. He grabbed with his hand and the headless peacock corpse flew towards him. There were 2 live blue peacocks among the goo refinement materials. Fang Yuan killed one of them and took the head. In the end, he failed and the second peacock got taken away. Right now, the corpse that he had was left behind from the first. Fang Yuan opened his fist as a gush of thick blood-colored fog burst out from his hand. In a few breaths' time, the fog covered the headless corpse entirely. Bystanders could not see what was going on. This is an evil blood refinement art again. Humph. This is not the first time Fang Yuan has used blood refinement techniques. Why is such a person an elder of Immortal Crane sect? One of the 10 great ancient sects, Immortal Crane sect, is also starting to fall from grace. Many goo masters exclaimed after seeing this. Some people even shouted, "Why is such a person not on the demon judgment board?" Fang Yuan used blood refinement techniques time and time again in public. Immortal Crane sect was facing strong public criticism. What do you know? Blood refinement is just blood refinement. It is only a technique. If used in the hands of righteousness, it is righteous. When used in the hands of evil, it is evil. It all depends on oneself. An Immortal Crane sect disciple was indignant. He rebuked loudly. But the elder that brought them scolded him loudly. "Quiet! Do not spout nonsense." This disciple could only lower his head and sit down quietly and resentfully. In just a while, the blood-colored fog faded, and the headless peacock corpse shrunk by 20%. But a blue peacock head had appeared instead. This is a bloodpath goo refinement killer move. It is so amazing, able to collect corpses and transform the material. This kind of material conversion can be done in other paths too. But isn't his rate of conversion too fast? Everyone's gazes were fixed on this. Fang Yuan tossed this peacock head into the fire. As the fire burned, the peacock head started to melt, the molten head fusing into the incomplete goo that was in the fire. A moment later, the bird head melted and fused into the incomplete goo fully. Fang Yuan went to the next step. It is as good as over. Seeing this, some people sighed. That's right, the last few steps have no risks. Without any mishaps, Fang Yuan will be the winner. The failure earlier was just an unexpected surprise. It had a low probability and will likely never happen again. Sigh. To think that Fang Huai could not stop Fang Yuan either. Just as everyone was sighing, Fang Huai laughed loudly inwardly. "This is the way. This is the way. You think you've won? Huh. I took away your blue peacock. The objective to waste your time has been achieved. With my final refinement path killer move, I can surpass you and become the winner of this round. Fang Yuan, I need to thank you. You approached me personally. Once I defeat you, it would be like I defeated everyone that you defeated." Haha, this is great. But just at this moment, Fang Yuan spoke. "I want to use a chance and remove one of my opponent's materials." The hosting elder immediately replied, "Please speak." Fang Huai was slightly shocked, but he soon smiled coldly to himself, thinking, "Remove it. Remove whatever you want." Fang Yuan took a look at Fang Huai as his gaze was calm as water. "I will remove the goo refinement material, Wild Bull Eyeball." Fang Huai's cold smile froze. The hosting elder was stunned too. The audience was confused. Didn't Fang Huai already use the crucial material, Wild Bull Eyeball, and fuse it into his incomplete goo? Fang Yuan wanted to take away a goo refinement material that had already been used. This was not allowed by the rules. But Fang Yuan was insistent on it. He said to Fang Huai, "Fang Huai, are you not handing over the Wild Bull Eyeball that you are secretly hiding? Are you trying to break the rules of the competition?" Fang Huai's face showed extreme disbelief. He hid the Wild Bull Eyeball using his unique technique. Fang Yuan actually sensed it. Wild Bull Eyeball was an important goo refinement material. Fang Huai had long ago during the refinement made preparations for it, and the refinement path killer move that would bring him victory relied on it. Without the Wild Bull Eyeball, Fang Huai would not have the necessary components. How could he defeat Fang Yuan? But if he did not take it out, he could not hide it from anyone else anyway. Even if he could, if Fang Yuan raised an objection, the refinement path convention would undergo a thorough search. Fang Huai's reputation would be ruined. Thus, Fang Huai had to take it out regardless of his intentions. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he gritted his teeth as he took out the Wild Bull Eyeball from the fire. "Here!" He smashed the Wild Bull Eyeball on the ground in rage. He scattered the goo refinement flame as he walked away. This was the same as admitting his defeat. The crowd was silent before bursting into a commotion. Fang Yuan ignored these voices. He refined the goo worms in his hands unhurriedly until he obtained success. I finally won. This way, there should be no problem in getting top 6. Fang Yuan was bathed in everyone's shock, admiration, praise, and envy, but he had no expression as he let out a breath of cloudy air. Thankfully, I had my previous life's memories. I knew about Fang Huai's trump card. Otherwise, he might have one. He looked like he had an easy time, but he actually faced great pressure internally. He was only a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Even with the advantage of rebirth, it was very difficult to eliminate these competitors. The case of Firesmith Dragon Chief was only an exception. Though Fang Yuan managed to beat these people, it was not like what the outside world was saying, that he had an easy time or he had huge superiority. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. The sky was clear and bright. Countless exquisite halls made of white jade emitted translucent light. A rank 8 Gu Immortal, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, slowly pushed open the large door of the discussion hall. He walked into the hall while leaning on a walking cane. In an instant, the wills of over 20 Gu Immortals inside the hall turned towards him. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you have worked hard for the last 100 years. After completing this segment of fixing fate Gu, please take a good rest. Heavenly Court needs a senior expert like you. There aren't any unexpected situations in this refinement path convention, right? The Gu Immortals' wills started talking, breaking the silence. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord opened his cloudy eyes and looked around before fixing his gaze on a will seated at a high position. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke, Lian Jiusheng, you should awaken. The current refinement path convention is reaching its end. We still need some preparations for the recovery of fate. Lian Jiusheng's will nodded as he slowly stood up. He then spoke, to restore fate, it won't be possible with just myself and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. We still need the power of 2 rank 8s. I wonder which friends will lend a hand. My main body is suppressing the immemorial desolate beast group in falling heavenly river. I am unable to help. My physical body has rested for long enough, but my soul is researching a rank 9 immortal Gu recipe and is at the crucial moment. Let me help. Maybe this time I can find several portions of profound eerie wind in the underground depths. The wills communicated for a while. Finally 2 wills decided to wake up. It's decided then. Lian Jiusheng's will nodded towards Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord before soaring to the sky. Following him were other 2 wills. These 3 wills flew into the sky towards the entrance leading outside before vanishing from everyone's sight. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned around to leave. The door to the discussion hall slowly closed behind him. 3 days later, Central Continent, Hairy Foot Mountain. 4 figures suddenly appeared in the air above Hairy Foot Mountain. They completely concealed their rank 8 auras as they looked down at the mountain below. It was the 4 Gu Immortals from Heavenly Court. Hairy Foot Mountain. The white-haired man with a young appearance. Lian Jiusheng sighed. Unknowingly, another 100 years have passed in Central Continent. Let's start quickly. I am pressed for time during this period of awakening. I still have many things to do. Bai Chen Tian, who had red eyebrows and green pupils, urged. All right, let me start this off. Bai Tsang Shui was the only female immortal among the 4. She stretched out her hands. Instantly, white fog started rising slowly in the surroundings. Immediately afterwards, Bai Chen Tian opened his eyes, emitting 2 bright pillars of light that shot straight at Hairy Foot Mountain. Hairy Foot Mountain looked ordinary. It was small and lacked resources. Even the surrounding small to middle-sized forces did not want to occupy it. However, right now, it looked mystical as it shined under the immortal killer move of Bai Chen Tian. Space fluctuated intensely, creating countless ripples. The entirety of Hairy Foot Mountain shook slightly. Bai Chen Tian's attacking immortal killer move had terrifying might but was not the least bit effective right now. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was the 3rd to make a move, after which was Lian Jiusheng at the end. For rank 8 Gu Immortals were working together, but it was still far from enough. The Gu Immortals already had an estimate, thus they continued to undertake a 2nd round of attacks, a 3rd round. Finally, at the 6th round, Lian Jiusheng cried out and dealt the crucial blow. He triggered a qualitative change, producing in effect Hairy Foot Mountain disappeared from its spot, and a blessed land opened up in front of the four goo immortals. This is infallible blessed land, which holds the infallible inheritance. Lien Jiusheng sighed as he spoke. Bai Chun Tian looked several times, speaking with a smile. There are more mortal failure goo than the previous time. It seems the scale of the refinement path convention is becoming bigger and bigger. Bai Tsong Shui took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on her forehead. Every time. We have to spend so much energy to open this place. Lien Jiusheng, can't you completely take down this blessed land? It is difficult. You are also aware that the owner of this blessed land is a refinement path great expert who made things difficult for Rinzhu. Lien Jiusheng sighed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord nodded. Heavenly Court has made moves against this blessed land for thousands of years, but even until now we could only take out 30 success Dao marks. Every time the infallible inheritance accumulates to the limit, it will have 36 success Dao marks. We have taken away 30, which leaves behind 6 Dao marks for those participants of the refinement path convention, and even if we want to seize these, we can't. Lien Jiusheng added, this blessed land is extremely special. It is perfectly enclosed and has no entrances at all. It is not that we cannot break open this blessed land, but if we forcibly cause mayhem, it will be hard to reproduce the wonders of this blessed land. Under this restraint, we can only proceed this way. To capture this blessed land, we not only need refinement path goo immortals but also rule path great experts. Unfortunately, whether it be refinement path or rule path, there are extremely few who can cultivate to rank 8. The four were silent for a while. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke. Fortunately, after restoring Fate Goo this time, it will be able to display 50% of its might. This is a qualitative change compared to before. From now on, we can search for even more Fate escapees and restore the Immortal Goo even faster. Speaking of which, how many escapees did you discover this time? Have you already dealt with them? Bai Chun Tian asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord replied. I discovered several. I cannot do anything against those in southern border and northern plains, but the 2 over here in central continent are already being dealt with. The legends of Rinzhu estates. After Rinzhu climbed the giant tree and walked out of ordinary abyss, he left behind his daughter, boundless forest samsara. Rinzhu wanted to save her, but there was nothing he could do. He had become extraordinary, no longer able to enter ordinary abyss. Rinzhu saw that pacing around this place was not going to help. He decided to set out again to find a way to rescue his eldest child, verdant great son, and his 4th child, boundless forest samsara. He started a new journey, beginning his road of life. On this day, he came across a hairy man. The hairy man stopped him, and was clearly happy. Rinzhu, I had a tough time looking for you. Rinzhu felt strange. I don't recognize you? Why are you searching for me? The hairy man explained. It is like this, Rinzhu. I am the leader of all the hairy men in the world. No hairy man can match my goo refinement attainment. But I have recently encountered a problem when refining goo. I want to refine success goo, but I am unable to confirm if it is success or failure. Rinzhu had wanted to continue traveling, but he had a thought well up in his mind. If the hairy man leader could truly refine success goo and he borrowed this goo, couldn't he rescue his eldest child or his 4th child? Therefore, Rinzhu stopped and talked with the hairy man. But what do you need from me? The hairy man cautiously took out a goo. This goo resembled an ordinary rock and was covered with a thick layer of hair. The hairy man spoke. I do not dare to break it. If it is success goo, that is fine. But if it is failure goo, the moment I break it, I will completely lose my sense of self. But Rinzhu, you are different. You are walking on a path that solely belongs to you. This means you have self-goo. Since you have self-goo, even if you break the failure goo, you will not lose yourself. So I want to request you to appraise it. Rinzhu was happy. So it is like that. I can help you, but if it is success goo, please give it to me. I have an urgent need for it. The hairy man said. All right, that is no problem. Rinzhu touched the goo worm in front of him. He made a wish upon this goo. Please return my 4th child, boundless forest samsara, to my side. At the next moment, the goo worm crumbled. Failure. The hairy man was dejected. It seems I refined a failure goo. Courage goo on Rinzhu flew out. Rinzhu, you are a failure. I am leaving you. Courage Gu left Renzu and flew away. The hairy man, however, was invigorated. It doesn't matter. I can improve the Gu recipe. Renzu, wait a moment, I will refine it again. Renzu wanted to chase after Courage Gu and take it back, but he had an even greater desire for Success Gu to rescue his children. He thought for a moment and decided to wait for the hairy man leader to refine the Gu. The hairy man refined the second Gu and gave it to Renzu for inspection. Renzu touched the Gu and made a wish. The Gu worm crumbled again. Another failure Gu. The hairy man sighed in dejection. Faith Gu on Renzu flew out. Renzu, you are a failure. You are not worthy of me. Faith Gu also left Renzu. Renzu stamped his foot and wanted to chase after it, but the hairy man tugged him. Don't be in a hurry. I have thought it through. This time I can definitely refine Success Gu. Faith Gu had already flown far away. Renzu realized he could not catch up to it, and said with a sigh, Hairy man, refine it quickly. This is the last time I am trusting you. The hairy man's third Gu worm was still the failure Gu. Strength Gu also flew out. Renzu, you are a failure. You are unworthy of possessing me. Strength Gu flew away. Renzu felt bitter as he knew chasing after it would not give any result. So he could only gaze as Strength Gu flew far away. However, right at this time, Self Gu in his heart suddenly flew out and bit Strength Gu. Strength Gu shrieked and flew even faster as a piece of it was bitten away. It soon disappeared like a streak of smoke. Renzu and the hairy man watched with stupefied expressions. Self Gu leisurely flew back and said proudly to Renzu, Any failure has its value. Renzu, I went through repeated failures and absorbed them to become stronger. Just now, I took a bite of Strength Gu. From now on, you will have your own strength. I can still become stronger. I can devour any Gu worms to possess all their strength. Renzu was shocked. The hairy man leader slapped his thigh, shouting, I know how to refine Success Gu. It is through failures. The more failures there are, the closer I will be to success. I understand. I understand now. He shouted happily as he rushed away, leaving Renzu behind. According to the research of the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, this infallible blessed land was the possession of the hairy man leader. Hairy Foot Mountain was the place where the hairy man leader had once resided. After his death, the hairy man leader left behind an inheritance. It was to gather other people's failures and refine them into mortal failure Gu. As the mortal Gu increased in numbers, they would then condense into Success Dao marks. After Heavenly Court discovered this, they captured the blessed land and used it as the foundation to develop and urge the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention to help the infallible inheritance quickly accumulate mortal failure Gu. They will then use the gathered Success Dao marks to restore fake Gu. This was the origin of it all. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In Danghun Palace, Fong Yuan showed his true form, his 8-armed immortal zombie body seated on his bed, and his eyes shut. In his immortal aperture, there was an intense battle of wills. Fong Yuan, you will die a terrible death. Mo Yao's will screamed in anger. But the next moment, Fong Yuan's star will pounced at her. Two wills mixed together, they went into dangerous combat. Soon, Fong Yuan's star will shrunk at a visible pace. Even though Mo Yao's fake will also suffered losses, her losses were much lower than those of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan did not mind it, he only observed the battle. He did not use many wisdom path killer moves like previously to help his star will fight. When Fong Yuan's star will was about to lose, Fong Yuan smiled as he sent a lump of star will into the battle of wills. Soon, Fong Yuan's star will suffered great losses again and he sent in a third batch. Mo Yao's will did not have a source to draw replenishment from, but Fong Yuan did. He sent in batches of star will until he finally got Mo Yao's will to an extremely weak state. Fong Yuan withdrew his star will from the battlefield. He activated multiple killer moves and immobilized Mo Yao's fake will again. He next nourished it and let her recover slowly so that he could search again next time. Mo Yao's fake will was scattered into a lump by Fong Yuan. She did not even have the energy to curse at him or maintain a human-shaped form. The information of greatest value in this fake will of Mo Yao's was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance clues. He had already obtained them. The only things left were memories of her Gu refinement experiences. During the time he participated in the Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan did not forget to search the Gu refinement memories that Mo Yao's will had. In addition, he wanted to train himself in how to engage in battles of wills. Initially, without using wisdom path methods, Fang Yuan's star will would be losing and was not the match of Mo Yao's fake will at all. Mo Yao was indeed a former fairy of Spirit Affinity House. With the identity of a female Inkman, she was loved by Sword Immortal Bo Qing, becoming his only wife. Even among all the different generations of fairies in Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao was one of the most accomplished ones. Even though this old hag mainly cultivated refinement path, her wisdom path attainment surpassed Fang Yuan greatly. In order to train himself, Fang Yuan purposely engaged in pure battles of wills with Mo Yao's will. His losses in battle were at an astounding rate of 1 to 100. Fang Yuan would lose 100 portions in exchange for 1 portion lost by Mo Yao's will. But later, the more they fought, the more experience Fang Yuan gained. Most importantly, he had the guidance of Dongfang Chongfan's wisdom path inheritance. He grew rapidly as he engaged in the battles more frequently. From an almost blank state, he grew to a level that could fight Mo Yao's fake will head-on. His improvements were huge. From 1 to 100, his loss ratio went to 1 to 4. That was to say, 4 portions of Fang Yuan's star will could defeat Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao's fake will was extremely indignant in regards to Fang Yuan stealing her experiences and using her as a practice dummy, treating her like a stepping stone. But because she was restricted, she could not do anything despite her anger. Star will entered his mind and Fang Yuan inspected the memories of Mo Yao that the star will stole. Soon after he opened his eyes, a smile appeared on his face. Interesting. This memory was not related to Gu refinement experiences. Instead, the information was from back when Mo Yao and Sword Immortal Bo Qing had been traveling together. In Central Continent's Truyang mountain range, they killed a group of desolate beasts and were about to take their loot when they found a hibiscus stalactite in the cave. Hibiscus stalactites were a rare rank 7 immortal material. The stalactite produced a drop of stone heart liquid every year. This liquid was even more precious. It was a rank 8 immortal material. Bo Qing was going to cut the stalactite, but Mo Yao stopped him. If he cut the stalactite, he would only get a rank 7 immortal material, but if he left it alone many years later, there would be a large amount of stone heart liquid. The value of a rank 8 immortal material was much greater than a rank 7 immortal material. Bo Qing listened to Mo Yao's suggestion and set up many exquisite Gu formation arrangements to perfectly conceal this cave. So many years have passed, if this cave is still not found, the amount of rank 8 immortal material, stone heart liquid, inside would be huge. Even if I cannot use it, I can collect it. In the future, I can sell it inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, or trade it to obtain immortal materials that I want. A rank 8 immortal material is something coveted by many Gu immortals. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, but also gained an even deeper understanding about Mo Yao's fake will. This fake will of Mo Yao's has many techniques. She purposely concealed this precious memory. I only found out after searching most of her memories. Such a technique is not recorded even in Dongfang Chongfan's wisdom path inheritance. I have to get it from her. Fang Yuan urged himself internally. But for now he could not continue ravaging Mo Yao. Her fake will needed to recover, otherwise she would not be able to take further damage. Fang Yuan did not go to Truyang mountain range to take the stone heart liquid. He got up and opened the prison entrance, arriving in front of his little brother, Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng was in a strange state. He had his eyes shut, lying on the ground, interchanging between ruthless and relaxed expressions from time to time. He would scream and even move his limbs around randomly. It was like he was in a nightmare. This was obviously the work of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan waved his hand and the method was ended. Fang Zhang was breathing roughly and covered in sweat. After a while, he got up and asked, "What did you do to me?" He looked at Fang Yuan with a gaze filled with hatred. Fang Yuan chuckled. He said plainly, "My good brother, what I showed you were the true events that happened. This is the combination of my memories and Lord Sky Crane's memories. You should know now that the disaster on Qingmao Mountain was not caused by me, it was because of your so-called master, Lord Sky Crane. If he did not come and try to take the blood path true inheritance, we might still be living happily on Qingmao Mountain as a family." Fang Zheng was stunned. At this moment, he forgot how to speak, Or rather, he did not know what to say. Fang Yuan spoke the truth. Even though the clansmen were killed by Fang Yuan, he was forced to do so in order to survive. If not for Lord Sky Crane's attempt to take the Blood Sea true inheritance, Qingmao Mountain's 3 tribes would not have been destroyed. Of course, Lord Sky Crane did not hide the origin of this matter from Fang Zheng. He only explained it in a more pleasant manner that was in his favor. Fang Zheng had considered this problem before, but every time he thought about it, he would subconsciously avoid the issue. But now, Fang Yuan had searched Lord Sky Crane's soul and played his memories directly in Fang Zheng's mind. This was simply placing the cruel truth and facts in front of Fang Zheng. He could not avoid them even if he wanted to. He. Fang Yuan's laughter could be heard in the air. My beloved brother, don't tell me you had never considered that your master, Lord Sky Crane, had unquestionable responsibility towards the destruction of Qingmao Mountain? You even acknowledged him as your master. You are truly a traitor. Fang Yuan's words were very sharp. They pierced into Fang Zheng's inner depths. Shut up! Fang Zheng screamed. He had never felt so angry in his life. Shut up, stop talking. You demon, you were the one who murdered the clan, you killed uncle and aunt. It was you, you murderer. Without master's help, I would have died long ago. I will not allow you to slander my master. Oh! Fang Yuan smiled, curled up mockingly. He chuckled. Didn't Lord Sky Crane save you in order to make use of you and find me? Earlier, Immortal Crane Sect tried to use you to attack my Immortal blessed land. Didn't you almost die then? My stupid brother. They are taking advantage of you. And you are actually a willing party. Stop talking. Shut up. Shut up. Fang Zheng covered his ears. He shut his eyes. His face was flashing with rage and panic. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. His tone was icy. My weak-willed brother, you do not even have the courage to face the truth. Even if you have the power of a rank 5 Gu master right now, deep inside, you are still just a child who has not matured. But you are my blood kin. As your elder brother, I will give you a chance. Join me. I will train you and make you strong. You will grow up and mature. No. Fang Zheng opened his eyes. They were bloodshot as he stared at Fang Yuan with rage. You murderer! You want me to work myself to death for you? Forget about it. Even if Immortal Crane Sect is making use of me, I do not hate them. Because they were the ones who nurtured me. And you are the one who killed uncle and aunt. You killed our entire clan. I hate you. I will never forgive you. If given a chance, I will kill you personally and take revenge. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes as he looked at Fang Zheng quietly. He laughed instead of being angry. It seems you've learned a lot in Immortal Crane Sect. Seeing your desire to kill me, I am looking forward to it. Saying this, Fang Yuan turned around and left the cell. These days, Fang Yuan had placed most of his effort on the Refinement Path Convention. But he did not forget to use Wisdom Gu and Star Thought Gu to undergo deductions. Deducing vaguely familiar face to this point had expended all of Fang Yuan's capabilities. Thus, Fang Yuan went to deduce the killer move, Myriad Self, and successfully fused pulling water Immortal Gu into it. At this point, Myriad Self had 3 strength path cores. After that, Fang Yuan modified the recipe of Airsac Gu. The mass production of the Gu now had more steps that were simpler to complete. The danger of the refinement had been reduced by 30%. When he modified Memory Thought Gu, Star Thought Gu, and Malicious Thought Gu, he encountered a wall. Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path cultivation had just started. His Wisdom Path attainment level was too low. It greatly slowed down his deduction speed of these recipes. These last few days, Fang Yuan placed his attention on the Immortal Gu recipe of Blood Deity. He slowly completed the Blood Deity recipe, finding out some details. Even if he refined Blood Deity, he would need a blood relation to use it. Killing a blood relation would allow him to obtain a Blood Deity from the power of Blood Deity Immortal Gu. If this relative did not resist and contributed their life willingly, then the Blood Deity produced would be closely connected to the Gu Immortal. It could be manipulated with ease. In contrast, if the relative carried hatred and anger, the Blood Deity might cause a backlash to the owner. This was the reason why Fang Yuan was trying to persuade Fang Zheng. If he had any other way to remove his immortal zombie status, he would use Fang Zheng for this instead. All in all, Fang Zheng had caused much trouble to Fang Yuan in the past. Fang Yuan was not going to let him off. This matter was troublesome. There were actually many unconventional methods to make someone loyal. The Gu Master world never lacked such methods. For instance, Enslavement Path was especially proficient in dealing with this issue. But to turn Fang Zheng into a blood deity, these methods could not be used. A blood deity was equivalent to another life form. During the moment the transformation succeeds, all the methods used on Fang Zheng previously would lose their effects. Fang Zheng's original thoughts and intentions would influence the blood deity. The power of a blood deity could certainly be foreseen, because the lightning deities derived from blood deities were extremely powerful. Vicious Lightning Fiend was only a rank 6 Gu Immortal, but by relying on 3 lightning deities, he made challenges everywhere, and his reputation kept on rising as even rank 7 Gu Immortals lost to him. A blood deity was similar, it had battle strength on the level of a Gu Immortal. Adding 1 would mean a battle of 2 against 1. Adding 2 would mean 3 against 1. If the number increased further, it would become a group fighting on one side. Fang Yuan was only an immortal zombie right now. His cultivation could not advance. Using numbers to make up for it was also only a temporary solution. All dreams, desires, and ambitions were built on the premise of survival. Once one died, all would turn to dust. Blood deities could greatly raise Fang Yuan's battle strength. And Fang Yuan was also a blood path grandmaster. If one day, something went wrong, where Fang Yuan was hunted down and the situation turned dire, he could only choose to once again cultivate blood path, his old specialty. Time path, wisdom path, blood path. Fang Yuan was cautious and prepared for everything. He would never look down on making excessive preparations. However, the current situation was still not too bad. Converting Fang Zheng to my side cannot be done quickly, I need to take it slowly. No matter how much Immortal Crane sect has brainwashed him, with my methods, as long as I put in effort, I will definitely reach my goal one day. At present, the trade of both Guts Goo and Regretful Spiders has been established. Now I only have to wait for the transaction token to use Western Desert's Shao Clan as a starting point, to openly enter Western Desert's market in the businesses of dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. When that happens, I will be earning large amounts of wealth every day. My main priority for now is still refining change form Immortal Goo. I have already eliminated most of the tough opponents. My placement in the top 6 is basically guaranteed. The only variable is Feng Jinhuang. Fang Yuan thought of the current situation and his plan. Because of her defeat to Fang Yuan, Feng Jinhuang learned the true usage of Dreamwing's Immortal Goo in advance. By exploring dream realms, her refinement path attainment had already reached quasi-grandmaster level. Exploring dream realms was truly the best shortcut to raise one's attainment level. Feng Jinhuang had Immortal Goo with her and also had her mother, Fairy Bai Qing, who took care of her wholeheartedly. The speed at which her refinement path attainment increased was simply absurd. Fang Yuan had to make accumulations over 500 years to become a quasi-grandmaster in refinement path. Meanwhile, Feng Jinhuang had caught up to him in such a short time period. During the 5 regions chaotic war in Fang Yuan's previous life, battle raged everywhere fiercely, forming an extraordinary era where countless champions emerged from the lower levels. In regards to this era, other than the 5 regions chaotic war and the turbulence in social order, dream realms were one of the main causes of it. Dream realms might be filled with dangers, but if one could explore them successfully, their foundation would be raised directly. This was an extremely great fortuitous encounter, allowing many minor characters to make astounding accomplishments. Often, what champions lacked was only an opportunity to develop. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan had been secretly gathering much information on Feng Jinhuang's participation in the Refinement Path Convention. At first, her methods were rather clumsy, but after gaining some experience, she rapidly grew up into a strong opponent for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was familiar with the tests in the competition, thus his ability was overrated by the outside world. However, the duel with Feng Jinhuang was an unknown variable. It had not occurred in his previous life, and thus his rebirth advantage could not be shown. I must pay attention to Feng Jinhuang. If I don't deal with this properly, I might even lose out on the infallible inheritance. But after passing this hurdle, I can use this precious opportunity to refine change form Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan knew many inside details regarding the infallible inheritance. The top 6 winners would be rewarded with 6 success Dao marks, which would be imprinted on the Gu master's body on the spot. Outsiders had no chance to seize them. However, even though it was named infallible, it was not a definite success. The success Dao mark could only eliminate the natural probability of failure during the process of refining Gu. There was always a possibility of failure while refining Gu. Even if there was no error from the person during the whole process, the refinement could still fail randomly. This was the failure probability. For instance, during the second round of the refinement path convention at Flying Frost Sect, Fang Yuan refined 10 Ghostfire Gu. He did not make any mistake, but a Ghostfire Gu had exploded for no reason. There was also the time during the battle with Fang Hui when the blue peacock's head had inexplicably turned into ash when merging with the incomplete Gu. During the whole process, there was no error with Fang Yuan's control over the fire. Later, when he succeeded in refining the Gu, he had used the same method without any changes. There were various opinions regarding this failure probability. The most popular reasoning was that it was because of laws. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Why is it that they possess all sorts of mysterious powers? It was because they contained the natural laws of heaven and earth. Mortal Gu contained meager traces of laws, while immortal Gu contained fragments. Gu refinement was a process of combining these traces of laws into one, forming larger law traces. It was also reverse refining a larger law trace into smaller ones. Because it involved laws, there would always be situations where these laws would have subtle differences, and during the refinement, instead of merging together like the person wished, they would collide and conflict, ending up with the result of failure. Fang Yuan also accepted this reasoning and acknowledged it was sensible. The smaller the law traces, the fewer the characteristics, the more easy it was to combine them. This was why the lower the rank of the mortal Gu, the easier they were to refine. The bigger the traces, the more differences in characteristics they would have from other traces, which made them more difficult to combine. At the level of immortal Gu, the law fragments had individual characteristics that were unique to themselves. So, all immortal Gu was unique. Thus, refining immortal Gu was extremely difficult to succeed. The success Dao marks in the infallible inheritance could remove the failure probability. One success Dao mark could at most be used in rank 6 immortal Gu. To succeed in refining rank 7 and rank 8, the success Dao marks required would not be just one. However, during the refinement process, if Fang Yuan made a major mistake in his technique, the immortal Gu refinement could fail. Even if there are no errors in the methods and the failure probability was completely eliminated by the success Dao mark. But if the immortal Gu being refined already existed, then at the final juncture the Gu refinement would still fail. Immortal Gu were unique. Since the immortal Gu already existed, it signified the unique characteristic law fragment had already condensed. Thinking of forming another of the same law fragment was impossible. As for the change form immortal Gu Fang Yuan was thinking of refining, he had not yet heard of any Gu immortal possessing it. Naturally, Fang Yuan based this on his previous life's memories, the information he gathered in this life, as well as using wisdom path methods to make deductions. Based on all this, the probability for change form immortal Gu to already be in existence was very low. If it truly existed and the Gu refinement failed in the end, Fang Yuan could not do anything other than to admit his own bad luck. This was the harshness of Gu refinement, and at the same time, the beauty of it. Central continent, True Yang mountain range. Vicious lightning fiend slowly landed down on top of a mountain peak and gazed at the opposite mountain peak, where there was already a rank 7 demonic path Gu immortal. Vicious lightning fiend, you have challenged me, but if you can't put up a decent wager, I won't accept it. The demonic path rank 7 Gu immortal spoke. He looked middle-aged and vigorous. He was wearing tight-fitting martial arts attire with a red cape draping behind. His surname was Dan and his given name was Chao. He was known as Blazing Demonic Immortal. His main cultivation was Fire Path, and his vicious reputation had spread far and wide. Ha ha ha. Vicious Lightning Fiend laughed heartily. Blazing Demonic Immortal, you indeed belong to the demonic path, speaking of benefits in all things. You are a strong opponent, so I specially prepared 1,500 kilograms of hibiscus branches. What? 1,500 kilograms of hibiscus branches. Dan Xiao was moved. The wager Vicious Lightning Fiend put forward directly spoke to his deepest desires. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao snorted. It seems you made many preparations for this, even finding out my urgent need for hibiscus branches to refine immortal goo. All right, if I lose, I will give you 600 strands of 29 Thunder Heavenly Chi. The agreement is set. Both were people who came straight to point and were resolute. After setting the challenge agreement, they began the fight straight away. World-decimating fire crows. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao waved his hand. Untold numbers of fire crows flew, shrouding the sky and earth as they raised a boundless inferno. Lightning dragon purgatory. Vicious lightning fiend laughed strangely as he pushed forward with his hands open, emitting endless lightning bolts. Thunderbolts and lightning gathered into hundreds of lightning dragons that charged forward madly. Everywhere they passed, the landscape collapsed, displaying their terrifying might. Lightning dragons and fire crows clashed, causing the entirety of their surroundings to be filled with the red blaze of fire and the deep blue radiance of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions were unceasing. Blazing demonic immortal and vicious lightning fiend appeared like mirages as they moved extremely fast, clashing viciously several times in the midst of the hell of fire and lightning. They did not make any probing moves, they just used powerful skills in succession. Since vicious lightning fiend challenged blazing demonic immortal to increase his reputation, he had already gathered the necessary information. And since Dan Xiao had agreed to vicious lightning fiend's challenge, he also had made sufficient preparations and had enough understanding of vicious lightning fiend, and also the confidence of attaining victory. After a while, blazing demonic immortal used 3 different immortal killer moves in a row, leaving vicious lightning fiend unable to make ground. Dan Xiao could be said to be the strongest opponent vicious lightning fiend had challenged since he exited seclusion. Regardless of cultivation level, immortal essence, or the Dao marks on their bodies, Dan Xiao surpassed vicious lightning fiend. Vicious lightning fiend was losing, but he was not panicking. This situation was within his expectations. In fact, he had also been at a disadvantage when challenging those rank 7 Gu immortals previously. After all, his cultivation was only rank 6. This was a common situation when challenging higher-ranked experts. Ha ha ha! This fire is truly interesting. Vicious lightning fiend suddenly raised his head and shouted, his eyes flashing sharply. His body shook and 3 lightning figures slowly flew out of his immortal aperture, attacking blazing demonic immortal. Lightning deities that contained lightning path Dao marks. The battle strength of 3 Gu immortals. Blazing demonic immortal quickly retreated, while vicious lightning fiend took advantage of this to counterattack and turn the situation around. The battle raged on heatedly for an hour. It concerned enormous wagers and reputation. Neither of them were willing to back down easily. The intense immortal essence consumption made both sides feel great loss. Dan Xiao did not continue enduring this, and suddenly attacked ruthlessly. He had been planning this attack well in advance. Vicious lightning fiend could not dodge and had to face it head-on. Boom! A huge explosion occurred. Vicious lightning fiend was sent flying while spitting out blood. Admit your defeat, great fire demon true body. Dan Xiao suddenly turned into a giant blazing demon and chased with extreme speed. In a flash, the fire demon had closed in upon vicious lightning fiend. No, I won't lose. Lightning deity. Detonate. In the moment of crisis, vicious lightning fiend's ferocious nature was stimulated as he boldly self-detonated a lightning deity. Rumble. The lightning deity's self-detonation created a boundless clamor that could shake mountains. Vicious lightning fiend and blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao were both in a heavily injured state. They were exhausted and their battle strengths had greatly reduced. Interesting, hand over both of your lives. Suddenly, a blood-colored light flew over, forming a battlefield killer move that enveloped both the wounded parties. Song Zixing. Dan Xiao shouted in fear, recognizing this killer move. Blood, blood, blood. The sky had blood-colored clouds, the ground was now beneath a sea of blood, all around in the air there was blood-colored light. This was Song Zixing's personal creation, his signature battlefield killer move Blood Tusu. It was uniquely distinctive in Central Continent. Song Zixing had a strongly vengeful mindset. Previously, during an exploration, many gains were seized away by Gu immortals from Tusu City. Thus, after creating the battlefield killer move, he set out to take revenge. He turned the entire city into dust, and killed the two Gu immortals in the city. His revenge succeeded. Song Zixing felt gratified. He wrote some words with blood in the sky above the rubble of Tusu City. It took a while, but revenge came after a year. Today I arrived and used blood Tusu. The name of the perpetrator is Song Zixing. From that day onwards, his battlefield killer move was named Blood Tusu. Thus, seeing this scene, Blazing Demonic Immortal recognized that it was Song Zixing's attack. As expected, a moment later, a figure descended from the sky. Song Zixing was clothed in a blood-red robe. His body was long and sharp like a spear. His face was pale and he had a sharp nose. His gaze was ruthless like that of an eagle or vulture. As he descended, the blood sea went into turbulence as the blood-colored clouds rumbled like dragons or pythons. The surrounding blood-colored light flew into the sky. It was a dazzling sight. Song Zixing seemed like the ruler of the world, a demonic god of the sun and moon. Song Zixing, why are you here? Blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao looked at Song Zixing as his face went pale. His expression was that of shock and anger, but also immense fear. Why can't I be here? Song Zixing turned around slightly to look at Dan Xiao. He smiled lightly as his gaze was filled with killing intent. Dan Xiao, back then when I lost to Feng Jiuguo, you attempted to take advantage of the situation and ambushed me, attacking me with an immortal killer move. I've intentionally left behind the scar that you inflicted on me all this time. I have been waiting to take revenge on you, but you hid inside Truyang Mountain Range, causing me to be unable to find you. But you dared to accept Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge. Hee. Thus I came today to settle the score with you. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Dan Xiao sighed as he decided to give in. Lord Song Zixing, I am willing to apologize to you. He was a grand rank 7 Gu immortal, but he lowered his head instead of fighting. Song Zixing had a vast and mighty demonic reputation. He was on par with Shirley and had incredible battle results. Back when he was in Myriad Dragon Dock, he was renowned in Central Continent. After that, he betrayed them and escaped. Even though Myriad Dragon Dock pursued him and sent 8 Gu immortals in successive waves, he killed 4 of them, crippled 3 of them, and forced 1 to retreat. This result caused a commotion in Central Continent. Song Zixing left scot-free. Myriad Dragon Dock went into a downturn. Its reputation was even lower than that of Immortal Crane Sect. It became the worst among the 10 great ancient sections. Only until now, when Vicious Lightning Fiend came out of closed cultivation, did they start to regain their status. Of course, Song Zixing had experienced defeat as well. His most famous loss was against Feng Jiuguo. Feng Jiuguo only used 3 moves and Song Zixing was defeated completely, escaping frantically. But this loss did not tarnish Song Zixing's reputation. Because his opponent was Feng Jiuguo, and he could escape and live, this was something no one could look down on. In fact, practically all demonic path Gu immortals were skilled in escaping. Song Zixing was particularly skilled in this aspect. Ha, apologize? Hearing Blazing Demonic Immortal's words, Song Zixing showed a mocking expression. If you had been like this and understood your position earlier, I would not have chased you until you hid inside Truyang Mountain Range. Lord, please speak. As long as I can obtain your forgiveness, I am willing to pay the price. Dan Xiao said melancholically. If you want to obtain my forgiveness, it is very simple. Hand your life over to me. Song Zixing said nonchalantly. Dan Xiao lifted his head. His expression was pale as he spoke with grief and indignation. Song Zixing, are you really not letting me off? Let you off? He. This demonic path overlord raised his head and laughed. I, Song Zixing, will always take revenge. When Tusu City's Gu immortals took what was mine, I murdered the entire city and people inside. Back then, you ambushed me. It is already my greatest kindness that I am not torturing you before killing you. Are you still not satisfied? Today, you are doomed to die. Saying this, he turned around and looked at Vicious Lightning Fiend. Oh right. You are still here. Didn't you claim to want to challenge me? I am here now. He spoke mockingly, like a cat playing with its food. Vicious Lightning Fiend was trying to heal himself now. The explosion earlier had given him a wound that was not small. He was still using his methods, but he raised his head and said, Song Zixing, you were a Gu Immortal from Myriad Dragon Dock. In terms of seniority, you are my senior. A challenge is definitely needed. But today, since you are here to seek revenge, I will not interfere. Let me go or I will self-detonate my lightning deities and force my way out. Ha ha ha, your immortal killer move, lightning deity, is indeed impressive and can create a strong enough force to break open my blood too soon. But so what? Can you escape? Think about it. Can your escaping methods surpass my blood rainbow flash in terms of speed? Song Zixing laughed arrogantly. It sounded like he was trash-talking, but his words were actually attempting to decrease their fighting spirits. But at the next moment, Song Zixing's expression changed. His gaze towards Vicious Lightning Fiend turned grim as he shouted, Something's wrong. With your personality, how can you back off at this moment? In terms of acting, Vicious Lightning Fiend was inferior to the demonic path Gu Immortal Dan Xiao. In Song Zixing's view, a flaw was found immediately. At once, Song Zixing's heart was pounding. The blood in his heart was surging and crashing into his blood vessels, attacking the inner walls of his heart. This was his immortal killer move, Heart-Blood Premonition. Even though it was a blood path technique, it could mimic wisdom path and deduce dangerous or favorable circumstances for Song Zixing. An intense feeling of danger assaulted Song Zixing's heart. This is a trap. Song Zixing growled. He wanted to leave. Lightning Lock. Lava Chain. At this moment, Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao, who were fighting, joined forces and attacked Song Zixing together. Song Zixing sneered. The blood sea beneath his feet rose up, creating huge red waves that were imposing and grand. The huge blood waves blocked the lightning and lava. Meanwhile, Song Zixing turned into a bloody rainbow and vanished on the spot. This was an immortal killer move, Blood Rainbow Flash. It was extremely fast. He flew out of the battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu, immediately. Song Zixing was very resolute. He discarded even the blood path immortal goo that he used to construct the battlefield killer move. He flew out and tried to retreat. A few breaths later, the bloody rainbow had already flown an enormous distance. The bloody rainbow vanished. Song Zixing's figure appeared in the air. He looked down at the unchanging mountain below him as his expression turned ugly. Oh no, I'm in an illusion. His mind worked quickly. As the sense of danger intensified, he realized that this was a trap from his enemies. He quickly flew back and tried to regain control of the battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu. But at this time, a total of 16 Gu Immortals appeared, with incredible auras surging in the air. They attacked together. 16 immortal killer moves landed on Song Zixing. Boom, boom, boom. Dazzling light shined on the cruel or emotionless faces of every Gu Immortal. After the light faded, Song Zixing could be seen to be in a pitiful state. His face was covered in soot, as his black robe was tattered. A layer of blood-red armor was around his body as he looked around him in anger. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Illusion Garden. What great handiwork. You even brought your immortal Gu house to deal with me. And the rest of you, did the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent join up? Song Zixing was furious but also perplexed. He was a demonic path Gu Immortal, but he had been moving around and hiding without being too rampant. Recently, he did not commit any great crimes. Why were there so many people teaming up against him? But soon, Song Zixing understood. To be able to force all 10 great sects of Central Continent to work together, this must be an order from Heavenly Court. That's right, Song Zixing, you understand it yourself. Junior brother Vicious Lightning went around challenging people. It was the arrangement of a wisdom path Gu Immortal in order to lure you. Junior brother's lightning deity was derived from blood deity. You have been wanting this immortal Gu recipe, and with blazing demonic immortal being your enemy, you were finally attracted to this place. But you were too vigilant. You had been following behind Vicious Lightning Fiend and watched him go through more than 10 different challenges previously without striking. Only after Vicious Lightning Fiend's self detonated a lightning deity did you get baited successfully. You were so hard to catch. To make you show up, we in Ancient Soul Sect, Heaven's Envy Manor, and Spirit Butterfly Valley had 3 Wisdom Path Gu Immortals collaborating to interfere with your immortal killer move, Heart-Blood Premonition. This prevented you from sensing the danger in advance. The 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals who were leading the group spoke slowly one by one. The other 13 Gu Immortals were all rank 6. At this point, some people could not control themselves anymore. They charged up. Song Zixing, you killed my elder brother and raped my sister-in-law. I will tear your skin and bones apart. Ah! Song Zixing, you will definitely die today. I will take revenge for Sun Clan's 730 people today. Song Zixing was an evildoer, he caused many tragedies. But those who had the strength to take revenge on him were few. Many Gu Immortals who offended Song Zixing lived in fear. They were afraid that he might take revenge on them one day. Blood Dragon Song Zixing had a strong thirst for revenge. That was well known to everyone. Blazing Demonic Immortal was one of them. He was chased down by Song Zixing. He had to hide inside True Yang mountain range. But because Song Zixing was forcing him to his limits, this demonic path Gu Immortal was willing to undergo such a realistic show with Vicious Lightning Fiend and the others. 8 rank 6 Gu Immortals attacked Song Zixing. The Gu Immortals from the 10 ancient sects of Central Continent remained in the air. They formed a tight encirclement. The Gu Immortals who were currently fighting Song Zixing were lone cultivators. These people were contacted by the 10 ancient sects. They had deep hatred towards Song Zixing. Song Zixing's crimes were all targeted at small forces. He tried not to cause trouble with the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But he was a person who had successfully escaped fate. Killing him would help the healing of Fate Gu greatly. With Heavenly Court's orders, the 10 great ancient sects had to stop fighting between themselves and work together to kill Song Zixing. Song Zixing was attacked from all sides. He was in a disadvantage. Without any way to fight back, he could only choose to escape. His speed was very fast. The name of Blood Rainbow Flash was famous in Central Continent. His speed rose at once. The Central Continent lone cultivators were left in the dust behind him. Song Zixing, the day has come where you get what you deserve. Aren't you called the Blood Dragon? Don't run if you have guts. Blood Rainbow Flash was extremely fast and very nimble. The pursuing Gu Immortals used killer moves to obstruct him, but there was little effect. The distance between them was growing. But the Immortal Gu House, Illusion Garden, was set up already. They were not afraid that Song Zixing would escape. The scene became quite strange. A group of people were chasing after Song Zixing with immense hatred. Their killing intent was overflowing like fire, but they could not reach him. He is as slippery as an eel. The Gu Immortals from Central Continent's 10 ancient sects did not chase him. They observed the situation and used some immortal killer moves from time to time. Song Zixing was still quite dangerous. His battle result in fighting the pursuers from Myriad Dragon Dock made people feel apprehension. That was why Central Continent's 10 ancient sects invited many lone cultivators in their plan. These lone cultivators were cannon fodder. They were meant to probe Song Zixing's methods and waste immortal essence he had stored up. Without immortal essence, even if Song Zixing was a bloodpath Gu Immortal, his battle strength would fall. This cannot go on. Song Zixing is only wholeheartedly escaping. We are unable to force out his trump cards. A while later, a Central Continent Gu Immortal spoke. Many other people frowned. Don't you find it strange? Song Zixing is called the Blood Dragon. His violent Blood Dragon bat has rank 7 battle strength. But he has not used it yet. All along until now, he has been escaping without truly attacking. What are you afraid of? Song Zixing is already trapped by the Immortal Gu House, Illusion Garden. The biggest flaw of our ambush was the duration needed to set up Illusion Garden. Now that Song Zixing is already trapped, his demise is only a matter of time. We cannot be careless. Bloodpath Gu Immortals cannot be judged with common sense. Maybe he is searching around everywhere for a flaw. Maybe he has powerful reinforcements. Therefore, stalling for time. While they were guessing, the voices of the 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals from Heavenly Lotus Sect resounded. Everyone, it is time to strike. Mobilizing the Immortal Gu House is very taxing. We cannot drag this on for long. In truth, along with Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao, a total of 20 Gu Immortals had ambushed Song Zixing. Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao were bait. The 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals from Heavenly Lotus Sect did not show up. They were controlling the Immortal Gu House secretly. The remaining 16 Gu Immortals showed up to fight Song Zixing. Mobilizing the Immortal Gu House caused great expenditure to their immortal essence. Especially a complete Immortal goo house like Illusion Garden, it was far more taxing than using an incomplete Immortal goo house like Profound Ice House. Even rank 7 goo Immortals could not sustain it for long. The goo Immortals of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were rushed. Most of them entered the battle. Only 3 rank 7 goo Immortals were overlooking the situation in case of any accidents. Song Zixing was still escaping, he did not fight back. I've heard of how fast Blood Rainbow Flash was long ago. Now that I see it, it truly is amazing. It is even faster than my Cloud Shock Sail. It is also as fast as Purple Heaven Lightning Wings, a movement killer move that is in the top 10 even in Central Continent. Not only is it fast, it is agile, it can twist and turn around easily, it has all-around capability in terms of mobility. What a pity. The 3 rank 7 goo Immortals were evaluating. They felt some regret. An outstanding movement Immortal killer move like Blood Rainbow Flash could not be obtained easily. If they could get it, they would be able to retreat at will, they would be able to save their own lives when escaping. But this was a Blood Path killer move. Even if Righteous Path goo Immortals get it, they could not use it unless they betrayed the Righteous Path and went into the Demonic Path. Back then, Song Zixing betrayed his sect and went to the Demonic Path. Other than conflicts with his sect, the main reason was that he could not resist the allure of Blood Path's strength. As the goo Immortals from Central Continent's 10 sects joined in, Song Zixing's situation got worse. Their encirclement became tighter. Everyone joined forces. Even though Blood Rainbow Flash was fast, it had its limits. Eventually, he was trapped. Demons are meant to be slain, die. Kill Song Zixing. Eventually, they trapped Song Zixing in the center. Many lone cultivator goo Immortals struck and attacked Song Zixing. They did not get close, they attacked with long-range methods. Song Zixing was making them feel wary by not fighting back. These lone cultivator goo Immortals were not idiots. They knew the reason why Central Continent's 10 great sects invited them to ambush Song Zixing. But they were willing to be cannon fodder, because they had intense hatred with Song Zixing, irreconcilable to the point that only one side could live. Goo Immortals were still humans. They were afraid of dying. If not for Song Zixing's overbearing attitude, causing them to live in fear daily, they would not attempt this. From this, the advantage of vicious lightning fiends' lightning deities could be seen. Having the battle strength of goo Immortals and not fearing death, they could be produced in batches. This was terrifying. Thankfully, each lightning deity was formed by paying a huge price, and they needed a huge sum to be maintained. The goo Immortals were prepared. Their attacks landed on Song Zixing. He tried to dodge, but there was little space. He took a heavy beating. At once, he was blown to pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Oh no! This is not Song Zixing's real body. Seeing this, the Immortals were stunned. They realized the truth. Be careful of Song Zixing's sneak attack. How did he conceal himself? My investigative killer move could not find him. Stay calm, we are inside the Immortal goo house Illusion Garden, he cannot escape. Search carefully. Goo Immortals were all experienced people. They quickly calmed down. Even if Song Zixing wanted to attack them by surprise, he could not find a chance. The Immortals displayed their abilities. They searched quickly, but they made no progress. Their gazes quickly focused on Blood 2 Su. Someone realized, oh no! Song Zixing never came out. His real body has always been inside the battlefield killer move. Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao are in danger. Since the beginning, Song Zixing's battlefield killer move, Blood 2 Su, had been encased like a red egg, floating in the air. The Immortals did not destroy this battlefield killer move. Firstly, because their attentions were attracted to Song Zixing. They were also unwilling to help Vicious Lightning Fiend. He had been challenging people everywhere, gaining huge reputation as a person who was quite unreasonable. All of the 10 sects of Central Continent, including Myriad Dragon Dock, wanted to suppress him for a bit. In addition, destroying Blood 2 Su would also expend a lot of immortal essence. Thus, Blood 2 Su was accidentally forgotten by the Immortals. The fundamental problem now was that because they were strong, they underestimated the enemy. The Immortals realized they were fooled by Song Zixing. Overcome with rage and embarrassment, they charged towards Blood 2 Su. Blood 2 Su was not an Immortal goo house. It was only a battlefield killer move. Under the intense attacks, it trembled intensely. 3 breaths later, Song Zixing removed the battlefield killer move. Blood Tusu collapsed. Song Zixing laughed loudly as he flew out in a bloody rainbow. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao was dead. His corpse was held in Song Zixing's hands. Meanwhile, Vicious Lightning Fiend was heavily injured, falling into a coma. Only one lightning deity was left. It was very weak and was guarding around Vicious Lightning Fiend. If they were slightly later, Vicious Lightning Fiend might have been killed by Song Zixing. But Song Zixing was also heavily injured. His left arm was completely amputated up to his shoulder. The battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu, isolated itself from the world, becoming an independent area. Furthermore, Song Zixing had special methods and prevented Vicious Lightning Fiend or Dan Xiao from seeking help from the outside world. Song Zixing was able to kill blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao and send Vicious Lightning Fiend into a coma when surrounded by everyone. This was a huge humiliation. The Gu Immortals were furious. Anger was rising in them. If news spread, how would they face anyone? Kill Song Zixing. Blood Dragon deserves death. He should not live in this world. Removing evil for the people of the world, upholding justice. At once, Gu Immortals attacked. All sorts of immortal killer moves and battlefield killer moves were sent towards Song Zixing. Song Zixing laughed arrogantly. Blood Rainbow Flash was used again, and he evaded most of the immortal killer moves. Next, he raised blazing demonic immortal's corpse and said, "Thanks for the gift. Now, I'll return it to you." Detonate. Blood red light burst into the sky as a shocking explosion occurred. The immortals were sent flying, but Song Zixing was completely unharmed. At the center of the explosion, the blood path down marks in his body were shining brightly, protecting him. Illusion Garden shook heavily. A crack opened from his intense attack. Blood Rainbow Flash. In the blink of an eye, Song Zixing vanished. He escaped the immortal Gu house and flew beyond the vision of the Gu Immortals. Chase him. He was hit by my immortal killer move. I can sense him. How can a grand immortal Gu house become damaged to the point of cracking? The immortals growled as they chased him. The two rank 7 Gu Immortals from Heavenly Lotus Sect retrieved their immortal Gu house and joined in. Their expressions were ugly. It is that violent blood dragon bat. Song Zixing arranged for it to be outside. It crashed into Illusion Garden and self-detonated. Together with Song Zixing's internal attack, a crack was formed. The violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast. Its battle strength was equivalent to a rank 7 Gu Immortal. The force of its self-detonation was quite extraordinary. Furthermore, Illusion Garden was only maintained by 2 Gu Immortals. They could not react to the explosion in time, allowing Song Zixing to forcefully create hope during that desperate situation. The Immortals would not give up like this. They chased him with gritted teeth. A battle of pursuit appeared on Truyang Mountain Range. The pursuers had huge numbers, a total of 17 Gu Immortals. 1 Gu Immortal from Myriad Dragon Dock was staying behind to take care of Vicious Lightning Fiend. But now at this point, the battle was no longer controlled by the righteous path Gu Immortals. They had fallen into Song Zixing's tempo. Song Zixing was a demonic cultivator and was most skilled in escaping. I cannot go outside immediately. This Truyang Mountain Range is the best hiding spot. I lost my violent blood dragon bat. After I escape, I will definitely settle the score. Song Zixing's expression was twisted. This loss was making him feel loss. He swore inwardly, as he used Blood Rainbow Flash to turn and land on a mountain. Inside Truyang Mountain Range, there were countless fierce beasts. In the chase, large numbers of desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were disturbed. They created a lot of problems for the pursuers behind Song Zixing. Song Zixing was well aware. The more chaotic the situation, the easier he could find a chance to slip away to freedom. 3 days later, late at night, the moon was hanging in the sky. A dim blood-red light moved along the ground as it flew out of Truyang Mountain Range. Clank. Suddenly, a metallic sound was heard as a golden bell phantom covered the blood-red light. An injured Gu Immortal appeared. He shouted, "Song Zixing, where do you think you are going?" Just as he said that, Song Zixing, who was inside the golden bell, vanished. In his place was a palm and a small section of his forearm. "Oh no, this is a fake. The true body is there." The Gu Immortal's expression changed. He turned around and flew towards another direction. Long afterwards, a figure appeared quietly from afar. It was Fong Yuan. He was wearing a mask. His body was covered in a thin layer of smoke as he walked towards the golden bell phantom silently. Looking at the arm in the bell, he showed an expression of joy. Immortal killer move blood demon body separation. Fang Yuan looked at the severed arm in the golden bell phantom as he muttered. According to the after he betrayed Myriad Dragon Dock and defeated the pursuers, he hid his tracks and cultivated with all his effort, developing rapidly. He had great foresight, he understood his own situation, thus he devised this killer move. During the current Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, the 10 Great Sects ambushed and attempted to kill Song Zixing, but he escaped in the end. This was also the first time blood demon body separation was displayed, shocking the entirety of Central Continent. The reason why Song Zixing could escape was attributed to this. This immortal killer move could create a clone in a short period of time. The clone had great speed that could rival Blood Rainbow Flash. Furthermore, it was very realistic and deceptive. Even investigative immortal killer moves could not see a flaw in it. However, this method had a huge price. It needed a body part of the person to create the clone. They also had to expend a huge amount of immortal essence as the energy source to maintain the existence of the clone. The more immortal essence consumed, the longer it could exist. There were many methods for goo immortals to regrow their limbs, but blood demon body separation's cost was not only superficially losing the limb. In truth, it expended the body's blood path Dao marks. Precisely because of these blood path Dao marks, blood demon body separation could achieve such a wondrous effect. If it did not pay a price in blood path Dao marks, the clone body from blood demon body separation would not be able to pass off as the real person. When ordinary goo immortals were hurt, for example, if Fang Yuan lost half his body, the strength path Dao marks on him would be taken in by his immortal aperture. When his body recovered, the strength path Dao marks would go back to his body. When a goo immortal dies, all of the Dao marks on them would go to the immortal aperture, for example, who immortal blessed land. If Song Zixing successfully used blood demon body separation, even if he regrew his limb later, the new arm would be blank. All of the blood path Dao marks on it would have been used up. Undeniably, the loss of Dao marks was an incredible cost to goo immortals. Because Dao marks were hard to obtain, they could often only be accumulated after going through heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Each heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity would require the goo immortal to risk their lives. Once their immortal aperture was damaged, all of the resources that they own would be destroyed. Thus, the cost of obtaining Dao marks was very high for goo immortals. This also showed the value of each strength immortal goo. But Fang Yuan could be certain that Song Zixing did not have an immortal goo like each strength. The blood path Dao marks that he lost would have to be regained from calamities and tribulations. The Dao marks on a goo immortal could amplify the power of immortal goo and immortal killer moves. This amplification was quite terrifying. Rank 8s could have an amplification with a multiplier of hundreds or even thousands. That was also why rank 7 goo immortals could rarely beat rank 8 goo immortals. The head said that Song Zixing escaped and survived. Eventually, he was only left with a head and half a chest. The rest of his body was discarded to use blood demon body separation. After this battle, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent lost face. Not only did they not reach their goal, they were toyed with by Song Zixing and suffered casualties. Song Zixing also suffered huge losses. He lost an ancient desolate beast violent blood dragon bat, and most of the blood path Dao marks on his body were destroyed. After this battle, he did not publicly appear for 200 years. For a period of time, there was no information on him. People suspected that he was dead. But when he reappeared in the world, not only did his battle strength recover fully, he even nurtured 3 violent blood dragon bats. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the ambush of Song Zixing. He looked at the severed arm with a heated gaze. This severed arm came from Song Zixing. It was a part of his body. If Fang Yuan obtained it, he could use his goo refinement techniques to create Song Zixing's head. And Song Zixing's head was the only requirement to be acknowledged as star form blessed land's owner. Land spirits were straightforward existences. As long as Fang Yuan could hand over Song Zixing's head to it, he would become the owner of star form blessed land. Star form land spirit would not care if Song Zixing was alive. It was just an obsession formed by fusing with the blessed land's heavenly power. Fang Yuan could become its owner in this way. Even if one day, Song Zixing were to appear alive and well in front of the land spirit. The land spirit would not betray Fang Yuan, because Fang Yuan had already met the requirements that the land spirit had. But at this time it was troublesome for Fang Yuan to collect this arm. Breaking the bell was not hard. But once the golden bell phantom was broken, the arm would explode and turn into a mist of blood. Fang Yuan needed to use other methods to deal with the severed arm, otherwise his plan would fail. In fact, Fang Yuan had quite a deep impression of this arm. His current location was at the periphery of Truyang mountain range, near Yuanyang City. Song Zixing's severed arm was contained by an immortal killer move. The Gu Immortal who used the move was busy chasing Song Zixing and left the severed arm behind. As time passed, this golden bell would disappear after one night and the severed arm would explode into blood mist. By then, the blood mist would cover up to a few hundred li of area, causing huge issues to the surrounding living beings and creating disasters. Hundreds of years later, Yuanyang City would send out missions to recruit geniuses and explore the blood mist, killing the blood beasts that grew inside, preventing the blood beasts from forming into a beast tide and attacking Yuanyang City. In his previous life, Fang Yuan lived in Yuanyang City for a period in time after reaching Central Continent. In order to survive, he accepted the missions to kill blood beasts. From this perspective, Fang Yuan was doing a good deed by taking Song Zixing's severed arm in advance. Fang Yuan observed it for a while before carefully using some mortal killer moves to probe it. The golden bell phantom did not move. It was indeed an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan surrounded the golden bell phantom and continued to circle around it, observing it from all angles. He tried to find an appropriate method. The golden bell was not still, it was rotating slowly. The severed arm was floating inside. Blood-colored light could be seen flickering inside. Fang Yuan went around it over a dozen times before having a plan. He was about to strike when his ears twitched. He heard some noises. Explosion, did you guys hear it? Yes, saw a mystical light, treasure, maybe it is. Random voices could be heard at intervals. They were getting closer to him. Fang Yuan immediately realized that surrounding Gu masters were drawn over by the commotion. This location was at the periphery of Truyang mountain range. Desolate beasts did not normally come here, and because this was near Yuanyang City, many Gu masters were active here. The immortal killer move from the Gu Immortal earlier caused golden light to fly into the sky. It earned a lot of attention and the Gu masters came here to investigate it. A bunch of insects. Fang Yuan sneered. A cruel light flashed in his eyes. At his will, strength path phantoms flew out of his immortal aperture. Soon, there were thousands of strength path phantoms surrounding Fang Yuan. Each time Fang Yuan went out, he would store a large number of strength path phantom in his immortal aperture. That was because using Myriad Self to create the strength path phantom army required some time. Kill, Fang Yuan instructed, as thousands of strength path phantoms attacked, rushing down and blending into the dark night. What are those things? Ah! Gather into a formation. Quickly gather into a formation. Run! Cries, screams, and furious shouts were heard. A battle of life and death ensued. In just a few breaths' time, the Gu masters were routed. Fang Yuan's phantom army attacked mercilessly. Countless Gu masters died. The bloody smell spread to Fang Yuan's location very quickly. Fang Yuan's arms were behind his back. He looked at the golden bell phantom, his expression calm under his mask. Even though he had a method already, he did not strike yet. Haste makes waste. Even though the strength path phantoms were powerful, they could not use investigative methods. They also could not boost their speed. Some Gu masters might not give up and try to conceal themselves and sneak in. But these people would all die without an intact corpse. Because Fang Yuan was here, he used dozens of investigative killer moves without pause, putting layers and layers of arrangements here. No movements could evade his search. Unlimited primeval essence had an advantage, that was the casual use of mortal killer moves. One could use mortal killer moves almost endlessly. And because of the accumulations of Fang Yuan's previous life, he knew better mortal killer moves that surpassed this era. Fang Yuan waited for a while. As expected, 3 or 4 Gu masters sneaked in. Fang Yuan manipulated the strength path phantoms and according to his manipulation charged over to kill these Gu masters who were courting death. Impossible, how did they find me? Please spare me. Ahi! The Gu masters had nowhere to hide, they were all killed. After a while, the surroundings became quiet. The smell of blood became thicker as birds could no longer be heard near the trees. The place was completely silent and dead. Fang Yuan started to make his move. Myriad Self First Style. Giant Hand. A strength path giant hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the golden bell. The golden bell phantom restrained was what held inside. It had little defense on the outside. After adding in pulling mountain and pulling water, Fang Yuan's strength path giant hand had grown rapidly in strength. It only needed to grasp hard and the bell would break. But the thing was, how could he prevent the severed arm from exploding into a mist of blood after the bell was broken? Thankfully, Fang Yuan was not only a strength path grandmaster, but also a blood path grandmaster. Like Song Zixing, he knew many blood path methods. He had planned for this over a long time. He made ample preparations. Immediately, he started his arrangements and focused. Over 100 blood path killer moves were used in sequence, coordinating with each other. An even greater number of goo formations were used on the outside. There were layers upon layers of them. After the arrangements were done, he observed again to make sure there were no flaws in his setup. He found that there were 2 errors and changed them. He then did a 3rd, 4th, and 5th check. This was an important matter. Fang Yuan had a lot of patience. In the end, when he struck, everything was under his control. The golden bell phantom broke, and the arm was going to detonate, but it was restrained and had layers of seals placed on it. Song Zixing was already extremely weak when he used this arm to activate blood demon body separation. He used less than 10 beads of immortal essence on it. That was also the reason why Fang Yuan could obtain this severed arm. After obtaining the severed arm, Fang Yuan carefully kept it in his immortal aperture. Soon after, he cleaned up the area and removed all his traces. Returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he did not rest. He started working on the severed arm, spending 4 days and 3 nights to turn it into Song Zixing's head. Next, he used fixed immortal travel and went to Earth Abyss. Starform Land Spirit, I brought Song Zixing's head. In the eerie and dark underground world, he shouted. A speck of starlight first appeared before light burst out like water from a fountain. A breath of time later, a huge squarish door made of starlight appeared. The half-transparent door was floating in the air. At the top, there were 4 words written on the plaque. Starform Blessed Land. Fang Yuan squinted as he looked at it. Ordinary blessed lands and grotto heavens had entrances. Because the entrance represented interaction, and with interaction, they could take in heaven and earth chi to strengthen the small world. Thus, infallible blessed land was very unique because it did not have entrances. It was a very strange exception. As Fang Yuan waited, a small slit opened in the starlight door. It's you? You really brought Song Zixing's head. A voice came from behind the slit. Star form land spirit did not appear. He was quite wary. Fang Yuan chuckled as he tossed the head over. Actions speak louder than words. The slit opened a bit more. A suction force moved the head over to it. It really is Song Zixing's head. A joyful and surprised voice came from behind the door. Boom. The door opened completely. Starlight opened up a path for Fang Yuan. As Star Form Land Spirit stood at the door, saying to Fang Yuan with cheerful submission, Star Form Land Spirit greets Master. Fang Yuan nodded. His expression was calm. He took huge steps and walked onto the starlight path, entering into Star Form Blessed Land. The moment he stepped in, starlight overwhelmed Fang Yuan's vision. But in the blink of an eye, the starlight faded, and Star Form Blessed Land's unique terrain appeared before him. The whole of Star Form Blessed Land resembled a giant bowl. Like a bowl, the edges were interconnected mountain ranges. They formed a tight circle that resembled city walls. And within the bowl, they were slanted slopes that converged towards the center. Darkness enshrouded this world. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the sky. There was nearly complete darkness. Only a few starlight specks were shining weakly in the sky. Like how Hu Immortal Blessed Land only had days without nights, Starform Blessed Land only had nights without days. Normally, blessed lands would not have changes between day and night. Only after becoming a grotto heaven or becoming close to a grotto heaven would they start having such transformations between night and day. This was not the first time Fang Yuan was here. In fact, he was the one who placed down this blessed land. Last time, the stars were shining in the sky. It was very bright and dazzling. The ground was very bright due to all of the starlight. But now, it was quite dim. It showed that star-form land spirit was not having an easy time managing the place. This was to be expected. Without a goo immortal, the blessed land could not produce immortal essence. The land spirit and the blessed land were interlinked. It had to protect itself and manage the blessed land. But how could land spirits have the strength and wisdom of goo immortals? Thus, most land spirits would find a master to help themselves. Survival was the most basic instinct in all living beings. The only difference was the difficulty in getting the land spirit to acknowledge a new master. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across the area before it landed on star-form land spirit. "Bring me around to inspect the blessed land," Fang Yuan ordered. Star-form land spirit looked like a little boy. He was floating in the air. He was wearing pinkish-blue clothes wrapped around his chest and stomach. His small arms and legs were tender white like lotus roots, looking delicate like jade. He appeared very cute. After acknowledging Fang Yuan, star-form land spirit looked towards Fang Yuan with a clear gaze filled with admiration and warmth. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, star-form land spirit nodded. "Master, follow me." This attitude was completely the opposite of previously. A lump of starlight gathered on Fang Yuan as his body flew up rapidly. This speed was extremely fast. Even Song Zixing's blood rainbow flash could not match it. Fang Yuan felt his vision blurring. All he saw was starlight around him. He could only catch occasional fuzzy images from the quickly moving scenery. The starlight stopped moving, and the scene in his vision had already changed. "Master, you are at the southeast side of the blessed land now. This is the Arrow Bamboo Forest, the biggest plantation area in the entire blessed land," Starform Land Spirit introduced. Fang Yuan looked over only to see that this Arrow Bamboo Forest was huge. It extended beyond Fang Yuan's field of vision. The arrow bamboos were straight. They resembled green spear bamboo from Qingmao Mountain. But they were not jade in color. Instead, the bamboo shoots were black and did not have any leaves growing on them, only branches. At each segment of the arrow bamboo, there would be around 3 branches growing on it. These branches were sharp and long, resembling arrows. Below the arrow bamboo forest were large numbers of star cave rocks, countless dark fragrance mushrooms, and a field of white shadow grass. Fang Yuan nodded his head internally. The arrangement of this habitat could not be done any better. If I am not wrong, this should be the production area of Star Dart Goo? Fang Yuan asked. Master is correct. Star Form Land Spirit answered immediately. Star Dart Goo was a rank 1 mortal goo. It was transformed from ordinary insects. This was different from the production of Starlight Firefly Goo. Starlight Firefly Goo were a part of the Starlight Firefly group, produced after they transformed and mutated. Star Dart Goo could be produced from any type of insect which entered deep sleep inside a star cave rock that was filled with holes on the surface. After a total of 49 days, a portion of the slumbering insects would undergo a change and become Star Dart Goo. The food of Star Dart Goo was the bamboo juice of the Arrow Bamboo Forest. The Arrow Bamboo Forest was hot and humid. The bamboos themselves would produce bamboo juice that dripped out. In the past, the bamboo juices produced would form into a thick blue fog. It was a top-quality place to raise Star Dart Goo. Unfortunately, I have not obtained any good watering liquids, thus it became like this. Starform Land Spirit said with a longing tone. It seems I have to buy moon well water in batches. Fang Yuan muttered. He was very knowledgeable. He knew what water the Arrow Bamboo Forest needed. Master is knowledgeable. Starform Land Spirit added, his expression becoming excited. Even though Star Lord Wanxiang left behind quite a bit of immortal essence, there were few immortal essence stones. And because Starform Land Spirit was worrying over his finances, he could not buy goods from Treasure Yellow Heaven casually. Compared to watering the Arrow Bamboo Forest, there were other areas which needed the financial support more urgently. Afterwards, under the guidance of the Land Spirit, Fang Yuan went to the north area of the Blessed Land. Inspecting the meteorite pits, this was the place to raise stellar fire goo and produce falling meteor goo. Next, he went to the center of the Blessed Land. This was a lake with ripples and reflecting light. It was huge and was called Broken Star Lake. This was also the place to rear goo worms. It produced Star River Goo. Next, he went to several grassy fields. They were all full of star fragment grass. A vast number of them. They were planted on black soil. The blades of grass were plump and shiny. They were much higher in quality compared to the ones that were planted in Immortal Blessed Land. Arrow Bamboo Forest, Meteorite Pit, Broken Star Lake. Star fragment grass field. Fang Yuan floated in the air. Looking at the lake, he showed a satisfied expression. The 4 areas mentioned were Star-Lord Wanxiang's 4 main sources of revenue. Star-Lord Wanxiang was quite decent in his development. He mainly sold Star Dart Goo, Stellar Fire Goo, Falling Meteor Goo, Star River Goo, and Starlight Firefly Goo. While Fang Yuan was still searching desperately for 4 sources of revenue, he already had them. At the moment, Fang Yuan only had Guts Goo and Regretful Spider trades. The other 2, Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons and Dragonfish, were still not sold in the market yet. Star-Lord Wanxiang had rank 6 cultivation level with 1 heavenly tribulation passed. He was also a lone cultivator, but he was higher in cultivation level than Hu Immortal. According to his status and foundation, it would normally be impossible for him to develop his blessed land to this extent. But he had his fortuitous encounter. That was Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-star child, became an immortal zombie in order to prolong his life. While exploring star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, he fell into deep slumber. Star-Lord Wanxiang had by chance discovered that Starry Sky Grotto Heaven connected to a spatial crack in the outside world of Central Continent. Every year, at a certain time, this crack would open. Thus, Star-Lord Wanxiang would go in every year to scavenge for resources to strengthen himself. Even though he had limited time on each occasion, he entered many times. Star-Lord Wanxiang thus had decent development. His immortal aperture was smoothly growing in value with each passing day. He surpassed most lone cultivator Goo Immortals. Even Shirley praised his blessed land inwardly when he saw it. This Star-Lord Wanxiang's foundation was already on par with typical rank 6 Goo Immortals in the 10 great ancient sects. But it was a pity that Star-Lord Wanxiang was heavily injured by Song Zixing, and because his tribulation was impending, he had to take a risk. He invited Immortal Monkey King Shirley to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. In the end, at the 8th Star Hall, he fell into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. His soul was destroyed and only his body was left. Fang Yuan took the body and placed the blessed land in Earth Abyss. This led to the development of future events, like star form land spirit's requirement for becoming the new owner. With these 4 sources of revenue, my financial power will double. I will be swimming in profits. I will really be drowning in immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Star-Lord Wanxiang had operated his blessed land for a long time. He had already slotted himself into the market and had his own share of the economy in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan inherited his blessed land. He had also gotten over the difficult initial stage of entering the market. He took over Star-Lord Wanxiang's businesses directly. It saved him lots of trouble. Ordinary resources like Star Dart Goo and Stellar Fire Goo were usually sold in bulk quantities. They were very competitive in the market. It was not easy to carve out a share for oneself in the market. They would be collaborated against, facing price wars, or some Goo Immortals might even threaten to kill them. As the saying goes, ruining a person's wealth is akin to killing their parents. The Goo Immortal world was very cruel. If you want to do business, you need to show your strength. Without strength, no matter how flourishing your business was, you would get killed and plundered. Thus, Fang Yuan was always very careful with the dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons that he had. He wanted to make use of Shao Clan's transaction token to enter Western Desert's market. That could avoid much trouble and allow him to earn more profits. Of course, for monopoly businesses like Guts Goo, you could sell them as you wish. Others could not even compete in this, they could only watch and envy. After inspecting the blessed land, Fang Yuan was very pleased, but there was still something that he was highly anticipating. Land Spirit, bring me to see those immortal Goo in the blessed land. At the next moment, he instructed the Land Spirit. The whole of Starform Blessed Land was like a giant bowl, and its center was also the location which was at the bottom of the terrain. There was a lake here that spanned as far as the eye could see. Its name was Broken Star Lake. And the place where Star-Lord Wanxiang normally cultivated was also set at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. Reaching the bottom of the lake, Fang Yuan discovered a crystal palace. It was not large, and only had 1 main hall along with 2 normal halls. Star-Lord Wanxiang's immortal Goo were kept in the main hall. Under the guidance of Starform Land Spirit, Fang Yuan smoothly entered the main hall. The moment he entered the main hall, he saw an immortal goo flying around. This immortal goo resembled a centipede. It was thin and long, like an arm, and black like iron. It was flying around in a zigzag fashion inside the main hall. The short horizontal segments on its body lit up like blue fireflies every now and then. This is a rank 6 immortal goo, star mark. It can temporarily add 600 star path Dao marks onto Master's body. Star form land spirit aptly introduced. 600 Dao marks? Fang Yuan was startled. Even the strength path Dao marks on his body numbered no more than 200. This was the case after he had been using Eat Strength Immortal Goo recently to add over 40. However, this star mark Immortal Goo could actually cause an increase of 600 star Dao marks at once. It could be said to be an outstanding ability. 200 Dao marks can increase power by 20%. 600 would mean a 60% increase. Unfortunately, they are star path Dao marks, and I am not a star path Goo Immortal. There was no doubt this star mark Immortal Goo was a high-quality support type Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan was a Strength Path Goo Immortal and his body carried Strength Path Dao marks, but once he activated Star Mark Immortal Goo, his body would be temporarily covered in a layer of Star Path Dao marks, letting him disguise himself as a Star Path Goo Immortal. Besides Star Mark, there were 2 other Immortal Goo in the main hall. One was like a prismatic crystal the size of a fist. It was quietly lying on a desk, without any movement. Another was like a tender white bean sprout, filled with an air of vitality. Through Star Form Land Spirit's introductions, Fang Yuan knew the crystal-like Immortal Goo was Starlight Immortal Goo, while the bean sprout-like Immortal Goo was known as Star Shoot. Fang Yuan could not help feeling joyous. Fortune had arrived. These 2 Immortal Goo had much more use to Fang Yuan than Star Mark Immortal Goo, because Starlight Mortal Goo was a necessary Goo material for the production of the Wisdom Path Star Thought Goo. Now that he had Starlight Immortal Goo, he could completely imitate the use of Strength Chi Immortal Goo in refining Airsac Goo, to refine Star Thought Goo much faster and on a much larger scale. The Starlight Immortal Goo removed the troublesome step of purchasing Starlight Mortal Goo. At the same time, with Immortal Goo as the foundation, there would be a much lower failure probability in refining Mortal Star Thought Goo. The risk involved would also be greatly mitigated, reducing the deaths of hairy men by a large degree. There were 2 issues created by this, however. The first problem was, to use Starlight Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan would have to modify the recipe of Star Thought Goo. The second issue was that using Starlight Immortal Goo would consume Immortal Essence. With Wisdom Goo and the complete Star Thought Goo recipe, Fang Yuan would have no problems in modifying the Goo recipe. It was just a matter of time. As for the second issue, it would have indeed been a problem for Fang Yuan in the past. But now, Fang Yuan was Star Form Blessed Land's owner. He had 6 sources of revenue, and it would even increase to 8 in the future. His Immortal Essence Stone earnings would quadruple. Such an amount of Immortal Essence Stones made Fang Yuan have the confidence to spend Immortal Essence constantly in activating Starlight Immortal Goo. Starlight Immortal Goo increased the accumulation of Star Thought Goo by a large extent, which was of enormous assistance. And Star Shoot Immortal Goo was also very useful. Fang Yuan had once purchased a mortal killer move from Star Lord Wanxiang, called Spring Star Rain. This move irrigated the land, providing nutrition to vegetation and increasing their productivity. Ever since he got this move, Fang Yuan had been using it again and again. The grassland in the sky of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was able to maintain its current scale. It largely could be attributed to this mortal killer move. Frequent activation of Spring Star Rain consumed large numbers of Star Shoot Mortal Goo. Star Shoot Goo were only sold by Star Lord Wanxiang. Fang Yuan had once thought of freeing himself from Star Lord Wanxiang's control by researching the refinement recipe of Star Shoot Goo. But even with Wisdom Goo's help, as Fang Yuan's star path attainment was only ordinary, he could not get what he wished. At this point, Fang Yuan had Star Shoot Immortal Goo, and from now on, he would be able to use Spring Star Rain to his heart's desire. He could also raise Spring Star Rain to the level of an Immortal Killer move, and use Star Shoot Immortal Goo as the core to further increase the yield of Star Fragment Grass. But Fang Yuan learned from Star Form Land Spirit. Star Lord Wanxiang did possess the Immortal Killer move Spring Star Rain. In fact, the Mortal Killer move Spring Star Rain, which Star Lord Wanxiang sold, was a simplified version of his original Spring Star Rain. The star shoot goo that Star-Lord Wanxiang sold were also refined by using star shoot immortal goo. This was the reason why Fang Yuan found it difficult to reverse deduce the goo recipe from star shoot goo. The reason was that Star-Lord Wanxiang's goo refinement method was done from top to bottom. Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Shoot. These three immortal goo were all the immortal goo left in the Blessed Land. Star-Lord Wanxiang had a total of 4 immortal goo. Unfortunately, the 4th immortal goo was destroyed in his battle with Song Zixing. Fang Yuan was thus able to obtain only 3. And he was already very satisfied with this. Generally speaking, in the entirety of the 5 regions, there were few rank 6 goo immortals in possession of immortal goo. Most of them were still using mortal goo and mortal killer moves. Only the elites among rank 6 would be in possession of rank 6 immortal goo. For instance, rank 6 goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. And another example would be lone cultivators like Star-Lord Wanxiang who had fortuitous encounters. Northern Plains' situation, however, was special. Because of the collapse of 88 True Yang building, the rate of goo immortals possessing immortal goo far surpassed the other 4 regions. In fact, Central Continent was actually in last place among the 5 regions in regards to the ownership rate of immortal goo. Couldn't be helped, they had the most goo immortals after all. Fang Yuan's situation was even more special. Not counting these 3 immortal goo, Fang Yuan already had 14 immortal goo. No one would believe it if such a number was told to them. Not to mention, among these was rank 9 wisdom goo. Generally, even if one killed an enemy goo immortal, it was hard for them to get immortal goo as spoils of battle. When Fang Yuan attacked Dong Fang Chongfan, he had a huge advantage and had captured even Dong Fang Chongfan's soul alive. But Dong Fang Chongfan had made all the immortal goo self-detonate with a thought. And Fang Yuan could not even grasp even one of them. Star-Lord Wanxiang was an exception. Because he strayed into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, he died unexpectedly without making any reactions. Thus his immortal goo were left behind and benefited Fang Yuan in the end. These 3 immortal goo still had Star-Lord Wanxiang's will, but with star form land spirit's assistance, it would not be a big problem to subdue them. Master, this is the immortal inheritance held in the Blessed Land. Please have a look. The land spirit handed an inheritance to Fang Yuan. It turned out that this was Star-Lord Wanxiang's first fortuitous encounter. A goo immortal inheritance regarding star path. It was this inheritance that guided the lone cultivator, Star-Lord Wanxiang, on his path of cultivation to become a rank 6 goo immortal. Star-Lord Wanxiang's second fortuitous encounter was discovering the entrance of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven from where he plundered many resources. His luck was actually quite good. Star-Lord Wanxiang's main cultivation was Star Path and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was also a Star Path Grotto Heaven. Thus, they were both very compatible in terms of resources. Unlike Fang Yuan, who was a Strength Path goo immortal, while Hu Immortal Blessed Land was of Enslavement Path and the Guts goo produced by Danghun Mountain were of Soul Path, these multiple aspects were not too compatible with each other. Unfortunately, Star-Lord Wanxiang still died in the end, and everything he had was now Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan stayed for a whole day in star-form Blessed Land. He inspected a small tribe of Ra-men in the Blessed Land as well as the 3 desolate beast-level spine-fin star dragonfish. While he was alive, Star-Lord Wanxiang had used every possible effort to bring in the small group of rock-men. He did not have guts goo and star-form Blessed Land was also not a suitable environment for the survival of rock-men. As a result, many rock-men had died. It was not easy for him to maintain this small group. The 3 spine-fin star dragonfishes were captured from Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. There was no shortage of desolate beasts inside there. The reason he spent such large amounts of effort and capital was because Star Mark Immortal Goose food was the fresh meat of spine-fin star dragonfish. And Starlight Immortal Goo fed upon the bodies of rock-men. As for Star Shoot Immortal Goo, its food was large quantities of dark star kelps. This type of kelp grew in great amounts in Broken Star Lake. This was the orthodox situation of goo immortals. Whatever path they cultivated, their immortal goo would be of that path and their immortal aperture would mostly have Dao marks of that path. In this way, they could bear the burden of feeding immortal goo by raising the required food themselves. Unlike Fang Yuan, whose strength path immortal aperture was dead, who Immortal Blessed Land was an enslavement path immortal aperture, and the immortal goo on him were of strength path, wisdom path, soul path, luck path, and other various paths. He had to get help from the outside world to feed these immortal goo. Every time, he had to rack his brains and the situation was unstable. In fact, Clen's soul immortal goo had yet to be fed properly to this day. Whether it was Who Immortal Blessed Land or his Strength Path Immortal Aperture, they both had sparse soul path downmarks, and thus even if he wanted to, it was not possible for Fang Yuan to raise White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo. By becoming the owner of Star Form Blessed Land, Fang Yuan's strength had doubled. 3-star path Immortal Goo, for economic pillars, a complete star path inheritance. Fang Yuan would need a lot of time to absorb them fully. He also made Star Form Land Spirit keep up the request of recognizing the Blessed Land's owner in Treasure Yellow Heaven, to fabricate an image of Star Form Blessed Land still not having an owner. And he also did not plan on telling the truth to He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunshang for a while. The longer he could conceal it, the longer he would conceal it. Who Immortal Blessed Land was already exposed, Star Form Blessed Land was also in a partially exposed state, but only He Lulan knew this location. If, in the future, he became a fugitive, this base would be extremely important. Regarding Dang Hun Mountain and the resources inside Who Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan did not plan to move them away for the moment. The resources had been arranged just recently and large amounts of capital were invested. If he moved them to Star Form Blessed Land, with how astute He Lulan was, wouldn't she realize it? The following day, Fang Yuan went to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. With the huge influence from the large-scale competition, Central Continent was facing a surge of popularity in goo refinement among all the people. The news of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent collaborating to ambush Song Zixing and failing had yet to be spread. Knowledge of this was limited to goo immortal level higher-ups. The 10 great ancient sects had lost much face. There was still no news about Song Zixing, making it appear to be a joke to other sects or lone cultivator goo immortals. Many goo immortals moved one after another, searching for any traces left behind by Song Zixing in Truyang mountain range. But how could they find anything? In Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects searched for over 100 years to maintain their reputation, but were still not able to find him. Song Zixing's hiding ability was simply divine. Even Fang Yuan could not match him in this. Thus, Fang Yuan had no thoughts of chasing after Song Zixing from the very beginning. Finally, the agreed-upon date arrived, the day of the duel between Fang Yuan and Feng Jinhuang. Although it was not a competition, it attracted quite a large audience. Feng Jinhuang, you want a duel? But first let me see the wager. If the wager is too low, this duel will not begin. Fang Yuan spoke in full view of everyone. Whether they dueled or not, what Fang Yuan wanted was only to be in the top 6 places for the infallible inheritance. Moreover, losing in the duel would not eliminate either side or influence their rankings. Feng Jinhuang had already made preparations, secretly transmitting her voice. My wager will definitely interest you deeply. Fang Yuan, you are an immortal zombie and certainly know the pain of immortal zombies. What I have with me is a method which can let you revive. A revival method? Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed, a clear change appeared in his expression. Spirit Affinity House was truly worthy of being one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Its foundation was deep beyond imagination. Fang Yuan had painstakingly searched for a way to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive, and Spirit Affinity House actually had a way. At this moment, when Feng Jinhuang placed this method as the wager, it directly touched upon Fang Yuan's core interests, making him unable to refuse. He. Fang Yuan laughed, restraining his agitated mood as he looked at Feng Jinhuang. Tell me, this method would not be immortal crane sex possession technique, right? Of course not. Feng Jinhuang smiled indifferently. I am indeed interested in your wager. But this wager is still far from matching my Who Immortal Blessed Land. The value of all things vary. Fang Yuan, if you were given the choice of either Who Immortal Blessed Land or revival, which would you choose? Of course it would be reviving. Fang Yuan chose with no hesitation inwardly while also speaking with no hesitation. Of course it would be Who Immortal Blessed Land. This is my biggest foundation. Even though I have become an immortal zombie, I can maintain a good living by relying on it. Feng Jinhuang's lips twitched as she shook her head, softening her tone. Fang Yuan, you are not likely to be such a short-sighted person. But I know you won't put Who Immortal Blessed Land as your wager, and I also cannot forcibly demand you to do so. Let's talk about something more practical. If I lose, I will tell you the method of revival. You can rest assured that this method already has a successful precedent. But if you lose, we can undergo transactions. Feng Yuan looked at Feng Jin Huang's slight smile and confident appearance. He narrowed his eyes and asked, What transactions? Feng Jin Huang replied, If you lose, you need to make a deal with Spirit Affinity House to supply guts goo for the long term. The price can be discussed as long as it doesn't overstep the limit. But you must deliver them in time and in adequate quantity. If you lack souls, Spirit Affinity House will sell them to you, and the price will even be 30% lower than the market price. These transactions must take precedence, even over those of Immortal Crane's sect. No matter how many guts goo you have, you must first supply them to Spirit Affinity House before selling to other places. Hearing this, Feng Yuan could not help but look at Feng Jin Huang in a different light again, having a completely new opinion in regards to this young girl in front of him. He had not expected her to mature to this degree in just this period of time, as expected of a genius. No, rather than that, it should be said that she has capable people behind her and was educated well. Feng Jin Huang's demand, as far as Feng Yuan was concerned, was truly lenient and could even be said to be too generous. But guts goo to Feng Jin Huang was an urgent need. The reason? Feng Jin Huang could explore dream realms with Dream Wings Immortal goo. Even with the help of the Immortal goo, her soul would still feel weakened and could be injured. Guts goo was among the highest quality soul strengthening method in the whole world. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had praised it. Feng Jin Huang had originally challenged Feng Yuan out of juvenile temperament. It was an action taken in a fit of anger. But right now, the discussion about wagers with Feng Yuan was based on the present situation. It was practical and also concerned benefits. This was a mature action. If Feng Jin Huang had asked Feng Yuan to put Immortal Blessed Land or Danghun Mountain as the wager, Feng Yuan definitely would not agree. And although Feng Yuan was using Immortal Crane Sect's name, the relation between him and Immortal Crane Sect was well known by all the 10 great ancient sects. Feng Yuan absolutely had no qualms in regards to Immortal Crane Sect's reputation and would definitely agree to Feng Jin Huang's duel with this. Thus, Feng Jin Huang made this request. To Feng Yuan, selling guts goo to Spirit Affinity House naturally had its benefits. The first benefit was he could increase the sales volume, earning much more Immortal Essence Stones. Who would not like having more Immortal Essence Stones? The second benefit was that Feng Yuan would have a connection to Spirit Affinity House. If one day he fell out with Immortal Crane Sect, he would have an alternative path. In fact, Feng Yuan's original intention in accepting Feng Jin Huang's challenge had been to cooperate with Spirit Affinity House. As Feng Jin Huang explored the Dream Realm multiple times, she realized the value of guts goo and wanted to obtain some of the benefits from Immortal Crane Sect. And Feng Yuan was also willing to do this. If he truly reached a deal with Spirit Affinity House, it would also be extremely helpful to him in managing his relationship with Immortal Crane Sect. Regardless of victory or loss, this duel is beneficial to me. Anyway, the result of the duel has nothing to do with the competition. Something is wrong. Her request is also to lower my will to fight. Feng Yuan suddenly had a realization and understood another layer of intention behind this move from Feng Jin Huang. Let's start then. The final winner of this contest will be me. Feng Yuan's eyes shined brightly as he laughed heartily. Feng Jin Huang's gaze flashed. That is not for certain. The wagers were set. Both sides began to discuss the contents of this duel. Feng Jin Huang suggested refining River Wave Trace goo as the task. River Wave Trace goo was a rank 5 water path goo worm, and formed a series with rank 3 water trace goo, rank 4 wave trace goo, and rank 6 worldly wave trace immortal goo. Feng Yuan immediately refused. Spirit Affinity House specialized in cultivating and using water path goo worms. This could be seen from the Immortal Goo House, Water Pavilion. If the task was set to refine River Wave Trace goo, Feng Jin Huang's advantage would be too big. Feng Yuan suggested refining Blood Steps goo. This was a rank 3 blood path movement type goo worm. Feng Jin Huang also refused outright. What a joke! Who did not know Feng Yuan was proficient in blood path refinement techniques? And Feng Jin Huang did not have confidence in refining blood path goo. The two discussed for a while before finally settling on a rank 5 fire path goo worm, 5 orifices fire pagoda goo, and it would be done in a martial duel. The duel would not be private, but be a completely open contest like the refinement path convention. Soon, similar materials appeared in front of the two sides. To maintain fairness, both sides were provided with the same goo recipe. The winner would be the side that could successfully refine 5 orifices fire pagoda goo first. Unlike the previous contests, because it was in the martial duel format, whenever they reached a specific stage, both refiners would have a chance to attack each other once. Under everyone's gaze, Feng Yuan and Feng Jin Huang sat opposite each other, each occupying an end of the stage with a gap of around 260 steps between them. The duel began. Feng Yuan immediately inspected the refinement materials. He needed to have a complete understanding of every material. If some materials were defective, it would greatly influence the goo refinement. Feng Yuan checked very carefully. Sometimes the task organizers would intentionally supply some defective materials and even tamper with them so the defects are hidden, causing the goo master to not be able to easily detect them. If they were truly deceived, it would cause quite a problem when refining the goo. This arrangement had practical significance. Usually, when refining goo masters would not always be able to gather perfect refinement materials. Sometimes there would be some damage because the materials might have been stored for too long or perhaps damaged when being transported or seized in battles. Or there might be substandard refinement materials sold in the market which would have to be distinguished by the goo master themselves. Thus, inspecting goo refinement materials was a part of refinement path attainment. In this duel of refining 5 orifices fire pagoda goo, the convention supplied as many as 1,000 types of materials. There was not a single goo worm. They were all grass, flowers, stones, bones, and so on. Feng Yuan inspected all the materials using an entire hour. Afterwards, he inspected the goo recipe provided by the convention. There were altogether 5 goo recipes: rank 1, single aperture charcoal goo; rank 2, double orifice stove goo; rank 3, 3 orifices fire hut goo; rank 4, 4 orifices fire tower goo, as well as rank 5, 5 orifices fire pagoda goo. These 5 goo worms were a series, sharing the same origin. The first step in refining 5 orifices fire pagoda goo was to refine large numbers of rank 1 single orifice charcoal goo. Then, using the single orifice charcoal goo as the main materials, to refine double orifice stove goo. From rank 1 to rank 2, rank 2 to rank 3, rank 3 to rank 4, and then from rank 4 to rank 5, finally refining 5 orifices fire pagoda goo. It was because there were many steps and the process was cumbersome. Both sides were provided with 1,000 types of goo refinement materials. With Feng Yuan's wisdom path methods, he could modify the goo recipe and cut down on some steps of the goo refinement process. He could even directly refine 5 orifices fire pagoda goo with the materials provided. However, after some thought, Feng Yuan gave up on the idea and decided to move step by step. There were many reasons. First, he was unable to rely on wisdom goo here. Second, modifying goo recipes took a lot of time, and there would only be more losses than gains. Moreover, this was a martial duel. Both sides could attack 5 times in total to disturb the goo refinement. If a goo recipe to refine it directly was used, once the process was disturbed, the previous efforts would be wasted. It was more stable to move step by step. While Feng Yuan was inspecting the goo refinement materials, Feng Jin Huang was checking the goo recipes. While Feng Yuan was inspecting the goo recipes, Feng Jin Huang meticulously checked the refinement materials. The order was different, but when they started the goo refinement, it was almost at the same time. They have finally begun. They used up over an hour to inspect the materials and the goo recipes. They are really patient. This contest concerns the face of Immortal Crane Sect and Spirit Affinity House. It is a battle of reputation of 2 of the ancient sects. The spectators started talking. Some were in favor of Feng Jin Huang, while some thought highly of Feng Yuan. There were also 2 factions that had formed in the audience. The numerically greater disciples of Spirit Affinity House were in a mutual showdown of glaring with Immortal Crane Sect's disciples. The elders leading Immortal Crane Sect's group had ugly expressions. Feng Yuan had placed Gutsgu as the wager without reporting to the higher-ups of Immortal Crane Sect, and they were not feeling good about this. At first, Feng Yuan and Feng Jin Huang's refinement techniques were the same. During this process, Feng Yuan used his skilled refinement techniques to gradually surpass Feng Jin Huang, progressing faster and slowly obtaining a slight lead. After all, Feng Yuan had the practical experience of his previous life, while even though Feng Jin Huang used Immortal Gu to explore the dream realm and improve her refinement path attainment quickly, she still lacked tempering in putting them to practice. To catch up to Feng Yuan, Feng Jin Huang used a refinement path killer move. Double action? Her hands trembled, and the lump of fire she was maintaining suddenly split into two, forming two fire lumps. Refinement path killer move. Small wishful hand. Two small and compact hands flew out of Feng Jin Huang's mind, completely formed from will, emitting a jade luster. Feng Jin Huang's two hands constantly regulated and controlled the intensity and the temperature of the two fire lumps, while the two small wishful hands grabbed materials and threw them into the fire. Wonderful! Using two killer moves consecutively. Feng Jin Huang is well prepared. Now her speed is much faster than that of Feng Yuan. Clamorous discussions were being exchanged between the spectators. Using two immortal killer moves consecutively, under the mask, Feng Yuan's gaze was sharp as a knife, but he immediately turned his gaze towards the fire in his hands. Phew, that was close. Outside the stage, a female disciple of Spirit Affinity House breathed out a sigh of relief. Senior Sister Qin Wan, what was close? I clearly saw first Senior Sister Jin Huang use two refinement path killer moves in a row, catching up immediately. Another female disciple of Spirit Affinity House was sitting beside Qin Wan. She had a chubby face. Her name was Sun Yao, and she asked this curiously. Junior Sister Sun Yao, you need to understand that this duel is different from what we've seen before. This is a martial duel. In martial duels, the refiners can attack to disturb the other side's refinement. Qin Wan explained patiently. Ah, they can do that? It is already so hard for me to refine Gu normally, but if I were to be disturbed on top of that. Heavens? Sun Yao pursed her lips, revealing an expression showing that she did not even dare to imagine such a thing. This martial duel format is clearly meant to make one suffer. Whoever thought of this is really strict. No, Qin Wan, however, had an expression of approval. Being able to resist disturbances is one of the most important aspects of refinement path. In our cultivation journeys, perhaps one day we would suffer a sneak attack when we are refining Gu. In fact, many times when we leave the sect to complete the sect missions outside, because of all sorts of damage that may occur to Gu worms, we often have to refine new Gu in the wild. Using the same logic, when we are facing a strong enemy and discover the enemy refining Gu, we would also choose to sneak attack and take the enemy by surprise, turning the situation in battle in our favor. This is the practical significance of the martial duel format. Junior Sister Sun Yao, you also know Gu masters have to use all their concentration during the refinement process, because slight carelessness can result in failure and backlash. But when you refine Gu outside, you also need to pay some attention to your surroundings. First, Senior Sister Jin Huang used two refinement path killer moves in a row just earlier. That was a risky move, because the moment she activated the killer move, the entirety of her attention was naturally focused on the Gu worms forming the killer move. If it were an ordinary Gu master, they might have already lost control over the flames and failed in Gu refinement if they had to divert their attention in activating the killer move. If at this moment, Feng Yuan, that demon, had attacked first Senior Sister Jin Huang, it might have caused significant trouble to her. Hearing Qin Wan's explanation, Sun Yao came to a realization, so it was like that then that truly was dangerous. Fortunately, that demon Feng Yuan did not attack, because Feng Yuan had, time and time again, used blood path refinement techniques at crucial moments. Disciples of Spirit Affinity House who disliked him privately called him a demon. However, there were, in fact, many demons in the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. For instance, the third supreme elder of Immortal Crane sect, Lord Tiger Demon, was a demonic path Gu immortal in his early years before he was recruited by Immortal Crane sect. The sect that exhibited this the most was actually Spirit Affinity House itself. The late Sword Immortal Bo Qing was a person of the demonic path with an extremely murderous nature, but was reformed through love with Spirit Affinity House's Fairy Mo Yao. In the end, Bo Qing was recruited into Spirit Affinity House. At present, the story of Fairy by Qing and Feng Jiugu was widely spread, and Feng Jiugu was formerly of the demonic path as well. Central Continent was so large and was famous for producing outstanding champions. Once in a while, there would be some astonishing demonic cultivators and lone cultivators that would shake the world. To maintain control of the overall situation and to protect their interests, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent would recruit these people. It was the best method to effectively retain their authority. He did not attack? That's a pity. Feng Jin Huang inwardly sighed. Out of the 2 lumps of fire burning in front of her, one suddenly extinguished. What's going on? People in the audience involuntarily exclaimed. Don't tell me that demon, Feng Yuan, had already attacked and disturbed First Senior Sister, causing half the Gu refinement to fail? This demon is too cunning. What attack did he use? We did not even see it. Sun Yao anxiously cried out, her tone filled with loathing towards Feng Yuan. No, that's not right. The elder hosting this duel did not say anything. This means that demon, Feng Yuan, did not attack. So it was like that. Qin Wan's eyes brightened as she suddenly came to a realization. Originally, First Senior Sister had put up a facade of using 2 killer moves. It was a trap meant to entice Feng Yuan to attack her. If Feng Yuan attacked, his mind would be focused on his attack at that instant, which would expose a weak point. First Senior Sister would then have a higher chance of successfully counter-attacking. My goodness, was that actually the case? Sun Yao's small, chubby mouth opened wide in shock at the battle of wits behind this contest. Qin Wan had a serious expression. I was also deceived just now. The truth of the matter is First Senior Sister set up a trap, but that demon Feng Yuan saw through it and was not fooled. Junior Sister Sun Yao, watch closely. This contest is going to be extremely splendid. The contest between these 2 is absolutely the best of this generation. Okay. Sun Yao nodded, her eyes staring at the stage without blinking. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had always fiercely competed. Not only did their Gu immortals compete, the disciples also had a similar type of competition. There was no doubt that Feng Jin Huang was the best of this generation within the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. However, in the contest for Who Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan suddenly appeared and kicked Feng Jin Huang down the mountain. As for the events behind the scenes, they were not explained to disciples like Sun Yao and Qin Wan, and even Immortal Crane Sect's own disciples and most of their elders thought Feng Yuan was a genius disciple, secretly nurtured by the sect. In the previous round, Feng Jin Huang was defeated, and this duel, in which Feng Jin Huang wanted to reclaim her prestige, involved a contest between the best disciples of the 10 great ancient sections. It was a hidden clash between Spirit Affinity House and Immortal Crane Sect. Thus, almost all of the audience was asking a question. Who was the best Gu master among the younger generation? What they did not know was, Feng Yuan had already become a Gu immortal. Although he was only an immortal zombie, he was already someone they could no longer decipher. Meanwhile, Feng Jin Huang possessed Dreamwing's immortal Gu and had already activated it, gaining enormous benefits. Bystanders could only see such surface details, but both competitors did not see much importance in the reputation aspect. Feng Jin Huang had already matured a lot and realized what benefits meant, while Feng Yuan was way beyond her maturity. The competition continued. Feng Yuan had seen through Feng Jin Huang's trap, but between Feng Jin Huang's 2 killer moves, Small Wishful Hand was real. It was unlike Double Action, that had only been a facade. With the help of the 2 small hands made of will, Feng Jin Huang's refinement speed was slightly above that of Feng Yuan. And as time passed, the gap between the 2 gradually increased. However, this gap was not obvious. Feng Yuan maintained his rhythm, and using solely Gu refinement techniques without any killer moves, he maintained the fire and was now almost finished processing the materials. He used Gu refinement techniques and not refinement path killer moves. Techniques were the summation of purely skills and experience. They were the foundation of Gu refinement. Very skilled. Even though he is the enemy, I cannot help but admit this demon, Feng Yuan, has a very solid foundation in Gu refinement. Even some elders from our sect do not have as solid of a foundation as him. Qin Wan suddenly sighed, after having watched fixedly for a long while. He has a grasp of so many Gu refinement techniques. He has used at least 30 types by now. But I feel our First Senior Sister is still the more amazing one. She fell back a little at the start, but quickly caught up later. Now, no matter how that demon Feng Yuan pursues, he won't be able to catch up. This small wishful hand killer move is truly convenient. Sun Yao said admiringly. No, Qin Wan shook her head. First senior sister's lead might not necessarily be a good thing. Maintaining a killer move requires primeval essence and also is taxing upon the mind. On the contrary, that demon Fang Yuan has only been using basic Gu refinement techniques, which do not have as much of a burden on the mind. As this continues over time, his mind will be less taxed than first senior sister's, which will be of great help in the later stages of Gu refinement. Ah, it is like this. Then, isn't first senior sister in danger? Senior sister Qin Wan, you are saying first senior sister gained a lead from using a refinement path killer move but is instead in a disadvantage? Although your words sound reasonable, how could it be like that? Sun Yao felt a headache. Junior sister Sun Yao, this is the brilliance of the refinement path convention. You have just begun your cultivation journey and have yet to come in contact with many things. You will slowly understand them in future. Qin Wan smiled, but she was feeling heavy internally. This demon, Fang Yuan, is too skilled. He is keeping pace with first senior sister just by repeatedly using Gu refinement techniques. Even though first senior sister used a refinement path killer move, she is not able to create a large lead. Can't go on like this. Feng Jinhuang was feeling some mental exhaustion. It had not been long since the competition began, and both sides were still at the stage of refining rank one single orifice charcoal Gu. According to logic, Feng Jinhuang's should still have plentiful mental energy and not be in a state of exhaustion. However, estimates was one thing, the actual competition could be completely different. Feng Jinhuang could disregard the gazes from outside the stage, her talents were outstanding, and with Gu Immortals as parents, she had been the center of attention since she was young, she was already used to it. The pressure on Feng Jinhuang mainly came from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan displayed an incomparably solid foundation, and was relying on just Gu refinement techniques to maintain pace with Feng Jinhuang. While even though she had used a refinement path killer move, she was not able to surpass him greatly in progress. Fang Yuan's extraordinary performance and formidable achievements made the world overrate his attainment level. Feng Jinhuang had already been feeling pressure before the duel. After the duel started, Fang Yuan was in pursuit with a stable speed which further increased the pressure on Feng Jinhuang. This pressure was greatly wearing down on Feng Jinhuang's mind. She was slowly starting to feel exhausted and uneasy internally. It seems my refinement path quasi-grandmaster attainment cannot match Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment. What should I do? Feng Jinhuang began to think and plan quickly, while refining the Gu. I have used a refinement path killer move, my mind is also being worn down rapidly. The duel has only just begun, and as time goes on, Fang Yuan's advantage will become even more clear. But if I stop using the killer move and compete with just Gu refinement techniques, I still cannot match Fang Yuan. My greatest advantage is the large numbers of refinement path killer moves that I carefully prepared. The duel stipulated they could only use the materials provided by the convention. Although they could launch attacks and use refinement path killer moves, any methods affecting the soul or mind, like refreshing the mind or strengthening the soul, were completely prohibited. Feng Jinhuang was the one who set this rule. It was to prevent Fang Yuan from using Guts Gu to strengthen his soul during the duel. The soul and mind were closely connected. Feng Jinhuang made this move to limit Fang Yuan's advantage in this aspect, but she had not expected she would be the first to suffer a drawback from this rule. Whoosh! Suddenly, Feng Jinhuang flicked her pinky finger, shooting out a speck of golden light. The golden light was extremely fast, reaching Fang Yuan in the blink of an eye, targeting the refinement flames in Fang Yuan's hands. If the golden light hit the fire, even with Fang Yuan's ability, the refinement would fail. He would have to bear the backlash and start over. However, how could a person as cautious as Fang Yuan not pay attention to the defense of such an important area? Ding! A crisp sound echoed. The golden light was 3 inches from the fire when it clashed into a formless barrier and was blocked. Fang Yuan's gaze was calm. The fire in his hands was not affected in the slightest. Feng Jinhuang's attack was blocked by Fang Yuan without batting an eyelid. Only after this attack had been defended did the Gu masters outside the stage react. Spirit Affinity House's Feng Jinhuang was the first to initiate an attack, but the attack was blocked by Immortal Crane Sex Fang Yuan. What was that attack just now? It was so fast. Feng Jin Huang made an error in her choice. How could Feng Yuan not defend such an important area? It might have been better to attack Feng Yuan directly instead and injure him. Look, Feng Jin Huang is using a refinement path killer move again. There was a clamor outside the stage, but in the stage, the scene was quiet, isolated from all the sounds outside. Attacking the enemy's vital points, then using this moment of relative safety to use another refinement path killer move? Feng Yuan glanced at Feng Jin Huang, coldly smiling inwardly. It seems you are using all your strength. Worthy of being Feng Jin Huang. Even in your youth, you are deeply aware of your own strengths and weaknesses. I have to say this is a sensible choice. Feng Yuan praised her in his mind. But he continued to be unmoved, still refining Gu in the same way as before. Feng Jin Huang used up a precious chance to make a move to attack Feng Yuan's refinement flames, and also took this opportunity to use a second refinement path killer move. With the help of two killer moves, her refinement speed increased sharply, and gradually Feng Yuan was thrown behind. Without the pressure from Feng Yuan, Feng Jin Huang immediately felt slightly relaxed. A layer of tension inside her loosened and her refinement speed further increased a little. In this duel, Feng Yuan and Feng Jin Huang each had 5 chances to attack. Because it was only a duel, not a life and death battle, the power they could use every time they attacked was limited to a certain level. The first time, they were only allowed to use rank 1 Gu. The second time, they could use rank 2 Gu. And so on until the 5th time where they could use rank 5 Gu. It was the same with defense, they could only use Gu worms of corresponding rank. This was another limitation to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was an immortal zombie after all, with an immortal killer move. If she was attacked by Giant Hand, it would be difficult for Feng Jin Huang to resist it. Of course, Feng Jin Huang had Gu immortal parents, so she would naturally have immortal essence in her body along with immortal Gu and the will or emotion of Gu immortals. There was not a high likelihood of Feng Yuan truly killing her. This time, she is using 2 refinement path killer moves at once to gain a lead. Outside the stage, Sun Yao excitedly shouted. Yes, it is a pity she used one of the 5 chances to attack. But this is also a classic tactic. We still have to see the result of the refinement to determine the outcome. Qin Wan pondered as she gazed at the stage. Time continued to pass. Feng Yuan fell further and further behind Feng Jin Huang. But the strange part was that he was not the least bit hurried, seemingly having no intention to overtake Feng Jin Huang. Feng Yuan was still using Gu refinement techniques, refining single orifice charcoal Gu step by step, while Feng Jin Huang had already begun refining the rank 2 double orifice stove Gu. Soon, praises and sighs could be heard outside the stage. Feng Jin Huang had used a 3rd refinement path killer move, increasing her speed once again. An hour later, Feng Jin Huang attacked Feng Yuan and took the chance when Feng Yuan defended. She used a 4th refinement path killer move. For killer moves were used together. There were 6 lumps of fire floating in front of Feng Jin Huang. Each lump was accompanied by a small wishful hand that constantly grabbed materials and threw them into the fire. With the help of the small wishful hands, the exact amount of the Gu refinement materials thrown into the flames was extremely precise. From the help of 4 killer moves, Feng Jin Huang's refinement speed had long since surpassed that of Feng Yuan, and soon she started on 3 orifices fire hut Gu, while Feng Yuan had just now begun refining double orifice stove Gu. Looking at Feng Jin Huang advancing triumphantly, throwing Feng Yuan far behind, many were having doubts. What was Feng Yuan playing at? Sun Yao grinned. First senior sister's victory is guaranteed. Qin Wan was also a refinement path genius whom Spirit Affinity House paid great attention to. It was just that she had yet to mature. She was also in support of Sun Yao's words. If the situation continues like this, first senior sister has a high chance of victory. With my ability, my maximum limit is maintaining 5 refinement path killer moves. But this is the martial duel format. I must leave some energy behind to deal with Feng Yuan's attacks. Of the 5 chances to attack, I have already used 2, while Feng Yuan has only been defending. Could it be my conditions were too alluring that he is forfeiting? Feng Jin Huang could not understand Feng Yuan's behavior and felt some doubts for a moment. 15 minutes passed. Feng Jin Huang had made good progress in refining 3 orifices fire hut Gu. She was past the halfway mark. Right now, Feng Jin Huang's dominance was extremely obvious. leading Fang Yuan by a huge distance. It is time to attack. Fang Yuan's gaze was clear, and as he sensed that the time was ripe, he sent out a goo worm from his immortal aperture. I am attacking. He suddenly spoke softly. Ah! Feng Jinhuang's attention was immediately attracted. Her bright and beautiful eyes gazed at Fang Yuan, while continuing with her goo refinement. Finally attacking? But what is the reason for warning me beforehand? Feng Jinhuang was extremely cautious. Fang Yuan chuckled. Feng Jinhuang, be careful. This goo is the rank 1 ghost fire goo. Feng Jinhuang narrowed her eyes. A vigilant look flashed past her eyes as she began to think rapidly. It is certain to be rank 1 goo. This is Fang Yuan's first attack, so he can only use rank 1 methods. But it might not necessarily be ghost fire goo. Maybe he showed that goo to mislead me? After all, a goo worm's external appearance can be disguised. I need to be extremely careful. While she was thinking, Fang Yuan activated the goo worm in his hand. The moment this goo activated, it transformed into a small lump of eerie ghost fire, which then slowly moved towards Feng Jinhuang. It is really ghost fire goo? Feng Jinhuang was slightly stunned. Right at this time, the ghost fire goo suddenly sped up and shot towards Feng Jinhuang. Come! Just a mere rank 1 ghost fire goo. Feng Jinhuang's eyes shined sharply with confidence. She had already prepared sufficiently and could easily block a rank 1 ghost fire goo. When the ghost fire goo charged over, she even had the time to think of the possibility of Fang Yuan making continuous attacks. However, the ghost fire suddenly came to a halt, stopping near Feng Jinhuang. Afterwards, the ghost fire slowly circled Feng Jinhuang, swaying around either side of her. What? Feng Jinhuang was startled internally. Fang Yuan, what is the meaning of this? The next moment, her expression sank as realization dawned upon her. In this duel, the goo master could only defend in the range of a meter. The ghost fire goo did not encroach the range of a meter around Feng Jinhuang, making her unable to defend. The ghost fire floating around could only be considered as part of the process of Fang Yuan's attack. He is using rank 1 ghost fire to pressure me, to divert my attention. Feng Jinhuang was astute and was soon able to understand the intent behind this move. So sinister! Many people outside the stage exclaimed as they realized his plan. Sun Yao was filled with righteous indignation that demon Fang Yuan is using a loophole in the rules. With a ghost fire floating in front of you who can concentrate on refining goo. Does nobody care about this? He is too shameless. Qin Wan shook her head, saying solemnly. The rules of the duel were set by both sides. This pending offensive is also a classic battle tactic in the martial duel format. It can't be considered shameless. Damn it! Cold sweat began to seep out of Feng Jinhuang's forehead. Ghost fires can injure the soul. I have used up a lot of my mental energy. If I am really affected by it, I will definitely slip up. But if I just blindly defend, my mind will be tied down in observing the movement of the ghost fire, and my goo refinement speed will decrease. There was still a way Feng Jinhuang could initiate an attack and destroy this ghost fire. But this was not worthwhile, because this would be her third attack, which meant a rank 3 method. Using a rank 3 method to cancel Fang Yuan's rank 1 ghost fire goo, no matter what, it would be her loss. Maybe this is his intention. He wants to lure me into using up a precious chance of attacking. Feng Jinhuang gritted her teeth as she looked at Fang Yuan. Controlling a ghost fire also expended one's mental energy. But Fang Yuan had only been using goo refinement techniques and not refinement path-killer moves. It could be said his mental energy was at full capacity. It was more than sufficient to control a ghost fire. Oh? Not destroying my ghost fire? He, you are really patient. Fang Yuan suddenly laughed. Then how about another ghost fire? Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan took out a second ghost fire goo. Feng Jinhuang, look closely. This is rank 2 ghost fire goo. Fang Yuan calmly spoke. Unlike Feng Jinhuang's sneak attacks, he openly announced his methods. The style of Fang Yuan's attacks was the completely opposite of Feng Jinhuang. Feng Jinhuang's 2 attacks were quick, accurate, and relentless, attacking the enemy's vital points and forcing Fang Yuan into defense, while she took the chance to use refinement path-killer moves. However, Fang Yuan's methods could be described with one word: slow. The second ghost fire floated slowly towards Feng Jinhuang, stopping a meter in front of her. This ghost fire was created from rank 2 ghost fire goo. It was double the size of the first ghost fire. The 2 ghost fires circled around Feng Jinhuang. The pressure on Feng Jinhuang swiftly doubled. The 2 ghost fires moved about here and there. They went far and near, with no set pattern. Feng Jinhuang had to be vigilant of these 2 flames, while also paying attention to refining goo. Feng Jinhuang was soon unable to bear it. Bang! A soft explosion resounded as one of the goo refinement fires she controlled was extinguished. The goo worm inside the flame had already been refined to an incomplete form. But it was a pity. Everything was lost. First senior sister slipped up. So unfortunate. That goo worm only had the final 3 steps remaining. Sun Yao stamped her foot in anger. Qin Wan also had a heavy expression. This is the first mistake since the duel began. Although first senior sister has a deep foundation, surely enough, dividing her attention to handle so many things was too forceful. What should she do now? Sun Yao gazed over, seemingly asking for advice. Qin Wan mumbled, "If it were me, I would dispel a refinement path killer move right now. Because the lead is great, as long as I can maintain this lead and make no more mistakes, the one in a hurry would be the other side. But dispelling a killer move is similar to activating it, because in order to produce a change in the situation, one needs to focus their attention, which can generate a moment of weakness." At this moment, on the stage, Feng Jinhuang also had a similar thought. Should I dispel a refinement path killer move? Is this Fang Yuan's intention? No, I still have a way. I can use my third chance to send out a sonic wave and destroy these 2 ghost fires at once. Geniuses like Feng Jinhuang had pride carved in their very bones and would not be willing to admit defeat. Feng Jinhuang's eyes brightened at this thought, but when she cast her gaze towards Fang Yuan, her heart instantly chilled. Fang Yuan was wearing a malevolent mask. His piercingly cold eyes protruded from behind the holes of the mask. Behind it, there seemed to be a smiling expression with a hint of ridicule. No. Feng Jinhuang's mind trembled at this gaze. This is Fang Yuan's trap. He is already waiting for it. The moment I use my third attack, Fang Yuan will grasp this chance to immediately attack. At that time, my mind would be taxed to the limit and it will be very difficult for me to deal with the attack. I might not even be able to defend and be struck by his attack. Damn, Feng Jinhuang gritted her teeth. A drop of cold sweat slid down from her forehead to her eyebrow and down her cheek. It can't go on like this. I need to find a way. What should I do? Think carefully, think quickly. Bang. While she was in the process of thinking, another lump of fire she was controlling exploded. This explosion was much more severe than the first one. Other lumps of fire were also affected. Feng Jinhuang quickly dispelled her disorganized thoughts and did her best to stabilize the other fire lumps. Ah! First senior sister made a mistake again. How could this be? Not good. First senior sister is injured. Sun Yao cried out with her head in her hands. The demon Fang Yuan brought her too much pressure. First senior sister should have been trying to think of an urgent countermeasure, and this decreased her attention towards the goo refinement, causing a slip-up. A failure in goo refinement means there will be backlash. Fortunately, her injuries are not severe. Qin Wan's tone revealed her nervousness. She let out a breath of cloudy air and continued, but this is also a good thing. Sun Yao did not understand, and grumbled in anger. Senior sister Qin Wan? What are you saying? First senior sister failed in goo refinement, and also suffered injuries. Why is this a good thing? She has lost 2 lumps of fire, but her mind is instead partially freed up. She now has the spare energy to cope with the present situation. Qin Wan analyzed. Sun Yao patted her chest as she suddenly realized this. Right? He. Fang Yuan laughed again. Feng Jinhuang's heart immediately sank when she heard Fang Yuan's laughter. She raised her head and sure enough, Fang Yuan took out a third goo worm. Fang Yuan spoke just like earlier. Look closely. This is a rank 3 ghost fire goo. The next moment, 3 ghost fires were flying around Feng Jinhuang. Damn it! Damn it! Sun Yao stamped her foot in anger. This demon is too shameless. First senior sister has just been able to catch a breather, and now he sends another ghost fire. He is still thinking of forcing first senior sister to make a mistake. That's right. Qin Wan had a grave expression. Like this, the pressure on first senior sister has increased sharply. She probably has to use all her remaining attention on defending. Sun Yao clenched her teeth, subconsciously waving her fist. This demon is not concentrating on refining his goo, instead he is spending his mental energy on the ghost fires. This is a classic case of neglecting the proper task. He is truly terrible. I really want to give him a few punches. Damn it, how can this be? Feng Jin Huang fell into a great predicament. She was clearly in the lead, but when Feng Yuan made a move, she was forced into a passive state. Feng Jin Huang knew the situation was far from good. The tempo of the duel had already fallen into Feng Yuan's grasp. She wanted to counterattack, but she did not have enough ability. The three ghost fires floated around her. Sometimes they would even breach the 1-meter distance before retreating immediately. They were clearly being manipulated to tease Feng Jin Huang. Feng Jin Huang was only a young girl after all. She was filled with fury towards Feng Yuan's teasing, but was not able to vent them. She would have to take a risk if she wanted to get rid of the three hateful ghost fires. But reason told Feng Jin Huang that she might not necessarily need to take the risk, because even after she slipped up twice, she still had a large lead over Feng Yuan. As long as she maintained this dominance, victory would be hers. However, when Feng Jin Huang began refining 4 orifices fire tower goo, a short while later, Feng Yuan also began refining 4 orifices fire tower goo. This discovery immediately startled Feng Jin Huang. When was it that he actually closed in the gap between us? Impossible. He has clearly not used even one refinement path killer move yet. But the fact was that Feng Yuan had relied on just goo refinement techniques, using purely basic skills to close the gap bit by bit, and unknowingly he had caught up to Feng Jin Huang. The goo masters outside the stage also discovered this. Unbelievable. This demon actually caught up. Spirit Affinity House's female disciples cried out in shock. Actually relying on just goo refinement techniques to overcome refinement path killer moves. Feng Yuan's ability far surpasses Feng Jin Huang. The people who overrated Feng Yuan continued to overrate him. How is this possible? Feng Yuan definitely cheated. Everyone knows the power of refinement path killer moves. He did not use a single killer move but caught up? Impossible. Sun Yao was dissatisfied. What kind of eyes does the hosting elder have? Why is he not stopping the duel and investigating this demon Feng Yuan? Qin Wan, however, heaved a deep sigh. Keep quiet, junior sister. Goo refinement techniques naturally cannot match refinement path killer moves, but in this duel they can overcome killer moves. Ah, senior sister, what do you mean? Because the crucial factor for victory is not the means, but the two goo masters themselves. At the moment, the refinement has already reached the middle to later stages. Feng Yuan's mind is still fresh, while first senior sister has been exerting her mind since the start. The moment she could relax, Feng Yuan used the threat of ghost fire goo to overwhelm her. First senior sister is already tired. Without ample energy in her mind, any powerful refinement path killer moves will only play a secondary role. Thus her goo refinement speed will naturally slow down. Qin Wan sighed, before continuing. This is all Feng Yuan's plan. When first senior sister mentioned refining 5 orifices fire pagoda goo as the task, he agreed directly. But the goo recipes and the refinement materials were all put forward by him. The moment this battle of attrition began, he let himself fall behind, preserving his mental energy. At the middle stages, he finally attacked, and although he was behind, he was able to grasp the initiative. Because of her dominance, first senior sister did not want to take a risk, thus she kept delaying dealing with them. However, she did not know that this was Feng Yuan's sinister plan. Now at the later stages, first senior sister is too tired. Her speed is getting slower and will soon be overtaken by Feng Yuan. What? Sun Yao worriedly gazed towards the stage. Soon, her worry turned into reality. Feng Yuan slowly progressed to being level with Feng Jin Huang, and slowly overtook her. Is first senior sister going to lose? Sun Yao's eyes reddened and tears streamed out. First senior sister clearly put in so much effort to arrive at the end. She even got injured. But this despicable demon is going to win? I am not willing to accept this. I also feel discontent. Qin Wan sighed, but first senior sister still has a chance. There is still a chance? Sun Yao turned her head and looked happily at her senior sister Qin Wan. Qin Wan nodded. Right, don't forget first senior sister still has 3 chances to attack. 1 rank 3 attack, 1 rank 4 attack, and 1 rank 5 attack. Every attack will be stronger than the previous one. This is the way to make a comeback. This contest has yet to end. There is still hope. Right, we still have hope. First senior sister. You can do it. Sun Yao's eyes brightened as she suddenly shouted loudly. Her voice attracted the gazes of the people nearby. The intense sense of honor to the sect and feeling of belonging made the hundreds of disciples of Spirit Affinity House shout together to boost Feng Jin Huang's morale. Although their voices could not transmit to the stage, Feng Jin Huang was able to sense it. These guys. I cannot lose, I will win. It is time to use my trump card. Refinement Path Killer Move, Ink Transformation. Feng Jin Huang shouted in her mind and simultaneously made 3 attacks in a row towards Feng Yuan. Feng Jin Huang staked everything on this, using all her remaining chances to attack. Paltry trick. Feng Yuan blocked all these attacks, while sending out the 3 ghost fires to interfere with her as much as possible. The interference did not bring much result. Feng Jin Huang destroyed these 3 ghost fires. Her Refinement Path Killer move was already close to completion. Humph. Revealing Light Goo Go. Feng Yuan sneered inwardly as he flicked out a rank 4 goo worm. At the same time, he also used a rank 5 attack which arrived in front of Feng Jin Huang first. Feng Jin Huang was already prepared, blocking the rank 5 attack, but revealing light goo, which had neared her, suddenly self-detonated. The explosion was not intense, but the radiance was extremely dazzling. How? How does he know the weakness of ink transformation? Under Feng Jin Huang's incredulous gaze, the killer move, ink transformation, was interrupted and forcefully stopped. The killer move did not successfully activate. The severe backlash from it immediately caused Feng Jin Huang's organs to be damaged, causing large amounts of blood to flow out of her body. Her body trembled from the intense pain, and she was no longer able to maintain her control over the lumps of fire. The whole goo refinement failed, and bursts of enormous backlash assaulted her. Feng Jin Huang spat out fresh blood as she opened her mouth widely, before falling down to the ground shortly, losing consciousness. Chaos erupted outside the stage. Spirit Affinity House's disciples wanted to go up the stage, but were blocked by the goo formation. Don't make disturbances, all violators will be punished. The hosting elder shouted. After stabilizing the situation, he gazed towards Feng Yuan. For a moment, almost everyone outside the stage looked towards Feng Yuan. Feng Jin Huang was already unconscious. Even if she woke up and tried to refine the goo again, the materials were far from enough. Right now, Feng Yuan could not lose. As long as he slowly refined 5 orifices fire pagoda goo, he would be the victor. However, right when Feng Yuan was about to succeed, the incomplete form of the goo worm in his hand suddenly detonated. Feng Yuan was startled. This? Feng Yuan and Feng Jin Huang's duel attracted the attentions of countless people, but the result was one that nobody anticipated. The process of the duel was very splendid. It was full of ups and downs. Eventually, even though Feng Yuan had absolute advantage, he met with the failure rate of a rank 5 goo refinement, and his efforts went down the drain. He did not have enough goo refinement materials for a second attempt, while Feng Jin Huang already had fainted and also did not have enough materials. Thus, this duel ended in a draw. Feng Jin Huang was sent for treatment immediately after the duel ended. After learning about the results, Feng Jin Huang looked at Feng Yuan with deep meaning. Since it was a draw, according to the duel rules, both parties had 2 options. One was to take back their wagers, the other was to trade the wagers that they had put in. As Feng Yuan had expected, Feng Jin Huang chose the second option. Feng Yuan thought about it for a moment before agreeing. Feng Jin Huang first passed 1 information path goo worm over to Feng Yuan personally. The method of an immortal zombie reviving was recorded inside the goo. After that, both parties created an agreement, in the capacity of a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane Sect. The owner of who Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan, agreed to undergo Guts Goo transactions with Spirit Affinity House. In the future, Feng Yuan would give priority to Spirit Affinity House when selling Guts Goo. Even Immortal Crane Sect was behind them in the priority list. Lord Fong Yuan, our sex lord He Feng Yang would like to speak with you. After the duel ended, an immortal crane sect elder came to Fong Yuan. He spoke in a humble manner. Oh, Fong Yuan said with surprise. Lead the way. On a mountain peak with no one else around, he met He Feng Yang again. He Feng Yang still had the appearance of a youth. He wore a white robe with a black belt. The winds were blowing his sleeves as they fluttered in the air. His green eyebrows extended to his waist as they swayed with the wind as well. It was not easy to get a draw in this duel, was it? He Feng Yang's gaze was profound. He looked at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan smiled. It can't be helped. I encountered the natural rate of failure. There was nothing I could do. His words carried no flaws. He Feng Yang sized up Fong Yuan as he said in a serious tone, "It is a pity that you became a zombie despite such talent in refinement path. Actually, if you want to find a way to revive, you do not need to approach others. Immortal Crane Sect has an excellent method that can ensure that you will get rid of your zombie status." Fong Yuan heard this and felt a bit strange. Why did he feel like He Feng Yang was showing an intention of recruiting him? But thinking about it, even if Fong Yuan and Immortal Crane Sect had been on opposing sides, or he had a mysterious background or some other reasons, ignoring all these, just Fong Yuan's current display of his Gu refinement attainment was enough to move Immortal Crane Sect. Fong Yuan naturally knew the excellent method that He Feng Yang was talking about. What else could it be? It was obviously the possession technique. He Feng Yang would not be able to guess that Fong Yuan had already made preparations in this aspect. If I would lose my freedom, I would rather remain as a zombie, Fong Yuan said. He Feng Yang shook his head. I invited you here not to discuss the matter of freedom. Let's talk about important matters. You captured your brother, you have to hand him over, otherwise the consequences are not something you can endure. Oh? Is this a threat? Fong Yuan's tone became deeper. Fong Zhang was a secondary option to regain life. Even if he did not need him for this, Fong Zhang was still the best choice to create a blood deity. How could Fong Yuan hand him over? He Feng Yang nodded. You can think of this as a threat, but I would rather explain it as a warning. I'll speak the truth. Eliminating Fong Zhang is Heavenly Court's orders. You might not know the extent of Heavenly Court's authority, but you just need to know one thing. There is no force in Central Continent that can defy Heavenly Court. How could Fong Yuan not know the power of Heavenly Court? He had his previous life's memories. He was even more aware of Heavenly Court's strength and power than He Feng Yang. Of course I know about Heavenly Court, but why would they have any interest in Fong Zhang? They are actually so serious about eliminating Immortal? Isn't your excuse too unrealistic? He Feng Yang. How can you convince me? Fong Yuan spread his arms out. He Feng Yang sighed. I do not need to convince you. As long as you keep Fong Zhang's life, in the end, Immortal Blessed Land will be taken down and absorbed by Heavenly Court. That is not something Immortal Crane Sect wants to see. You can consider this freely, but there is little time. If you can accept it, 3 days from now, give Fong Zhang to me. Fong Yuan frowned deeply. This unexpected news caught him off guard. He did not know about the matter involving Fate Gu. It was hard for him to link Heavenly Court and Fong Zhang together. He placed his gaze on He Feng Yang's face. He tried to find a flaw from his expression. Do you take me for a fool? Handing Fong Zhang to you is like placing the key to Immortal Blessed Land into your hands. He Feng Yang raised his head and laughed. Fong Yuan, despite being an immortal zombie, you are truly scheming. No need to test me. The truth is, you have already started believing me. I am actually more curious than you about this. But we should curb our own curiosity regarding matters relating to Heavenly Court. 3 days later, I will execute Fong Zhang in front of you. But in exchange, you have to bring me Lord Sky Crane's soul intact. You should know that he is one of my subordinates and is a rather capable one. Fong Yuan became silent. He Feng Yang did not stay. A light flashed and he vanished on the spot. Since He Feng Yang left, Fong Yuan had no reason to stay. He decided to use fixed immortal travel to return to Immortal Blessed Land. He had temporarily set aside the matter regarding Fong Zhang. Fong Yuan's first priority now was to research the method that Feng Jinhuang gave him. Fairy Lian Xiang? What was unexpected to Fong Yuan was that this method to revive was connected to a fairy of spirit affinity house from a previous generation. Fairy Lian Xiang was a past-generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Her status was similar to Mo Yao. According to Feng Jin Huang, when Fairy Lian Xiang was rank 5, she was ambushed by an enemy and became a zombie. But she had one of the 10 extreme physiques, the desolate ancient moon physique. Through a fortunate opportunity, she succeeded in her immortal ascension. Her zombie body was purified by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. It was as though she was reborn. The last bit of content was deduced by many of Spirit Affinity House's Gu Immortals. To get rid of the zombie body, a way to revive was to undergo immortal ascension as one of the 10 extreme physiques. Immortal ascension of the 10 extreme physiques? Fang Yuan was a little disappointed. This method was not impossible to him. He had Blood Skull Gu, he could raise a Gu master's aptitude. First Gen Gu Yu was an example which Fang Yuan could learn from. But Blood Skull Gu was only immortal Gu. Even if Fang Yuan had many descendants and killed them, it could not raise the aptitude of an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. However, if I can advance Blood Skull Gu to an immortal Gu, it will work on me. I can use Blood Skull Immortal Gu to elevate my first aperture into the desolate ancient moon aperture. If I undergo immortal ascension after that, I would likely revive. But to raise Blood Skull Gu into an immortal Gu, I would need Blood Skull Gu's immortal Gu recipe. It would expend a lot of time and effort to attempt this. Even if I can raise my aptitude to the level of the 10 extreme physiques, the tribulation would likely be extremely dangerous. According to Feng Jin Huang's information, when Fairy Lian Xiang underwent immortal ascension, it was a terrifying event. It was almost equivalent to the grand tribulation of a rank 7 Gu immortal. Most likely, the immortal ascension of a zombie was too heaven-defying. It attracted the rage of heaven. Back then, if not for the help of several Gu immortals from Spirit Affinity House, Fairy Lian Xiang would have been reduced to ashes by the Grand Tribulation. The immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques was already very terrifying. Fang Yuan had witnessed He Lu Lan's ascension. She even lost an immortal Gu due to it. After a person of the 10 extreme physiques becomes a zombie and attempts to become an immortal, the tribulation would be even fiercer. Its intensity would rise by over a dozen times. Fang Yuan concluded that this method not only required huge amounts of preparation, it would also expend a lot of time and energy as well as carry great risks. Without help from others, with Fang Yuan's strength, even if he included the assistance of Tai Bai Yunshang, He Lu Lan, and Fairy Li Shan, it would not succeed. Weighing the costs and benefits, Fang Yuan could only place this method aside. He entered the prison cell of Danghan Palace. He saw Fang Zhang, who was locked inside. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Seeing his brother, Fang Zhang screamed, his gaze filled with hatred. Fang Yuan said, "Why are you still denying it?" Fang Zhang shouted, "Even if Immortal Crane Sect and Master are responsible, you are still the biggest culprit. You are the person who slaughtered uncle and aunt. I will never forgive you. I will never let you off. Kill me, or else we will always be enemies." "Oh, my beloved brother, you are really stubborn." In that case, Fang Yuan's gaze shined. He stretched out his arm towards Fang Zhang. Soul Search. Fang Zhang's body shook. He could not move anymore. He wanted to shout, but he felt like his throat was stuck. He showed an anguished expression on his face. Fang Yuan searched Fang Zhang's soul multiple times, but he did not find anything of value. Fang Zhang is such an ordinary Gu master. Why is Heavenly Court sending orders to eliminate him specifically? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Even though there was no evidence, he felt inclined to believe that Feng Yang was speaking the truth. Fang Yuan did not know that Heavenly Court had Fate Immortal Gu. Even though he had his previous life's memories, he was restricted by his status. He could not know everything. Especially when the strongest organization in the 5 regions, Heavenly Court, was involved. Did someone do something to Fang Zhang's soul? Fang Yuan shook his head immediately after. That was very unlikely, but he could not deny the slim possibility of it. Should I hand over Fang Zhang or not? This was the question. Fang Yuan was not afraid of Feng Yang, but he was wary of Immortal Crane Sect and was worried about Heavenly Court. If any of the rank 8 Gu Immortals in Heavenly Court attacked, killing him would be as easy as killing an ant. Of course, that was if they battled. Fang Yuan was not so foolish to get into one. He could escape and run away beforehand. Fixed immortal travel was an excellent method to do so. 3 days later, Fang Yuan handed over Fang Zheng and the spirit incubating flea. Within it was Lord Sky Crane's soul. Fang Zheng had evidently been tortured. He went through lots of terrifying punishment. Not only was his skin torn and flesh exposed, he even had many deep wounds that revealed his bones. In fact, one of his arms was cut off and replaced with a dog's limb. Even so, Fang Zheng could feel the dog limb and even manipulate it to move. Such cruel treatment could make someone collapse mentally. But Feng Yang only took a glance without saying anything. He said to Fang Yuan, "You made a wise choice. Now hold up your end of the agreement." Fang Yuan's gaze was shining. "Watch closely." Feng Yang struck. Under Fang Yuan's supervision, he killed Fang Zheng on the spot. Fire burned until not a single trace of him was left. "Lord Feng Yang, why?" "You promised me." Lord Sky Crane's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. "This is an order from Heavenly Court. Immortal Crane sect needs Fang Zheng's sacrifice. Sky Crane, this is your destiny. You wanted to possess Fang Zheng at first, but you relented and were willing to accompany him and teach him how to cultivate. Now he is dead. Not a trace of his soul is left. As compensation for going back on my words, I will find a good body for you to revive." Feng Yang said slowly. "Lord." Lord Sky Crane's crying voice could be heard. Feng Yang waved his sleeves. He sucked the spirit incubating flea into his sleeve. As he took a look at Fang Yuan before leaving, "When you are free, you can come to Feihe Mountain and have a look. Right now, I can confirm that Feng Yang is expressing goodwill to me." Fang Yuan had a realization. Feng Yang invited Fang Yuan personally to take a look at Feihe Mountain. What was Feihe Mountain? It was the base of Immortal Crane sect. Even though it was somewhat symbolic, the meaning he was trying to express was clear. After returning to Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan thought about Feng Yang's change in attitude and smiled silently. The duel with Feng Jinhuang allowed Fang Yuan and Spirit Affinity House to establish contact for trade. The transactions of Guts Gu with Spirit Affinity House were higher in priority than Immortal Crane sect. But because it took advantage of the setup of Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention, everyone bore witness to it. Immortal Crane sect could not make up any excuses or complaints to stop these important transactions. Immortal Blessed Land and Spirit Affinity House had made contact. This made Immortal Crane sect feel a strong sense of threat. In history, among the 10 sects, Spirit Affinity House had the highest rate of recruiting demonic path Gu immortals. Bo Qing and Feng Jiugu were examples that were etched into people's hearts. Not long ago, they had failed to take back Immortal Blessed Land. Now that Fang Yuan was showing strong attainment in Refinement Path, Immortal Crane sect finally decided to persuade Fang Yuan in a more gentle way. Thus, Feng Yang's attitude towards Fang Yuan changed drastically. The matter of Fang Zheng should be real. Feng Yang's action was a sign of goodwill to Fang Yuan. He even tried to entice Fang Yuan using the possession technique. To him, if Fang Yuan continued to keep Fang Zheng in captivity, Heavenly Court would take down Immortal Blessed Land. Danghun Mountain would definitely be taken by them in that case if Fang Yuan did not destroy it in advance. Immortal Blessed Land could not be moved, and Heavenly Court was not interested in it anyway. One of the 10 great ancient sects might get to inherit it. But it would depend on internal competition between the sects under Heavenly Court to determine which one obtained it. Evidently, the Gu immortals from Immortal Crane sect that were in Heavenly Court were weaker in power compared to the others. It was unlikely that they could take back Immortal Blessed Land. Even if they took it back without Danghun Mountain, Immortal Blessed Land's value would be greatly diminished. No matter how they looked at it, this went against Feng Yang and Immortal Crane sect's benefits. Thus, Feng Yang informed Fang Yuan of this matter. It was a way to defend his own benefits. Right now, I am a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane sect on paper, but I am actually placing myself between Spirit Affinity House and Immortal Crane sect. This has allowed my external pressure to reduce by more than half. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh to himself. In truth, Fang Yuan had been planning for such a situation. He ignored Feng Jinhuang's challenge earlier, but he later sent a message and agreed to the duel. Why was that? It was because he wanted to make use of Spirit Affinity House to resist the pressure from Immortal Crane sect. Fang Yuan had achieved his intended outcome, but the crucial factor was not him. It was the allure of Guts Gu itself. Fang Yuan seized to Immortal blessed land. It greatly incited Feng Jin Huang and caused her to find out Dreamwing's Immortal Gu's true ability in advance. Because Feng Jin Huang used Dreamwings, she obtained many benefits and placed greater importance on Guts Gu. If not for that, why would Spirit Affinity House allow Fang Yuan to make use of them? They were not fools. Indeed, Fang Yuan purposely made the duel a draw. He wanted to show an agreeable attitude to Spirit Affinity House. To Fang Yuan, this duel changed his circumstances in Central Continent. It greatly reduced his pressure and gave him more time and energy to make bigger plans. Of course, once the secret that Fang Yuan was the culprit of 88 Truyang buildings' collapse gets exposed, Central Continent would definitely be stirred up. Fang Yuan would be wanted by everyone. He would need to escape for his life. From Feng Jin Huang's perspective, even though she was injured and did not win in the duel, she was the biggest winner. With Guts Gu's help from now on, she would be able to use Dreamwing's Immortal Gu and improve drastically. Her speed would surpass practically all Gu Immortals. She would grow rapidly. In my previous life, I killed Feng Jin Huang, but now it seems that I am aiding her. Towards this, Fang Yuan felt deeply moved, but there was no point expressing this to others. Fang Yuan, the matter has been settled. If there's nothing else, I will leave first. Tai Baiyunsheng came to say his goodbyes. These last days, he had been moving around northern plains, finding a suitable location to place his blessed land. He had found a location already, and was about to place it down. But at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan asked him to return. Thank you for your help just now. You chose a good location. Go ahead and blend your heaven and earth chi. When the calamity comes, I will lend you a hand. Fang Yuan said to Tai Baiyunsheng. Tai Baiyunsheng nodded. He went to northern plains using a stargate. After obtaining Starform blessed land, Fang Yuan received a huge stock of Starlight Firefly Gu. He no longer had to save up on the number of times stargates were used. Fang Yuan came to the prison cell and saw Gu Fangzheng again. Wasn't Gu Fangzheng killed by He Fengyang already? Why was he alive here? As it turns out, this was just a show by Fang Yuan. He purposely cut off an arm from Gu Fangzheng, fitting a dog limb onto it. He was trying to create a false appearance of abuse and humiliation. In truth, he kept the severed limb here. When He Fengyang killed Fangzheng, Fang Yuan asked Tai Baiyunsheng to use man as before Immortal Gu, expending a considerable amount of immortal essence on the severed arm, reviving Fangzheng. He Fengyang did not suspect anything. He had limited knowledge. He did not know that an Immortal Gu like man as before existed. From his perspective, Fangzheng's body and soul were destroyed in front of him, thus Fangzheng was definitely dead. Any other Gu Immortal would think the same. This was common sense. But the world was huge. There were bound to be rare and strange Immortal Gu, or immortal killer moves like man as before. Nobody could know them all because humans had limited knowledge. Even immortals were no exception. Omnipotence and omniscience, even rank 9 Gu Immortals or Rinzu could not achieve that. To reach that stage, maybe only one grand existence could achieve it. That was the world. Fang Yuan tossed an information path Gu worm to Fangzheng. He showed a mocking expression as he said, "Take a good look. This is the immortal crane sect that you are so grateful towards. And that kind-hearted master of yours, if it were not for me, you would be dead already." "Impossible. I won't believe your lies," Fangzheng screamed, but he still held this information path Gu worm in his hands. In this Gu worm, the video of He Fengyang killing Fangzheng, as well as his conversation with Lord Sky Crane's soul, were recorded. After looking at it, Fangzheng broke the information path Gu worm into pieces. He fell into immeasurable rage. He raised his head and screamed, his expression contorted as he pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting, "Impossible. This is all fake. You made this up. I will not believe it. I will never believe it. You lied to me. You are lying. Unless I see it for myself, hear it for myself, and get Master's reply, you will witness it all. But now is not the time yet." Fang Yuan turned around, leaving the room. He shut the cell as the room went into complete darkness. Fangzheng was still screaming in the darkness. He ran around in the tiny room and punched and kicked the walls, venting his emotions. After settling the matter regarding Fangzheng, Fang Yuan progressed smoothly in the refinement path convention without any problems. Since he eliminated some of the truly skilled Gu refinement experts early, it made the later rounds much easier for him. Eventually, Feng Jin Huang got 6th place, while Fang Yuan reached the finals. He faced the strongest competitor in this competition, Yu Chun. In this battle, Fang Yuan lost completely. Even though the task was still the same as his previous life, and Fang Yuan had a huge advantage of knowing it in advance. But his opponent, Yu Chun, was a true refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. This level was terrifying. Even though Feng Jinhuang had Dream Wings Immortal Gu, she could not reach this stage easily. The higher the level of attainment went in each path, the more difficulty one would face in trying to raise it. In history, only the 3 olds of refinement path could reach the highest point. Right now in Northern Plains, there were only 4 people who were publicly known to match or surpass him. They were the 4 refinement path experts of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan knew deeply, even if he had the advantage of knowing the task, he could not defeat Yu Chun. This was the difference in level. Speaking of which, Yu Chun wore nearly the same thing as Fang Yuan. He wore a black robe that covered his entire body, as well as a mask on his face. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he got first place. There were no surprises. His ability was truly unfathomable. Fang Yuan forfeited without competing. Many people were unhappy and blamed him. After all, refinement path attainment level was hard to assess. Even though Yu Chun was very strong, Fang Yuan was also an extremely favored contestant. Forfeiting without a fight, the spectators who were looking forward to the final round felt unhappy. They were complaining and claiming that Fang Yuan's forfeiture was rigged. But no matter what, Fang Yuan, who reached second place, obtained his original goal. He obtained a success Dao mark. After that, the representatives from Immortal Crane sect and the other 9 great ancient sects came to Fang Yuan, attempting to buy his Dao mark. This success Dao mark could not be traded or given away. Even though Heavenly Court tried many times, they had never succeeded. The 10 great ancient sects naturally did not have any intention to seize it. They only tried to make a deal with him. After all, with Fang Yuan's incredible Gu refinement techniques, an over-evaluation on everyone's part, asking him to refine a rank 6 Immortal Gu would use up this success Dao mark, in exchange for no failure rate. No matter how high of a price the 10 sects of Central Continent offered, Fang Yuan rejected them all. Returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he started preparing for the refinement of change form Immortal Gu. Ever since Fang Yuan started the plan of refining change form Immortal Gu, he had been gathering the materials for it. Because he had the success Dao mark, he only needed 1 set of Gu refinement materials. This greatly reduced the cost that he had to bear. Even so, after Fang Yuan collected all of the ingredients, he had already sold or traded most of the immortal materials that he had obtained from the Northern Plains auction. If not for the refinement path convention filling up the gap in materials, he would still be lacking in some of them. The difficulty of refining an immortal Gu could be easily seen. Fang Yuan only had to prepare 1 set of materials, but it expended almost all of his current accumulated resources. If not for the Guts Gu trade and success Dao mark, Fang Yuan would not take a risk and undergo such a gamble. Central Continent, True Yang Mountain Range. The setting sun was like blood, shining down on the uneven mountain range. On a dangerous mountain peak here, a hairy man was climbing enthusiastically. "Master, master, wait for me." The hairy man climbed as he shouted. Unlike most other hairy men, this hairy man had a different sort of intelligence in his eyes. He spoke just like ordinary humans. He was chasing after Yu Chun along the mountain range during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. This young hairy man had been taking notice of Yu Chun. When the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention ended, Yu Chun got first place and the hairy man had been following after him all along to this place. This hairy man was strong and muscular, but he could not catch up to Yu Chun. Yu Chun had entered True Yang Mountain Range after the convention ended. The hairy man followed behind him, shouting and chasing. Along the way, he suffered a lot and was covered in dust and injuries. "Master, wait for me." The hairy man climbed onto the mountain peak, but he stared blankly. How can this be? Master was still at the mountain peak earlier. How could he be at the base of the mountain so quickly? What Gu worm did he use? Seeing that the distance he had desperately shrunken had extended, the hairy man was anxious. He quickly went down the mountain, but he missed a step and lost his footing, rolling down the mountain slope. Thankfully, there were thick branches that broke his fall. Even so, he was crying and screaming as he rolled down until partway down the mountain, his body was bleeding and he suffered fractures everywhere. The pain in his body was far less than the pain in his heart. If I miss this opportunity, it will be hard to find Master again. The hairy man was crying. He struggled to get up, but he could not. He raised his head in desperation. Master, please take pity on this junior and come back. Boo-hoo-hoo, his voice was very weak. After his soft pleas, he started sobbing profusely. But when his tears flowed out, his body shook. He saw that out of nowhere, a pair of legs were in front of him. He looked up along the legs, joyfully seeing that Yu Mu-chun had turned back and was standing in front of him, observing him. The hairy man quickly knelt down. Master, master, you finally meet me. Yu Mu-chun sighed. His voice was deep and grave as he said, Ben Duo-e. Years ago, I only gave you a few pointers casually. You and I are not fated to be master and disciple. The hairy man, Ben Duo-e, heard this and cried out. He gathered strength from nowhere and jumped, hugging Yu Mu-chun's leg. Master, oh master. Even if you are unwilling to admit you are my master, but from your instructions I was enlightened, escaping from ignorance, I broke through my limits and my refinement attainment reached an unforeseen level. Even though you only said a few words, this gratitude is deeper than the sea. You changed my fate, thus in my heart you are forever my master. Yu Mu-chun stretched out his arm. He rubbed the hairy man named Ben Duo-ye's head. He, back then. I only gave you pointers because I saw that you were wiser than normal hairy men. You had greater cognitive abilities. But it is for your sake that I am not making you my disciple. I am a person who has escaped from fate. Being associated with me will only bring you harm. From now on, you are not allowed to tell others that I had once given you pointers, otherwise you will definitely die a terrible death. Remember this, you have to remember this. Disciple understands. Ben Duo-e nodded his head quickly. Yu Mu-chun snorted. Ben Duo-e quickly changed his words. I remember it. I remember it. Master Yu Mu-chun, please take me in. I am not qualified to be your disciple, but I can be your follower or slave. I am very diligent and witty. You praised me before. I will be very loyal and serve you with all my heart. Yu Mu-chun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Oh you, forget it. You have traveled through 30 mountains and encountered much hardship in pursuing me. It is very rare to see such determination and perseverance. Ben Duo-e, remember this, your most outstanding merit is that you have unique intelligence. Man is the spirit of all beings, but even as a hairy man, your intelligence is not inferior to humans. But you cannot rely on this excessively. After all, a swimmer can always drown if he is careless. You must remember your own sincerity and perseverance. Get up. Master, if you do not agree, I will not get up. Ben Duo-e shouted. Ah! Suddenly, his arms grabbed air. Even though they were holding on to Yu Mu-chun's legs earlier, a formless force was repelling him. He could only watch as Yu Mu-chun floated into the air, moving up towards the sky. Ben Duo-e, our relationship, formed by fortuitous chance, ends here. Today is the last day we will ever meet. Now, I will give you your final lesson. It is a parting gift. Watch closely. In the air, Yu Mu-chun's voice could be heard. Ben Duo-e looked up quickly. He watched with anticipation. Central continent, earth abyss, inside star form, blessed land. The night sky was gentle, a cool wind was blowing. Fang Yuan looked at the stars in the sky of the blessed land. They were giving off dim starlight. It was complete silence. Fang Yuan looked down slowly, retracting his gaze from the vast sky onto the huge turtle shell in front of him. This was not an ordinary turtle shell. It was the shell of a desolate beast turtle. At this moment, the shell was upside down like a bowl, with the shell being full of poisonous blood. The poisonous blood was collected from who immortal blessed land's earthly calamity. Now, in order to refine change form immortal goo, they could be used. I can finally start refining change form immortal goo. Fang Yuan let out a breath of foggy air. The matter of refining change form immortal goo was top secret. Fang Yuan did not tell a single person. Even Tai Bai Yunxin, He Lu Lan, and Fairy Li Shan were kept in the dark. They had no idea. As for Starform Blessed Land, it had been closed long ago because the Blessed Land was inside Earth Abyss. During this time period, nobody came here. It was a safe place. Safety was very important. Refining immortal goo was not easy to begin with. It could be said to be filled with difficulties. There were too many external influences that could affect the immortal goo refinement process. If he made even a single mistake, the extremely valuable immortal materials would be wasted, along with all his hard work. Thus, he needed a quiet and safe environment to refine immortal goo. Even though Fang Yuan had a success Dao mark and could reduce the natural rate of failure when refining a rank 6 immortal goo to 0. What if during the process of refinement, Fang Yuan made a technical error? It was incredibly important to find an environment like star-form blessed land which could be relied upon to be undisturbed. Otherwise, if Fang Yuan failed the refinement, he would have no one else to blame but himself. Even though he was going to start, Fang Yuan still took half a day to condition his mind and body before starting. When he felt his soul was replenished and at its peak condition, unable to become any better, he finally started. His eyes shined with a brilliant light. Countless ghost fires burned under the turtle shell. At once, the surroundings burned with eerie fire. The temperature of an enormous area around him fell rapidly. Inside the turtle shell, the poisonous blood had no reactions. Central continent, True Yang mountain range. Ben Duo-E was just raising his head to look, but he got stunned. At this moment, his eyes widened to a ridiculous size. He had thought that Yu Mu-chun's final lesson was to impart him some unique goo refinement techniques or some strong refinement path killer moves. But he did not think that Yu Mu-chun would stand in the air, waving his hand as he scattered some dazzling specks of light. These specks of light were pure and bright. Ben Duo-Ye's eyes were tearing up. Just as he felt dizzy, he heard Yu Mu-chun's words. Ben Duo-E, this is the final lesson. Open your eyes and watch. Learn as much as you can. All right, I am going to refine an immortal goo now. Immortal goo. Ben Duo-Ye's heart shuddered. He opened his mouth. His jaws were open so wide they almost dislocated. Refine immortal goo? He stammered. He could not understand what was going on. He was uncertain. Why was Master Yu Mu-chun taking such a huge risk? Even though Ben Duo-E was not a goo refinement expert, he knew that it was hard to refine immortal goo. Before refining the immortal goo, one needed to condition their body and mind to get themselves into peak condition while clearing their mind and being extremely aware of the goo refinement procedures. But Yu Mu-chun did not do that. After the refinement path convention ended, he entered True Yang mountain range, moving along the area and did not rest once. And he was refining goo in this place. True Yang mountain range was a very dangerous place. The environment that you refined goo in was very important. Even a 3-year-old knew that. Right now, Ben Duo-E was very worried. If they attracted desolate beasts during the goo refinement, or even ancient desolate beasts, what would they do? And this was not the most troublesome part. In comparison to desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, goo immortals were the biggest threats. Because of Song Zixing, True Yang mountain range had many goo immortals now. They were searching and trying to locate Song Zixing. On one hand, they could beat him while he was down, while also completing the secret missions of their respective sects for great rewards. Yu Mu-chun did not pay attention to Ben Duo-Ye's thoughts, how worried or nervous he was. He had a composed and grand attitude. He moved his hands gracefully. At once, light shone up to a few hundred meters in height. Clouds were gathering and forming layers in the sky. Winds blew, the grass on the mountain swayed, beautiful flowers gave off the fragrant scents of nature. Central continent, star-form blessed land. An hour passed. In the huge turtle shell, the poisonous blood was boiling. It gave off bubbling noises. In the sky above the poisonous blood, a huge wave of poisonous gas was moving around, forming a thick and black poisonous fog. As Fang Yuan increased the heat, the poisonous fog started to spread. It corroded the surrounding grass and flowers, causing them to die. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He had prepared meticulously. There were layers of goo formations in the surroundings. The poisonous gas could not spread far. They were limited to this area. 1,000-year bitter shell. Fang Yuan looked at the boiling poisonous blood as he stretched out a monstrous arm in request. Here, master. At the next moment, star-form land spirit appeared with the 1,000-year bitter shell, handing it to Fang Yuan. In order to refine change form immortal goo, star-form land spirit had turned into free labor for Fang Yuan. During the entire process, he was Fang Yuan's assistant. Bitter shells lived in deep waters. Taking in the sand and rocks in the water, they could melt the sediments and turn them into bitter water. If someone opened the shell and obtained this bitter water, using it to brew wine, they would get bitter shell wine. Its taste is very unique, bitter and fragrant. Fong Yuan had once obtained a bitter shell. He opened it and used the bitter water to create bitter wine, before using that to refine the liquor worm. Bitter shells were quite rare already, but thousand-year bitter shells were even rarer. It was a good material to refine immortal goo. Fong Yuan's bitter shell was a thousand-year bitter shell. It was black and had circular loops of white markings, like tree rings. The alternating black and white color was very eye-catching. Fong Yuan looked at the fire below the turtle shell. As for the thousand-year bitter shell in his hand, he threw it in without looking. Refining immortal goo was very important. All of the immortal materials had to be checked. Fong Yuan had already checked them many times. The ingredients had no problems. Thus, when Fong Yuan was refining goo, he did not need to distract himself and inspect the immortal materials. He only needed to check the flame's intensity. After tossing in the thousand-year bitter shell, the poisonous blood no longer boiled, but the poisonous gas was still rumbling, like there was a black python coiling around inside. An intense foul odor was created. Fong Yuan did not move. He was engulfed in the foul odor, sniffing it attentively. Although he was an immortal zombie and did not have any sense of smell, he had investigative killer moves to help him smell things. This odor was hard to describe. It was absolutely disgusting. Fong Yuan wanted to vomit. His head was dizzy from smelling it. But Fong Yuan had to persevere, because this odor was one of the signs of whether the goo refinement was successful, whether the thousand-year bitter shell melted perfectly into it. Soon, the thousand-year bitter shell that Fong Yuan tossed in completely melted. The black poisonous fog stopped rumbling, while the poisonous blood boiled again. Fong Yuan tossed in a second. Then a third thousand-year bitter shell one by one. After a total of 12 bitter shells were melted, the poisonous fog was extremely thick. The intense foul odor started to smell fragrant. Fong Yuan's expression became more serious and stern. Twin Ice Heart, a hairy man, Ben Duo-E shouted. Even though he was only a rank 5 goo master, he had an extraordinary refinement path attainment level. Thus, he had broad vision and could recognize the immortal material that Yu Mu-chun took out. Ben Duo-E had an expression of shock. A thumb-sized ice heart was already an immortal material, but the ice heart that Yu Mu-chun took out was as large as a basin. Not only was it big, the crucial thing was that this ice heart had a special appearance. Within it were 2 conjoined pieces of heart-shaped ice. This was a twin ice heart. It was 100 times rarer than ordinary ice hearts. Ordinary ice hearts were rank 6 immortal materials. They could create rank 6 immortal goo. Meanwhile, twin ice hearts were immortal materials that could refine rank 7 immortal goo. Such a valuable immortal material, he actually took it out first. Evidently, the twin ice heart is not the main material for this goo. It is only a supplementary material. Master is really amazing. I have no idea what goo he is trying to refine. Ben Duo-E had a look of admiration and adoration. At the same time, he finally relaxed. Such a precious material was used. It seemed that Master Yu Mu-chun was prepared. He was not casually refining this goo. But Ben Duo-E thought. Yu Mu-chun was here in the middle of nowhere refining a precious immortal goo in the open. Was this because Yu Mu-chun was stupid? Or was he extremely daring and fearless from his skill? Ben Duo-E could not come to a conclusion. The surrounding winds were getting stronger. Soon, the winds gathered into a tornado. The tornadoes were separated by a certain distance. They did not crash into one another. It resembled a scene of a forest of tornadoes. Yu Mu-chun floated in the air, in between the tornado forest. The winds were wild as his bronze mask was blown away, revealing an aged face which was full of hair. Yu Mu-chun laughed loudly. His body shook as the black robe on him tore. The pieces of fabric flew away, showing Yu Mu-chun's muscular body. His entire body was covered in brown hair. It turned out that his real identity was like that of Ben Duo-E. He was a hairy man. No wonder he gave Ben Duo-E pointers. Hairy men were variant humans. They were different from humans. More specifically, they were 2 different races. Not even Fong Yuan knew about Yu Mu-chun's true identity. As if he understood Ben Duo-E's worries, Yu Mu-chun, while paying close attention to his work, said, "You fool! Why do we hairy men have talent for goo refinement? It is because hairy men are born with refinement path Dao marks on our bodies. In fact, refinement path originated from hairy men. In terms of the history of goo refinement, we have been doing it for eons. Our accumulated foundations dozens of times deeper than that of humans. But humans have achieved superiority. They wiped out many hairy men, causing countless pieces of precious refinement path knowledge to be lost. Right now, the goo refinement techniques of humans are influencing hairy men. This is a huge error. Yumu Chun continued. For example, when humans refine goo, they need a quiet environment that is isolated from the outside world. This allows them to refine goo safely. They have a higher chance of succeeding. But this is only focusing on short-term gains. They are not planning ahead for the future. Goo masters nurture, use, and refine. Nurturing goo is being familiar with materials and their connection to goo worms. Why do we feed certain kinds of food to a particular goo worm? Looking at the goo worm and its food, countless goo recipes can be discovered. Using goo is using and understanding the Tao marks on the goo worm. Refining goo is even more crucial. It is the handling of Tao marks. When refining goo, one should be surrounded by nature, because the world itself has an endless number of Tao marks. It is like a baby in a mother's womb. The world itself is the best place to refine goo. If we can make use of the Tao marks of the world, in a way, the world itself is helping us refine goo. Borrowing the power of the world to refine goo? Ben Duo stared with wide-opened eyes. He was tongue-tied. Yumu Chun's words were shocking. This was the first time Ben Duo had heard this theory. It was a huge inspiration and expanded his vision. Yumu Chun laughed heartily. His eyes shined with brilliance. Ben Duo, you have learned the goo refinement techniques of humans. Even though they are effective, you have taken the wrong path. Learning from others can improve oneself, but the ways of humans is not suited for us. If you want to improve further and become a refinement path great grandmaster, you will need to go back to your origins and use the goo refinement methods of us hairy men. I am willing. I am willing. Master Yumu Chun. Please be magnanimous and teach me the goo refinement techniques of us hairy men. Ben Duo shouted excitedly. He kowtowed non-stop. Yumu Chun laughed heartily. Don't be eager to make a decision. There is a huge risk in this. You might not improve. It could potentially harm you instead. I started feeding goo worms at 3 years old. I touched and was in close contact with goo worms at 10 years old. Without any instructors, I knew what food foreign goo worms needed to eat and how to feed them. At 16, I used human goo refinement techniques to refine rank 5 goo with a 90% success rate. But this was a wrong path. When I was 22, I realized this point. I decided to start all over again, refining goo in nature. When I was 138 years old, my nature goo refinement techniques had finally reached a state of minor success. Now that I am 246 years old, my nature goo refinement techniques has reached great success. I can comprehend nature and learn about astrology and earth veins. I can choose the most suitable area, making use of hidden Tao marks in heaven and earth to assist me in my goo refinement. Right now, I have a 40% success rate in refining rank 6 Immortal goo and a 5% success rate in refining rank 7 Immortal goo. As for rank 8 Immortal goo, limited by my cultivation level, I have not tried them yet. Such words shook Ben Duo. Yumu Chun's success rate in refining goo was too high. Ordinarily, the success rate of refining rank 6 Immortal goo was less than 1%. For rank 7, the success rate was 0.1%, and for rank 8, it was 0.01%. As for Yumu Chun, he could refine rank 6 Immortal goo with a 40% success rate. That was 4 in 10 attempts. And for rank 7 Immortal goo, he could succeed once in every 20 attempts. Such a success rate would shock the world if it was exposed. This was the brilliance of nature goo refinement techniques. And Ben Duo also realized. To learn these incredible technique, one needed ample talent and aptitude. Yumu Chun had incredible talent. He fed goo worms at 3 years old. He was in close contact with goo worms at 10, learning what they ate. By that age, he had already learned that goo worms carried the traces of Tao marks. They were connected to all beings in this world. When Yumu Chun was 16, he could refine rank 5 goo using human techniques. When he was 22, he realized this was not the way for him, and he gave up his achievements, restarting from scratch. From this point, one could see that Yumu Chun not only had talent, he also had ambition and aspiration. Furthermore, to learn nature goo refinement techniques, one needed huge amounts of time and resources. When Yumu Chun was 138 years old, he achieved minor success. When he was 246 years old, he attained great success. Along the way, he must have spent an immense amount of wealth and time to practice. It was unthinkable. Aside from his talent, just the point about expending resources was unrealistic for Ben Duo because he was a lone cultivator. When Gu Immortals cultivate, they needed resources. This was even more the case for refinement path Gu Masters. Without lots of practice, without enough resources, even Gu Immortals could learn nothing. Most Gu Immortals were flying masters, but only a small number were refinement path masters. Fang Yuan did not have higher achievements in refinement path. He only had become a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Other than his limited talent and that his efforts were not focused on this path, it was also because he was limited by resources. Yumu Chun saw that the tornadoes were calming down. He started to refine Gu. He stood in the air, his hair was swaying as he took out immortal materials one after another from his immortal aperture. He tossed these immortal materials into each of the tornadoes after careful selection. The tornadoes were like sharp blades. The immortal materials were grinded into powder quickly. Ben Duo was dumbfounded. Ordinarily speaking, when refining Gu, the sets of immortal materials had to be measured properly, the timing in which they were used was precise, and the heat used to handle the immortal materials had to be managed. But Yumu Chun was very casual. Leaving aside the forest of tornadoes, his technique in handling the immortal materials was very crude. He did not pay attention to the quantity of each material. He was like a terrible chef, randomly tossing in oil and other condiments into the dish according to his urges. If anyone else tried this method, Ben Duo would scoff in disdain. But when Yumu Chun did it, there was an unspeakably smooth flow and natural feeling. His every moment was very ordinary, but there was an indescribable beauty, as if perfectly suited to nature. Deep and profound meaning was hidden in his actions. At once, Ben Duo had frozen in place. His eyes were staring without blinking. He was completely dazed. Star form blessed land. Poisonous fog was spreading. Poisonous blood was boiling. 3 layers of Gu formations were already destroyed by corrosion. The surrounding land turned into a thin layer of poisonous swampland. Fang Yuan's face was stern. Next is the most troublesome and difficult to process immortal material, earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hands. This Gu refinement material was very peculiar. It was made up of soil and chi. They gathered into a lump. At the top was light azure-colored astral chi. Below was black soil. Astral chi was the heaven chi found up in the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens was a thick wall of astral chi. If a Gu immortal wants to explore the 9 heavens, he would need to break through the astral chi wall. Meanwhile, the black soil was made up of the essence of earth chi condensed from the 10 depths. Heaven and earth chi could not coexist, but at this moment, this earthly limit astral chi was joined together in harmony. Not only were they existing peacefully, they were converting into one another constantly. Black soil turned into astral chi while astral chi turned into black soil. Fang Yuan shook it by moving his hands rapidly as this lump of earthly limit astral chi melted, fusing with the black soil and becoming a lump of fog. But after shaking, after a dozen breaths, the black soil sank while the astral chi stayed on top. Black and white was separated again. The two were rotating. It was a mystical sight. Processing such an immortal material is most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves cannot deal with it perfectly. Only the 4 publicly recognized strongest immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials, slumbering lightning python, reflect snow, muffled thunder stone drum, and wind grind, could complete this step instantly. Unfortunately, I do not have any of these 4 immortal killer moves to process the earthly limit astral chi. I can only put in much time and effort. Fang Yuan's thoughts flashed as he moved his feet. His huge body shot into the air. He leaped and jumped into the turtle shell. Into the poisonous blood. Boom! Fang Yuan flashed his sharp nails, causing injuries on his 6 monstrous arms. He next slashed at his chest, back, and other areas, creating openings on his skin. Blood refinement killer move, blood trace travel. From these injuries, traces of blood appeared. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. The poisonous blood in the turtle shell was drawn away. It moved into Fang Yuan's wounds. Intense pain assaulted him. Fang Yuan snorted. Immortal zombies did not have a sense of pain. Fang Yuan could feel pain because he used Gu worm methods. He needed to feel pain so that he could know what step the immortal materials were at. Fang Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the turtle shell acting as a pot continued to fuse and circulate. They were entering and exiting Fang Yuan's body. After this process stabilized, Fang Yuan took out the earthly limit astral chi and swallowed it. Gulp, the earthly limit astral chi entered his stomach. This was his own original method created in his previous life, an abnormal technique using blood path to refine goo. He called this the flesh-body blood refinement technique. The earthly limit astral chi entered his body. It was engulfed by the blood and slowly melted into the blood. Blood flowed out of Fang Yuan's body through the wounds, into the turtle shell pot, and sank to the bottom. At the same time, the other poisonous blood in the pot flowed into Fang Yuan's body through the wounds, engulfing the earthly limit astral chi again. Such circulation made the earthly limit astral chi melt at an extremely slow speed. At a mountain peak on Truyong mountain range, winds were blowing wildly. The hairy man Gu Immortal Yumu Chun stretched out a finger. Where his finger pointed, 5 or 6 tornadoes slowly approached. When they got close to a certain extent, they gathered into one, forming a huge tornado that howled loudly. Yumu Chun's hand turned. A pearl-like immortal material was flicked out by his finger, entering the huge tornado. Although this pearl was small and inconspicuous, after it entered the tornado, it emitted a shrill noise. The winds of the tornado became weaker, its spin slower. It was like a strong man who was stuffed from eating. But as time passed, the tornado became faster and faster. It was rapidly digesting the pearl. 15 minutes later, the tornado completely absorbed the pearl. The entire pillar was dyed in black and white, interchanging between the two colors. Earthly limit astral chi pearl? Ben Duoi saw this and had a thought. He cried out. Yumu-chun was a bit surprised. He praised, you have quite some knowledge, lad. To process the earthly limit astral chi pearl, a small tornado would not work. Only a large tornado could do it. Ben Duoi suppressed the shaking of his heart. Earthly limit astral chi was a very hard to process immortal material. Ben Duoi knew deeply that even if he exerted himself, he would need to spend several years to melt a lump of earthly limit astral chi, so that it could be used in goo refinement. He was a mortal goo master. To process immortal materials, he would usually need to spend years on it. As for the earthly limit astral chi pearl, it was made from a huge amount of earthly limit astral chi, squeezed together and gathered into a pure pearl. One pearl was equivalent to 100 portions of earthly limit astral chi. Earthly limit astral chi pearls were extremely firm. They were hard to process. Even goo immortals needed to spend months or even years to melt one pearl. But Master Yu Mu-chun spent such a short time to process an earthly limit astral chi pearl? Ben Duoi thought of something. His voice trembled as he asked, "Don't tell me." Master Yu Mu-chun, the refinement path killer move that you used is the legendary wind grind? That has to be it. Only one of the 4 legendary refinement path immortal killer moves can process immortal materials at such a speed. That's right, it is wind grind. Yu Mu-chun replied. Ben Duoyi's eyes were shining brightly. This was one of the best methods to process immortal materials. Even if he was not a goo immortal and could not use an immortal killer move, but right now he was filled with admiration. He dreamed that one day he would be able to use wind grind to perfectly process immortal materials. That would be incredible. After dealing with the earthly limit astral chi pearl, Yu Mu-chun started to throw immortal essence stones into the tornadoes. One after another, immortal essence stones were tossed into the tornadoes. These stones were not as tough as the earthly limit astral chi pearl. They were grinded to dust in an instant by blades of wind. They gave off a dazzling light. Right now, heaven and earth was resonating. The surrounding mountains were shaking. The sky was filled with dark clouds. Thunder was booming. What is going on? Ben Duoi was scared and shocked. He looked around and realized that the mound of the mountain that he was on had lights floating around him. These lights were Dao marks. There were some red fire path Dao marks, some blue water path Dao marks. These 2 Dao marks were quite fragmented. There were also earth path and wood path Dao marks. They were slightly more intact. But mostly, there was a type of silver light Dao mark flickering. Rule path Dao marks. These Dao marks were very high in numbers, but they were not arranged in an orderly way. Some were entangled together, densely compacted, while others were scattered around randomly. Then Duo-e realized that the place where Yumu Chun chose to refine Gu had the highest number of rule path downmarks. This mount seems ordinary, but it is very extraordinary. No wonder Master Yu chose to refine Gu here. Strange, ordinary mounds would not have so many Dao marks. The more Ben Duo-e observed, the more questions popped up in his head. He felt pressure internally, because the shaking of the mountain was getting stronger, the clouds in the sky were getting darker. A thunderstorm was approaching. A calamity was striking. Even those tornadoes were weakening, they shrunk in size. Yumu Chun raised his head in the sky, laughing loudly as his voice was filled with confidence and grandness. At this moment, his immortal Gu refinement had reached its most crucial step. Come. He pointed one finger at the sky and another finger at the ground. In the sky, lightning bolts flashed as they gathered together, forming a huge dragon-like lightning python. Lightning was yang, python was yin. The lightning python contained yin and yang. Not only was the wild nature of the lightning curbed, it even showed some gentleness. This was slumbering lightning python, one of the 4 refinement path immortal killer moves. Meanwhile, on the ground, countless tornadoes were gathering, forming into a gigantic tornado wind pillar. The wind pillar was tall, almost connecting the sky and ground. The slumbering lightning python slowly moved, descending slowly and coiling around the wind pillar. The lightning was not dazzling, but the scene of the huge python coiling around the pillar had an indescribable beauty that shook the soul. At this moment, heaven and earth chi burst out. An intense sense of danger assaulted Ben Duo-e's heart. Master Yu, what is going on? Why is this situation resembling the tribulation of a Gu immortal? Ben Duo-e shouted. Ah, you guessed right. This is a small problem. Yumu Chun said casually. A small problem? Ben Duo-e's eyes were wide open. His mouth was dry. Star form blessed land. Fang Yuan was covered in wounds. The pain made his face distorted. His 8 monstrous arms were inserted into the poisonous blood. His fangs were exposed and his eyes were red. He was breathing heavily like an ox. After spending a total of 3 days and 3 nights, he had finally processed all of the earthly limit astral chi, fusing them into the poisonous blood. The poisonous blood filled the entire pot earlier, but now less than half was left. The most difficult step is over. Land spirit, bring those captives here. Fang Yuan shouted. Star form land spirit quickly responded. At once, large numbers of living beings, like horses, bulls, dogs, or boars were all tossed into the poisonous blood. Screaming, growling, and crying could be heard. They blended together. The poisonous blood was extremely thick, like a swamp. After these living beings were tossed in, their intense struggle only made them sink faster. Their blood, flesh, and bones were all being dissolved. Soon, the poisonous blood in the turtle shell was slowly rising in depth. Not enough, not enough. Fang Yuan urged, his red eyes flashed with excitement and cruelty. Land spirits did not care for kindness or evil, they only had obsession and loyalty. Star form land spirit started to toss in large numbers of variant humans. These included hairy men, rockmen, snowmen, inkmen, eggmen, feathermen, and mermen. The poisonous blood rose in level, but Fang Yuan was not satisfied. He calculated the time as he shouted again, more, add more of them. At this point, the human captives that he had specially prepared were also tossed into the pot. Ah, spare my life. So painful. The pain is killing me. I will not let you off even as a ghost. Fang Yuan was unmoved. He only focused on the Gu refinement progress. An elderly Gu master was coincidentally tossed to the side of him. He struggled to survive. Fang Yuan raised his leg and kicked this elderly man into a deep part of the poisonous blood. The old man struggled intensely for a few moments, but eventually only his hand was left on the surface of the poisonous blood. His fingers were like hooks grabbing at the sky. It was like the protest of the weak against heaven and earth, against destiny, carrying intense curses and grudges towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. During this period, the poisonous blood had regained its original volume. It was at the rim of the turtle shell. He began to throw in large numbers of immortal essence stones into the poisonous blood. 100, 200 pieces, he threw them in without hesitation. Countless vengeful spirits were flying on top of the poisonous blood. The poisonous fog was rumbling as the level of poisonous blood declined again. 7 days later, the poisonous blood was almost completely dried up. There was only a small puddle left in the shell. It could not even reach Fang Yuan's ankle. Fang Yuan lowered his body and picked up a goo from this poisonous blood. Change form Immortal goo completed. Central continent, True Yang mountain range. Ben Duo sat on the ground, muttering, "The tribulation is finally over." The mountain range was partly destroyed. It was like a ravaged battlefield. Be it the tornado wind pillar or the slumbering lightning python, they had disappeared. Rain poured as Ben Duo was drenched completely. Yu Mu Chun collected the refined Immortal goo as he threw an information path goo worm to Ben Duo. "Lad, this is my refinement path inheritance. I am leaving it to you. You can learn about nature goo refinement techniques, but if you do not become a goo immortal, you cannot use this method to refine goo. Because this method attracts heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities." Saying so, Yu Mu Chun stepped on the air and flew into the sky. Ben Duo's body shuddered. He knelt down as his eyes shined with a brilliant light. He shouted, "Master, don't worry. I will not waste this inheritance. Central continent, Hu Immortal blessed land. Starlight Immortal goo." Fang Yuan stood on top of a Fang Yuan stone nest. At his will, he activated Starlight Immortal goo. Immediately, a starlight pillar burst out, shooting into the stone nest. Under Fang Yuan's control, the starlight did not harm anyone. It was very mild. Inside the stone nest, there were many arrangements of goo formations. Once the starlight pillar shot in, it was dissolved into traces of blue starlight rays, drawn into the first room of every level. The hairy man in the first room activated his goo worm, skillfully absorbing the starlight trace and processing it. The partly done product was sent into the second room for the second step. Going through a total of 7 rooms, Star Thought goo were refined one after another. These Star Thought goo moved along the tunnels, sliding towards the deepest storage area of the stone nest. Each time Fang Yuan activated Starlight Immortal goo, the amount produced was enough for these hairy men to work for 8 to 9 days without any rest. After using Starlight Immortal goo, there would be a huge quantity of starlight. Fang Yuan did not need to purchase Starlight goo like before and refine Star Thought goo using the Mortal Starlight goo as material. This saved a lot of trouble, and his costs reduced slightly as well. Even though using Starlight Immortal goo required Immortal essence, if he purchased a vast number of Mortal Starlight goo, he would still need to pay quite a sum. The cost of acquiring them was high. The modified Star Thought goo recipe was safer as well. Refining goo was a risky thing to do. It was like battling. That was why a lot of hairy men got injured in the process or even died. After producing the starlight, Fang Yuan did not leave. He observed them for a while. A while later, he nodded slightly, feeling pleased internally. The current Star Thought goo recipe was already modified by him. The number of hairy man deaths had greatly reduced in comparison to before. Most importantly, the production of Star Thought goo did not fall in numbers. But the modification has reached its limits, unless my Star Path attainment level rises, or if I find a better Star Thought goo recipe. Fang Yuan knew clearly that he was not a Star Path cultivator. His Star Path attainment level might stay at this level forever. Or perhaps when he explores a dream realm in the future, his Star Path attainment level might rise. But who could be certain of events in the future? It is a pity 60% of rooms in the stone nest are empty. If I have enough hairy men, the production of Star Thought goo can double. Fang Yuan felt it was a pity. Just now, to refine change form Immortal goo, he not only used up the success Dao mark from the infallible inheritance, he even used up almost all of his immortal materials and immortal essence stones. The result was that Fang Yuan was currently broke. Thus, the problem of a hairy man shortage could not be solved now. Even if he caught and captured wild hairy men, he would need to spend lots of effort and time to train them, until they were proper slaves that could be useful in refining goo. Fang Yuan did not know how to train wild hairy men into proper slaves. The fastest way was to buy hairy man slaves from other goo immortals. Regrettably, Fang Yuan did not have the spare cash for that. Even his immortal essence storage was very low now. He had around 10 beads. He needed to use them wisely. One could say that Fang Yuan was in an extremely weak condition now. Even though he had the killer move Myriad Self, 3 new Star Path Immortal goo, and multiple Star Path Immortal killer moves of Star Lord Wanxiang, without enough immortal essence, he could not use any of the killer moves. As the saying goes, there is no need for worry if one has ample resources. To Gu immortals, resources referred to immortal essence stones and immortal essence mainly. Thus, the most important thing for Fang Yuan was to accumulate immortal essence now. After leaving the stone nest, Fang Yuan went to inspect the other 2 stone nests. During this period, these 2 stone nests were handled by He Lulan. She activated Strength Chi Immortal Gu, providing the Gu refinement materials for countless hairy men. Large numbers of air sac Gu were created. They contained guts Gu as they were sold to the different forces of Central Continent, or in Treasure Yellow Heaven. In these 2 stone nests, each room had a hairy man. The risk of refining air sac Gu was much higher than refining star thought Gu. Why was the stone nest still at full capacity? That was because Fang Yuan reassigned the hairy men in the 3rd stone nest to fill up these 2 stone nests. Fang Yuan's current focus was on expanding the guts Gu trade. During the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan dueled Feng Jin Huang and made an agreement in public. From now on, he was going to sell a large number of guts Gu to Spirit Affinity House. Thus, the demand for guts Gu increased. Fang Yuan had to increase its production. Inside a stone nest, Fang Yuan met up with He Lulan. He Lulan was browsing the information about Central Continent. Central Continent's 10 great sects are secretly trying to capture Song Zixing. Have you heard about it? Once they met, He Lulan asked this to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Of course I did. This matter can be kept from mortals, but it cannot be hidden from Gu immortals. Even though Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are concealing their tracks, the other Gu immortals in Central Continent would not want to keep this a secret right now. They are looking forward to seeing some drama in the 10 great ancient sections. Sigh. He Lulan sighed deeply, such a prime opportunity, but we missed it. If we could kill Song Zixing during this period, we might be able to obtain star form blessed land. Fang Yuan was silent briefly, before saying, He Lulan, you're simplifying the matter too much. Central Continent is not Northern Plains, we are both Northern Plains Gu immortals. If our aura leaks, others will find out. The consequences of exposing our identities are too severe, we cannot handle it. Song Zixing is also very crafty, he is skilled at escaping, while we have mediocre investigative methods. Even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent cannot find him in Truyang Mountain Range. How can we find him? You are right. He Lulan sighed. She replied gloomily. Ever since she was awakened by Fang Yuan, she realized her own shortcomings. These last days, she had been thinking daily about how to manage her blessed land. How could she earn resources and sustain her own cultivation? How could she become more independent? But reality was cruel, it was not easy to start a business. He Lulan was starting from scratch. She needed to spend a huge amount of time and face many setbacks to set up her revenue sources. Even if her plan worked, she would face fierce competition in the market. How much profit she would get would depend entirely on the situation. He Lulan thought about it for a while. She went to Fairy Li Shan for advice. She learned that to start a business from scratch, she would make great losses initially, the process would be filled with difficulty, and in the end, whether she earned much or not was uncertain. She might be slowing her own progress. There was no helping it, she had a 10 extreme immortal aperture, the flow of time in it was extremely fast, her heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were also much stronger. He Lulan investigated and realized, what was best suitable were unique businesses like Guts Gu, a monopoly market that could be solely hers. Or she could be like Fang Yuan, taking several sources of revenue from Dongfang tribe. For example, the eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish and others. These were originally taken good care of by Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan was only taking over and changing where he sold them. After discovering this, He Lulan was even more attracted to star form blessed land. As long as she obtained it, He Lulan would have a stable foundation. Inheriting Star Lord Wanxiang's businesses, she would be self-sufficient. It would be enough to aid her in her cultivation. Fang Yuan did not tell He Lulan that he was the owner of star form blessed land. He liked to keep his cards hidden. The Snowy Mountain Alliance would expire eventually. It was uncertain if He Lulan would remain an ally or become a foe. Of course, if He Lulan noticed something and asked Fang Yuan, because of the alliance, he could not lie even though he could remain silent. that would just act as simple confirmation for He Lulan. He would hide this for as long as he could. That was Fang Yuan's plan. After Yu Chun refined the immortal goo, he traveled deep into Truyang mountain range. Ever since he separated from Ben Duo Yi, he had used an immortal killer move to conceal his tracks. On this afternoon, he stopped in front of a small, ordinary-looking valley. He took out an information path goo worm and tossed it in front of him. The goo worm vanished, like a rock entering water. There were ripples in the air. They expanded and an opening appeared, filled with blood-red light inside. Yu Chun did not hesitate. He took a large step forward and entered the spatial crack. At the next moment, he was inside a strange area. The crack behind him closed tightly. Yu Chun's vision was filled with blood-red light. There was a dark and eerie poisonous swamp. Large numbers of skeletons were inside the mud. An intense bloody smell assaulted him. Yu Chun frowned unconsciously as he said, "Using so many blood sacrifices. It seems your injuries were severe, Song Zixing. Cough cough. I had no choice. It was quite fortunate that I escaped with my life. Come in." At a deep part of the swamp, Song Zixing's voice could be heard. Looking at this situation, the hairy man Gu Immortal, Yu Chun, was actually acquainted with a top-tier demonic path Gu Immortal of Central Continent, Song Zixing. They seemed to be quite familiar with each other. They had a close relationship. Yu Chun moved in familiar fashion towards a deep part of the swamp. This was not the first time he was in this place. He was familiar with the terrain. Eventually, in the blood pool at the center of the swamp, he saw Song Zixing. Song Zixing only had a head and over half his chest left. The entirety of his body was submerged in the blood pool for healing. Only after Yu Chun came did his head emerge from the pool. Seeing Song Zixing, Yu Chun's expression turned grave. "With your injuries, it will be hard to take part in the upcoming crucial plan. Hee. I will just be giving up my life and cultivation. That's all." Song Zixing's expression was calm. He spoke in a carefree manner. He changed the subject afterwards. "Did you refine that rule path immortal goo?" Using the success down mark from the infallible inheritance combined with my nature goo refinement techniques, success was certain. But it is a pity, if given more time, I would be able to learn some useful things from the success down mark. The success down marks in the infallible inheritance are different from ordinary success down marks. They are very closely related to refinement path. If I could research upon it, I would be able to create my own infallible inheritance. Yu Chun shook his head as he sighed. Hearing Yu Chun's sigh, Song Zixing sighed as well. The crucial thing is time. If I have time, I can heal and recover my battle strength as well. Unfortunately, time is too tight. It was estimated that we had 10 years left. To think that we need to start now. We have made many preparations these last years, but plans cannot keep up with changes, and Fate Immortal Goo was not completely destroyed. Isn't it normal to have such accidents occurring? Yu Chun asked. Even Fang Yuan, who had been reborn from 500 years in the future, did not know about the existence of fate. In contrast, Yu Chun actually knew, and Song Zixing's expression also showed no surprise. "Oh right." Yu Chun thought about something and said, "Earlier, before coming here, I met with a talented hairy man junior and passed him my refinement path inheritance already." Inheritances were a cultural symbol of the Gu Master world. Like how during ancient times in China, there was a need to acknowledge one's roots and ancestors. Grand heroes would want to leave their name in history. After people died, huge amounts of jewelry and gold would be buried with them. Even servants or wives were buried alongside. During Japan's Sengoku period, warriors would wear glorious armor into battle. They did not care about the dangers of attracting the enemy's attention. As for Rome and Egypt, since ancient times until the present, they also had such cultural developments. Even though they were all different, there was one common point among them. That was to prove that one existed. Proving to the world, proving to others, I had once existed and lived. Even if I died, in the world, this person had once lived. As such, biographies were not hard to understand. Some people wrote their biographies when they were alive. Some allowed their descendants to write them after they died. There were some who did not have descendants. Their enemies wrote it for them. Biographies written in such situations could often be more factual. They could contain much more detailed descriptions. As the saying goes, often an enemy knows you better than your family. Biographies written by your enemies would not contain flattery. they could become classics. Inheritances were the same. Biographies detailed a person's life experiences. But inheritances contained the foundation of the strength that a person in order to live in this world. It was their understanding towards nature, their thoughts about the world, and their conclusion of the truth. Like in ancient China, every craftsman would not want to leave behind regrets before dying. They will try all ways to find a successor. They would not want the skills that had been passed down for generations to be lost. Skills, inheritances, these were acknowledgments of one's value. They were the records of one's success in life. After leaving behind an inheritance, even if one died, they can leave behind a mark in the world. Yu Mu Chun left behind his inheritance. There was an ominous sensation of him being prepared to die. Who would leave behind inheritances? Nobody who was living a great life and had good future prospects would leave behind an inheritance. Under normal circumstances, who would leave an inheritance behind? Teaching everything to a pupil would result in a starving master. It was hard to know the intentions of others. If one was careless, they would gain a competitor. Usually, only when one was at the end of their life, when they knew that death was coming, would they leave an inheritance. For example, Flower Wine Monk, Blood Sea Ancestor, and Dong Fong Chong Fan. Yu Mu Chun left behind an inheritance. It was evident that in the crucial plan he was taking part in, he had no confidence in surviving it. What grand plan would make this unfathomable refinement path Gu Immortal expert feel that he could not survive? What kind of motivation was driving him, making him willing to sacrifice himself? Even Song Zixing, he had just escaped and survived, top tier in Central Continent's demonic path. For this grand plan, he was willing to sacrifice himself. Furthermore, Yu Mu Chun actually told Song Zixing personally that he had chosen an inheritor for his inheritance. This was abnormal. If Song Zixing had any ill intentions and secretly went to find the inheritor, he could easily obtain Yu Mu Chun's inheritance and strengthen himself. As for Yu Mu Chun, if his foundation was exposed, he would be easily dealt with and suppressed by Song Zixing. Yu Mu Chun actually told Song Zixing about this precious information regarding his inheritance. It was obvious that he trusted him. Such a level of trust was truly unparalleled. Song Zixing betrayed Myriad Dragon Doc. He had a vile reputation. But he could obtain Yu Mu Chun's trust to this degree? Was it because of his charisma, or were there other reasons? Yes, we should make some preparations. Hearing that Yu Mu Chun had left an inheritance, Song Zixing was emotionless. He did not have any intentions to seize it. I'll show you something too. Song Zixing smiled mysteriously. At the next moment, there was a commotion in the blood pool as a blood fetus floated up from under the blood. The blood fetus was the size of a foal. Within the fetus, one could see a human-shaped figure curled up like a baby, sleeping. Yu Mu Chun saw this blood fetus and his pupils shrunk. He said with some disbelief, This, you actually developed blood demon body separation to this extent? Song Zixing smiled. He showed a proud expression. Even though I did not obtain a complete blood deity immortal goo recipe, I had collected some blood deity remnant recipes. I made this blood fetus according to the blood deity remnant recipes with the blood path technique from Northern Plains along with my immortal killer move, blood demon body separation. This was formed. The fake body created by blood demon body separation expends immortal essence to maintain. It has a time limit. But the body that this blood fetus makes does not consume immortal essence. It can be sustained for at least 200 to 300 years. It can cultivate independently and has its own consciousness. It can get stronger by cultivating and become an immortal. In terms of appearance, it will look exactly like me. You are planning to? Yu Mu Chun showed a look of understanding. That's right, it is not a problem if I die as long as the plan succeeds. But if the plan fails, there will need a countermeasure for it. Song Zixing needs to live. Even if I am sacrificed, the blood fetus will produce a second Song Zixing. Yu Mu Chun looked at the blood fetus as he showed an expression of interest. Can I conduct research on this blood fetus? I have just gotten a new inspiration. Of course, go ahead and research. But be careful, the blood fetus cannot leave this blood pool, not even for a moment. I understand, don't worry. Central Continent, who immortal blessed land. Looking at the whole earth goo in front of him, Fong Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. This was the second whole Earth goo in Who Immortal Blessed Land. The first one was connected to Immortal Crane Sect, while this one was connected to Spirit Affinity House. Just earlier, he had done the first transaction with Spirit Affinity House. Large numbers of airsac goo carrying guts goo were sent over to Spirit Affinity House. Fong Yuan obtained 180 Immortal Essence Stones. It solved his immediate problem for now. Speaking of which, after Fong Yuan and Feng Jinhuang's duel, the truly valuable thing was not the zombie revival technique that Feng Jinhuang gave him, it was the cooperation with Spirit Affinity House. The reason why Feng Jinhuang took out this method as the wager was because although Fong Yuan was an immortal zombie, he could not make use of this technique. But she did not know that Fong Yuan still had his first mortal aperture. She did not manage to complete stump Fong Yuan. With these 180 Immortal Essence Stones, Fong Yuan did not hesitate in converting half of them over to Green Grape Immortal Essence. Like this, he was out of his weak state, he regained his battle strength. A day later, he transacted with Immortal Crane Sect again, gained a favorable sum of Immortal Essence Stones. Immortal Crane Sect attitude was much gentler than before. Evidently, they had understood, if they were too overbearing towards Fong Yuan, he might lean towards Spirit Affinity House instead. At the same time, Immortal Crane Sect wanted to buy the Success Dow mark from Fong Yuan. They offered a huge price, asking him to refine a rank 6 Immortal goo. They would provide the Immortal goo recipe to Fong Yuan for free, and the Immortal materials would all be provided by them. Even the 10 great ancient sects in Central Continent had an unceasing demand regarding Immortal goo. Towards this request, Fong Yuan evaded it as much as possible. He did not say that he had already used it. He only said that he needed more time for consideration. Immortal Crane Sect was asking something from Fong Yuan. Thus their attitude was obviously nicer than usual. After making these two deals, Fong Yuan used the Immortal Essence Stones in his possession to buy some hairy man slaves from Treasure Yellow Heaven, replenishing the ones that had died from refining goo. The price of hairy man slaves was not cheap. Fong Yuan's Immortal Essence Stones had just been replenished, but after this they were all gone again. Thankfully, Fong Yuan had quite a bit of Green Grape Immortal Essence now. He was much safer than before. Even though he bought the hairy man slaves, Fong Yuan was only replenishing his earlier losses. He could not expand the scale of the stone nests. Because of the deal with Spirit Affinity House, the guts goo trade had increased in quantity. Using 2 stone nests, Fong Yuan could not accommodate the demand of the market. He planned to accumulate a portion of Immortal Essence Stones and build a 4th stone nest, as well as getting enough hairy man slaves to fill them up. The lack of funds was quite serious. Fong Yuan's 3rd stone nest was built using the funds that He Lu Lan provided. But with Star Form Blessed Land's assistance, and Star Lord Wanxiang's many businesses of goo insect transactions, Fong Yuan managed to save quite a sum of Immortal Essence Stones. This caused the time that Fong Yuan needed to accumulate funds to shrink. Fong Yuan accumulated Immortal Essence Stones as he used the Light of Wisdom to undergo deductions. A month later in Who Immortal Blessed Land, Fong Yuan successfully fused change form Immortal goo into vaguely familiar face. Using the attainment level of a Strength Path Grandmaster, Fong Yuan successfully deduced the rank 5 recipe of all-out effort goo. Unlike an ancient goo recipe, Fong Yuan's deduction made use of goo refinement materials that could be easily found in the world at present. All-out effort goo was the vital goo of Fong Yuan's Immortal Second Aperture. All along it had been rank 4, its rank was much lower than Fong Yuan himself. With this goo recipe, Fong Yuan had a new task that was to refine all-out effort goo. After failing once, all-out effort goo reached rank 5. If I can raise all-out effort goo into rank 6, then the boost to Myriad Self's power would be huge. It would only be inferior to that of Self-Strength Immortal goo. Unfortunately, such a thing is beyond my capabilities. After this successful attempt, Fong Yuan tried to deduce the goo recipe of Small Family Chi goo. The result was utter failure. Fong Yuan's Chi path attainment was only at ordinary level. He was not even a quasi-master. This was a very understandable result. The sky was slightly green. The wind that would not stop in all 4 seasons was blowing gently. In this small world, a huge city was floating in the sky. This was a home for feathermen. It was known as the City in the Sky to others, but these feathermen called it Sacred Feather City. At this moment, rainbow flags were hanging in Sacred Feather City. Cheers and shouts could be heard everywhere. Most of the feathermen in the city had gathered around the battle arena in the city. They were watching an important match. The Featherman King had passed away. According to their customs, it was time to select the new Featherman King through battles. Of course, to be a candidate in fighting for the position, one needed to be acknowledged by most of the feathermen in the city. The feathermen did not want a fierce or tyrannical ruler. They wanted a compassionate hero. Thus, the feathermen who were fighting for the position of king had great reputation. They were people who had done good deeds or made immense contributions to Sacred Feather City. In most cases, the evaluation of the citizens was accurate. In the history of Sacred Feather City, very few evil and cruel feathermen were chosen to be king. Even if they were cruel and ruthless, there were 3 Featherman Supreme Elders in Sacred Feather City. They were Immortals who could control the situation. In the huge battle arena, tens of thousands of spectators were watching. The cheering was extremely loud. At the center of the arena, 2 youngsters were battling it out. "You Fei, give up. I am the Prince of Sacred Feather City. I will inherit the throne and defend the honor of our Dan surname." A tall and burly featherman youngster with golden hair sent his opponent flying time after time. This was the final match. The victor would become the new king of the feathermen. From the current situation, one could see that the handsome featherman prince had the advantage. He was flying in the sky with rank 5 cultivation level. He used his goo worms and attacked from a long range. His opponent was a young featherman with short black hair. He was thin and sprinted on the ground. He rolled around at times to evade the Featherman Prince's attacks. "Dan you! Dan you!" The spectators were shouting the Featherman Prince's name. Their cheers were in unison as they became louder and louder. The situation was very obvious now. Prince Dan Yu had a huge advantage, while his opponent, the poor lad Yufei, was taking a beating without any way to fight back. Yufei's body was covered in dirt. He looked pathetic, like a rat jumping around on the arena. Meanwhile, Dan Yu was high and mighty. His attacks were very tactical and grand. It was more in line with the expectations of the people towards their king. "You want me to admit defeat? That is impossible. I, Yufei, am the man destined to become king." Suddenly, Yufei shouted. He burst forth with strength. His legs launched from the ground as he flew up like an arrow towards Dan Yu. "What? You still had strength left?" Dan Yu retreated anxiously. Yufei jumped into the air. Seeing that he was about to get close to Dan Yu, he had no choice but to descend as Dan Yu quickly flew back in vigilance. "Yufei, your wings were broken by me. You still want to resist?" Dan Yu looked at Yufei, who was falling down. He laughed coldly and mocked with some lingering fear. But Yufei raised his head. His eyes were shining brightly. "It is not over yet. Look at my killer move. Inflated balloon." At the next instant, Yufei opened his mouth, sucking in a huge amount of air. Almost instantly, lots of air was sucked into his stomach. His body inflated and became a fat balloon. Yufei started to float up like a balloon. The audience was silent for a few breaths of time before bursting into laughter. Yufei's balloon mode was simply too funny. Even Dan Yu was stunned before relaxing. "This is truly your style, Yufei. But being a clown will not allow you to become the Featherman King. It is time to lose." Killer move. Blade wind strong slash. Dan Yu's eyes were sharp. His arms were raised up as he made a cutting motion with them in the sky. 2 translucent blades that resembled wind blades flew towards Yufei at an extremely fast speed. Yufei was still slowly ascending. Much of the audience shouted in surprise. They knew the power of blade wind strong slash after watching the battle for so long. If this hit landed, Yufei would definitely be heavily injured or dead. His stomach would be sliced apart. But at this moment, Yufei, who was in danger, had a brilliant light shining in his eyes. He had found a chance to overturn the situation. He suddenly opened his mouth. A strong current blew out of his mouth as he gained some thrust. Yufei's speed rose rapidly. He shot towards Dan Yu. "This is..." Dan Yu was shocked. Yufei's body quickly shrunk. He narrowly dodged the 2 blades from blade wind strong slash agilely. Dan Yu wanted to retreat, but his speed was inferior. "Where are you trying to go? If you are a man, fight me with your fists. We will engage in a physical fight." Yufei shouted, his body spun around in the air. Eventually, his legs grabbed onto Danyu. Killer move. Coiling tree vines. Yufei shouted internally. His legs turned soft. Like old tree vines. He coiled around Danyu's waist. Danyu could not break free. He activated his defensive goo worm out of reflex. Killer move. Crane crossing neck. Yufei's head suddenly turned into a crane's head. His long neck coiled around Danyu's neck like a long chain. He gripped tightly as his beak stabbed at Danyu. Ding! The bird beak hit Danyu's head. There was some sparks like he had hit strong steel. Although Danyu was not injured, this heavy blow was hard to endure. He was feeling dizzy. Killer move 6-9 Great Windmill. Yufei saw a chance and his head turned back to normal. Making use of this, he leaned back exaggeratedly and his head was buried in between Danyu's two legs. The two bodies spun around in the sky. The two bodies were tangled together. Like a windmill, they rapidly approached the ground. The Feathermen spectators shouted in shock. But the victim Danyu was hit with the killer move. He felt the world spinning as his mind was in chaos. He felt very dizzy and disoriented. He could not react. As they approached the ground, Yufei suddenly retreated. Only Danyu was left, crashing onto the ground. With a loud bang, he hit the ground head first. The brick floor broke and shards flew as his head was inserted into the ground. He lost consciousness. The entire arena was silent. They were all shocked by this unexpected result. Nobody could say anything. There was only Yufei's panting that could be heard. After a while, the hosting Featherman elder gulped. He announced loudly, "The winner is Yufei. He is the new king of our clan. Yes, I am finally the Featherman king. I succeeded." Yufei raised his arms in the air, shouting excitedly. The audience finally reacted. They cheered loudly and applauded. Someone shouted, "Yufei! Yufei!" The shouting of Yufei's name became louder and louder. More and more people joined in. Soon, in the entire arena, no, in the entirety of Sacred Feather City, chants of Yufei, Yufei could be heard. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The young Yufei placed his arms on his waist as he laughed with his head held high. He was very happy. But suddenly he grimaced as he touched his wings with the back of his hand. So painful, so painful. At the other end, Danyu, who had fainted, was dug up from the ground by the healing goo masters. He was given medical swiftly. Deep within Sacred Feather City, 3 Featherman goo immortals were half asleep. They communicated with their drowsy divine senses. This generation's Featherman king is quite unique. He is quite different from the other kings. He is an interesting fellow. It seems that he has quite the ambition. He wants to expand the territory of us Feathermen. But after he becomes the Featherman king, he should become more mature. The 3 goo immortals conversed casually. According to past situations, after the new Featherman king was chosen, he would bring much life and innovation to the peaceful Sacred Feather City. If there were no mishaps, Yufei would rule the Feathermen in Sacred Feather City for hundreds of years. But at the next moment, before any of the Feathermen could react, a huge mishap occurred. Boom! An astonishing explosive sound shook the entirety of Sacred Feather City. The Feathermen in the city screamed. They quickly flew up. Painful, painful, painful. Yufei was caught off guard. He lost his balance and crashed onto the ground, rolling around in the process. Quickly look, this is? The Feathermen at the front saw something amiss. They pointed at the sky and stammered in fear. They could not speak. Immediately after, most of the Feathermen raised their heads. They were shocked to find out that above them in the green sky there was a huge crack. From the crack, several figures descended like demonic gods. The 3 Featherman goo immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted. They were startled to awareness as they flew towards the sky. They appeared to face the invading enemies while shouting to their Feathermen citizens. "Be careful, there is a strong enemy attacking. Quick, sound the alarms, defend our homeland. Goo masters assemble, go to the formation cores and activate the defenses of Sacred Feather City." The entire city was in chaos. Fear was spreading. Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for too long. They had no competition with the outside world. It was like life inside a utopia. This caused their defenses to be very lax, and with the crowning of a new king, the non-militarized Feathermen could not respond properly. "All of you, why are you here without any invitations? Please leave. We Feathermen love peace and do not like conflict, but we are not powerless." The 3 Featherman goo immortals had solemn expressions as they warned the strong invading foes. The invaders did not speak. Most of their attentions were focused on their leader. This leading Gu Immortal was an old and skinny man. He was barefooted in the sky. There was a white cloth on his head. There were also white bandages on his forearms and legs. The elderly Gu Immortal's gaze was deep as he stared at the three Featherman Gu Immortals. He next sent his gaze behind them towards Sacred Feather City. "Attack now," the elderly Gu Immortal said plainly. "Yes, Lord White Sea Shatua." The other Gu Immortals responded together. Battle erupted. There were 3 Featherman Gu Immortals, 1 rank 7, and 2 rank 6s. Even though they were strong, they could not match up against their enemies. The intense battle lasted for 3 days and 2 nights. One of the Featherman Gu Immortals died while 2 were injured. They could only use Sacred Feather City to defend themselves. Sacred Feather City was a huge Immortal Gu house. Using the power of the Immortal Gu house, they could resist the attacks of White Sea Shatua and the others. Rumble. The explosions had been ongoing for 3 days and 2 nights. White Sea Shatua's group did not stop attacking for even a moment. Countless mortal killer moves mixed in with some immortal killer moves slammed onto the Immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City shook intensely. More than half of its troops had already died. Despair was spreading. "Our loss is imminent. We should try and break out of their siege," a Featherman Gu Immortal, Zhou Zhong, suggested. "Sacred Feather City has already been immobilized by their methods. Without this Immortal Gu house, how can we break out?" The other Featherman Gu Immortal, Zhang Ling, asked in return. There were 3 Gu Immortals in Sacred Feather City. 1 had already died. Only the rank 7 Gu Immortal, Zhang Ling, and the rank 6 Zhou Zhong were left. "Lord Zhang Ling, the situation is critical. I will be frank." Zhou Zhong's expression was solemn. "Earlier, Sacred Feather City became encircled because you were not willing to give up this area. That was why the enemy had time to set up their arrangements. Now, if Lord still refuses to cut our losses short and be decisive, we might lose our lives here. I am not afraid of dying, but there are countless innocent citizens in the city. They will perish too. Even if these enemies spare them, they will train them to become slaves, and they will have to serve those humans for life." Zhang Ling heard these words and finally had a realization. He looked at Zhou Zhong. Tears shined in his eyes as he said, "You are right, I was muddle-headed." Zhou Zhong urged him, "Lord, I can understand your decision. Right now, the world is ruled by humans. We variant humans have no place to live in. This world is a fragment world of green heaven among the immemorial 9 heavens. It is isolated from the outside world and is a paradise. We should not give up on it easily. But right now, we have no choice but to abandon it." Zhang Ling frowned. "Right now, Sacred Feather City is being restricted. If we want to escape with our citizens, there is only one way." Zhou Zhong agreed immediately. "That is right. We have to use the immortal killer move, Heavenly Wish." Thus, an hour later, the remaining Feathermen were summoned, gathering around the arena. "I wish my clan's Feathermen survive. I wish my clan's Feathermen gain freedom. I wish my clan's Feathermen have a place to live in the world." Tens of thousands of Feathermen shouted. Under the guidance of Zhou Zhong and Zhang Ling, the entirety of Sacred Feather City started to shine in a pure white light. The light was a few meters tall initially, but it soon grew and reached dozens of meters. "Lord White Sea Shatua, the other party is making a move. Aren't we doing anything to disrupt them?" A female Gu Immortal, Tang Yang Ran, asked. "No need to worry. I had predicted this situation already. What I want is this Immortal Gu house. They cannot take it away." White Sea Shatua explained as he ordered the rest of them. "Don't stop attacking. Just maintain the status quo. Don't interrupt them. Let them escape." Northern Plains, Tai by Blessed Land. The sky was clear like crystal. The ground was desolate. Accompanied by Tai by Yun Shang, Fang Yuan went on a tour of this high-grade blessed land. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had come to Tai by Blessed Land, but this was the first time he came alongside Tai by Yun Shang. Only after a Gu Immortal placed their immortal apertures down would they be able to enter it themselves and manipulate it personally. Ordinarily, the immortal aperture was hidden within the Gu Immortal's body. But when they placed the immortal aperture outside in the main world, the Gu Immortal would be inside the immortal aperture instead. Gu Immortals and their immortal apertures were a single entity. When the immortal aperture is placed outside, The Gu Immortal cannot leave the immortal aperture and move outside. Tai by Blessed Land was a high-grade blessed land. It has a huge landmass of about 4,700 square kilometers. It had a lot of time path resources. 1 day in the outside world was 33 days inside. Of course, after Tai by Blessed Land was placed to absorb the heaven and earth chi of the outside world, it was connected to northern plains. The time flow had slowed down to 12 days. Tai by Blessed Land was well managed by Tai by Yun Shang. Disregarding the float ball T in the sky, or the Jade Peak bird group, there were large numbers of sky chief clouds that had flowers growing on them in the sky. Sparrowhawks were flying around them. Tai by Yun Shang had already started building his third source of revenue. His first source of revenue was landscape as before. Repairing blessed lands for Gu Immortals and repairing the landscape of the 5 regions, this was Tai by Yun Shang's greatest source of income. Not only could it raise his wealth, he could also build relationships. It was essentially comparable with Fairy Li Shan's Mountain Pledge Gu. Tai by Yun Shang's second source of revenue was the float ball tea. Each season, Tai by Blessed Land would produce a huge quantity of float ball tea grass. This tea grass could be sold to the market in Eastern Sea. With the help of Zombie Alliance's Shark Demon Immortal Zombie, Tai by Yun Shang had already entered their market. But this business had a competitive market. There was little profit. Each season's gains was less than what Tai by Yun Shang earned from helping other Gu Immortals repair their immortal apertures. I plan to use Luck Path Mortal Gu as my third income source. There are more than 100,000 sparrowhawks that migrated here. They have wild insects on them, and large numbers of Cloud Path Mortal Gu would be produced from these insects. But all this will depend on my upcoming earthly calamity. If I pass it successfully, and my blessed land gains Cloud Path Dao marks, that would be best. Tai by Yun Shang described his goals and expectations to Fang Yuan. Precisely because of this, he did not move the resources in his blessed land outside. It was to draw out the corresponding earthly calamity, so that after the earthly calamity, Tai by Blessed Land could gain a number of Cloud Path Dao marks. Fortune and disaster coexist. Earlier, when Fang Yuan helped Hu Immortal Blessed Land undergo the tribulation, he moved out almost all of the precious resources. In the end, he faced a blood path earthly calamity, and Hu Immortal Blessed Land gained blood path Dao marks. If Fang Yuan did not move these resources away, there might have been a change and other earthly calamities might have showed up. For example, fire path Dao marks that suited the eerie fire dragon pythons, wisdom path Dao marks that suited the regretful spiders, or water path Dao marks that suited the dragonfish. The addition of these Dao marks was very helpful for resources related to them. But there was a flaw in this. When the earthly calamity strikes, these precious resources would suffer great losses. In other words, loss now was for the benefit of the future. They were trying to gain long-term profits. Of course, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities did not always go as one wished. This was only a possibility. There was a chance that even if Fang Yuan kept these resources, the blood poison carrier flower earthly calamity would still come. In that case, his losses would be huge. After all, heaven's will was unfathomable. Right now, Tai by Yun Shang did not move the resources away. He was trying to lure out the Cloud Path earthly calamity. Whether he could succeed or not was unknown. Fang Yuan was unsure as well, but he consoled him. I had already used the killer move, Time Assist Luck, on you before the earthly calamity. Who knows, you might get what you wished for. Speaking of which, the immortal killer move Time Assist Luck had been modified during this period by Fang Yuan using the Light of Wisdom. Right now, Fang Yuan was gradually understanding what great use Wisdom Gu truly had. Even though he could only use the Light of Wisdom, just that alone could push his cultivation journey ahead greatly. Tai by Yun Shang felt something. His expression changed. The earthly calamity is here. The entirety of Tai by Blessed Land started to shake. Large amounts of earth chi burst out from the ground, while small quantities of heaven chi drooped down from the sky. There was a burst of mystical light as from within the profound light, the wishes and prayers of countless living beings could be heard. I wish my clan's feathermen survive. I wish my clan's feathermen gain freedom. I wish my clan's feathermen have a place to live in the world. The mystical light disappeared. At the western part of the blessed land, there were tens of thousands of feathermen. What earthly calamity is this? Immediately, even Fang Yuan was shocked. He had never seen such a peculiar earthly calamity. Tai Baiyun Shang fell into deep contemplation. What place is this? A featherman Gu Immortal, Zhou Zhong, looked around with an expression of vigilance. After using the Immortal Killer move Heavenly Wish, a strong force teleported all of the feathermen in Sacred Feather City away. An empty Sacred Feather City was left. White Sea Shatua had great foresight. He obtained this Immortal Gu house without wasting much effort. Seeing that Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing were flying over, the Featherman Gu Immortal Zheng Ling's expression changed. Oh no. This is a certain human Gu Immortal's blessed land. We were treated as an earthly calamity and were teleported here. Zhou Zheng showed an expression of shock. How can this be? Wouldn't our enemies still be Gu Immortals? We are facing 2 rank 6 Gu Immortals, and one is an immortal zombie with bottom-tier cultivation level. What are you afraid of? Zheng Ling laughed loudly. Kill them and we can obtain this small world. Just like what we wished, even though this place is inferior to the Green Heaven Fragment world, it is enough for our tribe to live. Strike. Zheng Ling said this as he flew out. When he was thousands of steps away from Tai Baiyunxing and Fang Yuan, he pushed with his hands. Whoosh. Wind blew, a solid wind wall was formed. It pushed towards Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing with an imposing aura. This was an immortal killer move that Zheng Ling poured all his frustrations into. He was unable to do anything to White Sea Shatua. He vented all of his frustrations towards Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing. Seeing the wind wall pressing at them, Fang Yuan pulled Tai Baiyunxing behind him and snorted with disdain. A pitiful trick. Myriad Self First Style. Giant Hand. Rumble. The Strength Path Giant Hand pushed forth and destroyed the wind wall. Then, with its remaining force, it slammed towards Zheng Ling. Zhou Zheng and Zheng Ling's expressions changed. They looked at Fang Yuan's giant hand like they were seeing a ghost. What? Merely a bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie. He actually has rank 7 battle strength. The 2 Featherman Gu Immortals knew that they were facing a tough foe. Zheng Ling's expression was very bitter. If this were to be normal times, he would not be afraid of Fang Yuan. But after an intense battle with White Sea Shatua and the others, his battle strength had decreased by a lot. The rank 6 Zhou Zheng was in an even worse condition. Hold on, we can talk this out. I was rash earlier and attacked. Please forgive me for offending you. Zheng Ling shouted. We have our difficulties. We had no choice but to enter your blessed land. He asked them to hold on, but Fang Yuan responded at lightning speed. Not only this, he summoned 5 Strength Path Giant Hands and encircled them. Since you are here, don't think of leaving. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. Featherman Gu Immortal Zheng Ling had an ugly expression. Sir, do you think we are fish on the chopping block? Why must you force us like this? It must have been tough for you to develop this blessed land. If we destroy all of these resources in battle, would it not be a waste? Are you threatening us? Fang Yuan's red eyes shined with a ruthless light. Of course it is not a threat. But what we are saying is the truth, no? Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong said. Fang Yuan laughed internally. If other Gu Immortals were threatened like this, they might be wary and fearful. These 2 Featherman Gu Immortals might get their way. But they met Tai Baiyunxing of all people. Tai Baiyunxing's Immortal Gu, landscape as before, was the perfect solution against their threat. The 2 Featherman Gu Immortals did not know about the existence of landscape as before Immortal Gu. Thus they said such words. According to Fang Yuan's intentions, they should kill these 2 Featherman Gu Immortals. But this was Tai Baiyunxing's tribulation. Fang Yuan alone could not make the decision. And Tai Baiyunxing was a kind old man. His nature was quite gentle and merciful. Thus, Fang Yuan did not speak. He looked at Tai Baiyunxing. The 2 Featherman Gu Immortals also looked at Tai Baiyunxing, waiting for the person in question to respond. The mortal feathermen gazed at the sky with looks of awe, towards the 4 figures in the sky. Earlier, these mortal feathermen had heard the conversation between Fang Yuan and the Featherman Gu Immortals clearly. Tai Baiyunxing's decision was going to influence the fate of these tens of thousands of feathermen. Some feathermen were already praying internally. Some were gritting their teeth. Some were grimacing in pain. Yu Fei, who had just become the Featherman King, clenched his fists. He stared at the sky fixedly. He was originally a commoner. He was not like Prince Den Yu, who knew a lot of secrets. This was the first time he had seen a Gu Immortal. He felt shock and at the same time a deep sense of helplessness. Tai Bai Yunshang had been deep in consideration since the Feathermen appeared. A Featherman calamity was something Tai Bai Yunshang had not expected. These were intelligent living beings that could talk. If Tai Bai Yunshang let these Feathermen go, this earthly calamity would be over. If he did not, they would fight inside his immortal aperture. He might be able to recruit these Feathermen, but there was a huge risk of losing resources if they fought. He could not weigh the pros and cons easily. But no matter what he chose, it was a huge decision. Just as Fang Yuan expected, Tai Bai Yunshang was quite wishy-washy. Even though this was a critical moment, he could not decide. Seeing Fang Yuan gaze over, he also turned his head, seeking Fang Yuan's opinion with his inquiring gaze. "Of course we will battle." Fang Yuan immediately transmitted, replying firmly. "You have immortal goo landscape as before. You do not need to fear your immortal aperture suffering damage. The only losses are your float ball tea, sky chief clouds, and other resources. These things cannot be restored using landscape as before immortal goo. But for this tribulation, you did not move these resources out. You were prepared to suffer losses anyway. Your main source of revenue is landscape as before immortal goo. These resources earn little profit. Even if you lose them, you can start over again. These Feathermen number in tens of thousands. They can be turned into slaves. Feathermen are born with cloud path Dao marks. They are skilled at flying. All of the Feathermen elites are flying masters. But these two Featherman goo immortals cannot be allowed to live. Even if they do not primarily cultivate cloud path, killing them would get you a good number of cloud path Dao marks. They can be added to your blessed land. Isn't that what you want?" This was an extremely rare opportunity. The two Featherman goo immortals were injured. They had no ways to escape from this place. As long as Tai Bai Yunshang did not open the doors, these Feathermen were birds trapped in a cage. Once he killed the two Featherman goo immortals, their immortal apertures would fall into Tai Bai blessed land. This was an extremely rare situation. When a goo immortal dies and leaves behind their immortal aperture, the immortal aperture would become an isolated blessed land and absorb heaven and earth chi from the world. Just like earlier, after Fang Yuan took Star-Lord Wan Xiang's corpse, he purposely went into a deep part of Earth Abyss to place it down. The result was, after placing it down, the blessed land took in a huge amount of Earth Chi but very little Heaven Chi. Because of the drawing in of Earth Chi, it resulted in an intense tremor in Earth Abyss. If the Featherman goo immortals died, their immortal apertures would fall into Tai Bai blessed land. They would take in Heaven and Earth Chi. But Tai Bai blessed land was different from the 5 regions. This place was completely under Tai Bai Yunshang's control. The Heaven and Earth Chi could not be extracted without his permission. If the immortal aperture could not turn into a separate blessed land, what would happen? There were records of this. In such situations, the immortal aperture would be destroyed. All of the resources inside the immortal aperture would be decimated with it. But all of the Dao marks inside the immortal aperture would be left behind, fusing into the outside world. And this outside world was Tai Bai blessed land. As has been mentioned before, Dao marks were extremely precious because there was a huge cost to obtain them. Even if the entire blessed land was wrecked, if Tai Bai Yunsheng could obtain all of the Dao marks of the two Featherman goo immortals, this would definitely be a huge profit for him no matter what. Fang Yuan secretly transmitted, adding another sentence. "Old Bai, is your kindness acting up again? You want to pass up on such a great opportunity?" Tai Bai Yunshang's expression became firmer. He made up his mind. He transmitted, "Don't worry. Feathermen are variant humans. They are not humans like us. Since that is the case and we're on opposing sides, let's battle and kill them. As for these Featherman captives, I will treat them kindly." After making up his mind, he was about to strike, but Fang Yuan secretly told him to stop. "Hold on. This is a great opportunity. How can we fight just like this? Let's probe them first." Tai Bai Yunsheng knew about Fang Yuan's craftiness. He replied, "Then I will have to trouble you." The conversation between these two only lasted for a moment in the real world. Fang Yuan looked at the Featherman goo immortals. He started his deception. "It is not that we cannot let you go, but you have to leave behind these mortal Feathermen. They will become our slaves." The two sides spoke openly without concealing anything. Fang Yuan's words immediately attracted an intense commotion from the tens of thousands of Feathermen. "What? He wants us to become their slaves. Losing freedom is like losing our wings. No, even if I die, I will not become a slave of humans. Don't worry. We have our goo immortal ancestors. They will not give up on us. That is impossible. The two Featherman goo immortals had a determined expression. They immediately denied it. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Groups of variant humans were more united than humans. Dong Fangchang fans schemed against his own tribesmen for his own sake. This would be much more unlikely with variant humans. Man is the spirit of all living beings. They have the highest intelligence, as well as complex thoughts. Variant humans, however, have lower intelligence and purer minds. They were not as wicked and scheming as humans. Of course, this had much to do with the situation of the different races now. Right now, humans ruled the 5 regions. They were the strongest. It was hard for variant humans to survive. They were ostracized and suppressed by humans. There were few variant human groups that had precious resources. No matter which region it was, variant human slaves were sold in the market. Among the races, humans held absolute dominance, while variant humans were definitely the weaker side. As the weaker side, if they wanted to survive, they needed to stay united and help each other. That was the only way to withstand external pressure. Thus, the two goo immortals were unwilling to give up the mortal feathermen. They had a firm attitude. This was within Fang Yuan's expectations. He could tell that they were very determined. Fang Yuan quickly made a transmission. Tai Bai Yunshang showed an expression of feeling angered and offended. He repeated the words Fang Yuan transmitted to him. Humph! You feathermen barged into my blessed land for no reason. This is an invasion. Not only did you invade my blessed land, you attacked us and threatened us. Now you want to leave? How can you not pay a price for this? Of course, you can fight your way out with these feathermen. If you are strong enough, I will treat this as my bad luck. But if that is not the case, I will make sure to take good care of you all. How could the two Featherman goo immortals have such strength left? If they did, why would they bother using words to converse with Fang Yuan? Even though they could still use the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish. But without the protection of the immortal goo house, Sacred Feather City, not only did Heavenly Wish need a huge amount of immortal essence, it also needed a lot of time to activate. Under such a situation, it was basically impossible to replicate their act of escaping earlier. Seeing that Fang Yuan was unwilling to relent, Goo Immortal Zhozhong had no choice but to emphasize on the importance of the immortal aperture again. If they really fought, both sides would lose out. If we avoid direct combat and focus on dealing damage to your blessed land, at some point, the blessed land would face destruction and attract the winds of assimilation. That would be a bad ending for all of us. Zhozhong said with a threatening tone. They did not know about the existence of landscape as before. With landscape as before, wherever the blessed land got damaged, it could be fixed. It would never reach a point where the winds of assimilation are summoned. Under Fang Yuan's guidance, Tai Bai Yunsheng flew into a rage. You dare threaten me? Battle it shall be. What am I afraid of? You think I am a coward? I can take you down any time. He showed the demeanor of a battle maniac that could not keep his cool. Fang Yuan showed a wary expression, but refused to relent. He wanted to negotiate more. His actions gave the two Featherman goo immortals hope that they could leave peacefully. After the two sides negotiated for a long time, Zheng Ling was the first to relent. He suggested that Fang Yuan's side could be compensated with a huge sum of immortal essence stones. Among the two of them, Zhou Zhong was acting as the aggressive party, while Zheng Ling was acting as the peaceful party. They cooperated with much coordination. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng. As Tai Bai Yunsheng got the hint and rolled his eyes. How could this amount of immortal essence stones compare to tens of thousands of feathermen? Fight, they could win at any time. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had coordination that was not inferior to the other two. On the ground, the feathermen were in a chaotic state. They were angered and yet helpless and anguished. This was a cruel world. This was the misery of the weak. Yu Fei shouted at the sky, enough. Even if we die, we will not become lowly slaves. The feeling of being treated as livestock while they were used as bargaining chips in a negotiation was horrible. Shut up. Don't go and antagonize existences like goo immortals. You are the new Featherman King. You have to think of the clan first. By taunting the goo immortals like this, are you trying to drive our clan into the abyss? Dan, you scolded. Damn it. Yufei gritted his teeth, his fists were clenched as his veins surfaced. He listened to Dan Yu's words and fell into silence. To Yufei, the change in circumstances happened too quickly and too suddenly. He who aspired to become the Featherman King had achieved his goal. But this high and mighty position that he had dreamed of was so tiny and weak at this moment. Immortals were really too powerful compared to mortals. No matter how hot-blooded he was, no matter how he risked his life, that gap in battle strength could not be breached. Zhang Ling suggested compensating with immortal essence stones. Though Tai Baiyunshang rejected him, Fang Yuan pretended to think about it. We want Featherman slaves, but you are only offering immortal essence stones. This conflict cannot be resolved. How about this? Let's take a step back and decide with our strength. Tai Baiyunsheng's attitude was firm. He showed the attitude of a battle maniac. During the conversation, he had been taunting them by saying, "I can take you down at any time," several times. If Shark Demon and the others who were familiar with Tai Baiyunsheng were here, they would think that this Tai Baiyunsheng was an imposter. Zhou Zhang and Zhang Ling exchanged glances. It was hard to talk to the battle maniac Tai Baiyunsheng, but it seemed like the immortal zombie, Fang Yuan, was in charge of the decision-making. This was not strange to the Featherman Immortals. After all, Fang Yuan showed rank 7 battle strength earlier. The two communicated secretly. They both felt that Fang Yuan was much easier to talk to than Tai Baiyunsheng. He was more reasonable. The other party is an immortal zombie. His immortal aperture cannot produce immortal essence. That's why he has a careful nature. We have to make use of this trait. But this blessed land belongs to that damned old man. This old man has quite a fiery temper at this age. It seems his battle strength cannot be underestimated. Be vigilant. Forget it, the situation is in their favor now. Let's listen to what the immortal zombie has to suggest. The two Featherman Immortals analyzed this situation. It seemed to them that it was a reasonable understanding of it. But what they did not know was that they had fallen into the trap that Fang Yuan had specially made for them. Please speak. After discussing, Zhou Zhang said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan spoke, in the world of Immortals, benefits are the most important thing. It is decided by battle strength. We will hold 10 duels. For every duel we win, you will split 10% of the Feathermen to us. But for each that we lose, we will accept only a sum of immortal essence stones as compensation. Zhou Zhong was unwilling. He shouted, "Be it winning or losing, you are benefiting from it." Fang Yuan smiled lightly and did not reply. Tai Baiyunsheng started howling. "Why are you complaining? If you don't want this, let's fight. My fists are itching to hit something. I can take you down at any time. If you dare to destroy my immortal aperture, I will slaughter these mortal Feathermen first. In the worst case, we go down together. Who is afraid of who?" He showed the perfect example of a brainless battle maniac. Zhou Zhong and Zhang Ling ignored him completely, showing an expression of not wanting to stoop to his level of intelligence. The two started to discuss their decisions using transmissions. Fang Yuan pressured them at the right timing. "If you do not agree to this, we will have to battle." These words made the hearts of these two Feathermen Immortals jump. They understood clearly that in the current situation, sacrifice was unavoidable. The most logical decision was to minimize their losses. Eventually, Zhang Ling nodded, agreeing to the duels. But he had a precondition. They had to use the information path immortal killer move, that they had to form an agreement similar to Mountain Pledge Gu as the restriction on both parties. Regardless of the result, after 10 duels, Fang Yuan's side was not to cause problems for the Feathermen. They had to open the door and let everyone else leave, without any form of obstruction. The Feathermen actually had such an information path killer move. Their foundation was quite deep. Fang Yuan was fairly surprised. To start things off, the immortal Zhou Zhong entered the stage for the first duel. On Fang Yuan's side, Tai Baiyunsheng went to battle. He was oozing with battle intent as he showed a bloodthirsty expression. He shouted, "Come! I will take you down in just a moment." Zhou Zhong really was fooled by his demeanor. After all, he was only a variant human. Their intelligence was inferior to humans. Most importantly, Zhou Zhong had his reservations. He did not want to sacrifice his clansmen. He did not want any Feathermen to lose their freedom and become the slaves of humans. Thus, he chose his specialty for the duel. "What, you want to compete in flying speed alone?" Tai Baiyunsheng was shocked. "According to the agreement, we are the first to decide what type of duel it is. Are you going back on your words?" I will let you decide this time." Tai Baiyunshin showed an upset and irritated expression. The result of this duel was obvious. Tai Baiyunshin only had a mortal killer move for flying. The other party not only had wings, they even had an immortal killer move specially used for movement. After seeing the results, the feathermen on the ground erupted into loud cheers. After all, their freedom was at stake. They could have become slaves. They were very nervous when they watched the duel. Here are your immortal essence stones. Zhou Zhong laughed loudly. He handed the dozen immortal essence stones to Tai Baiyunshin in a proud manner. Tai Baiyunshin received them with a gloomy expression, but he was filled with admiration towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is truly good at scheming. The other party paid immortal essence stones, but they are acting like this was a huge victory for them. I am inferior to him. In the first duel, Fang Yuan lost. Fang Yuan went for the second duel. Because he had rank 7 battle strength, the Featherman Gu Immortals did not dare to be careless. They sent the stronger Gu Immortal Zhang Ling to duel him. Fang Yuan suggested, "We will compete using speed." Zhang Ling's expression froze for a second before he agreed. Fang Yuan lost this duel very quickly as well. Zhang Ling also had an immortal killer move. His speed was twice as fast as that of Zhou Zhong. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. They were all desolate beast wings. But in this duel, he did not manage to activate the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu at all. Thus he had no hopes of winning. Third duel, fourth duel, fifth duel. Duels after duels, Fang Yuan's side had no victories. While the Featherman Gu Immortals were winning with 0 losses, the results were one-sided. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunshin's expression became uglier in the process. The 2 Featherman Gu Immortals had confident and lax expressions. They were starting to realize that their enemies were all bark and no bite. They were just putting up a front. For example, the immortal zombie Fang Yuan was only rank 7 in terms of attack. He only had mortal killer moves for defense, along with his immortal zombie body's defense. In terms of healing, he only had the basic recovery ability of an immortal zombie. As for movement and investigative methods, he did not have immortal killer moves. Meanwhile, Tai Baiyunshin was very rash and haughty, but in terms of battle strength, he was a mess. He only used mortal killer moves. The 2 Featherman Gu Immortals felt like they had been scammed. It turns out that these 2 are so weak. If we had known this, we would have fought from the start. Humans are the most skilled at scheming. We have already used the information path immortal killer move and restricted ourselves. We can only leave this place and cannot attack. Thinking about it, we were too stunned by the earlier human Gu immortal invaders. Due to the foundation of our sacred feather city, we are superior to most human Gu immortals. The 2 of them are quite impressive, but they are not our match at all. Like this, the 2 Featherman Gu immortals won 9 rounds. Only the last duel was left. No matter what happened in this duel, after it ended, Fang Yuan's side would not be able to obstruct the Feathermen due to the agreement. He had to let them leave. On the ground, cheers of victory were already resounding. The new Featherman King, Yufei, had a better expression now. His eyes were shining brightly as he looked at the 2 Gu Immortals of the Featherman clan. He had another grand ambition now. I've decided. As long as I become a Gu Immortal, I would become a true man. I must become a Gu Immortal. Even if I need to give up being king, I will become a Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan took a step forward as his voice turned very cold. This is the final duel. All 4 of us will fight in a battle of attack and defense. I will attack and you will defend for the first round, and you will attack while I defend for the following round. Our partner can only use healing methods. When one side is unable to continue, they will lose. Zhou Zhong and Zhang Ling exchanged glances. They frowned as they realized something amiss. Fang Yuan was making the dueling rules to complete display their advantage. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling and Zhou Zhang could not object to this duel request. They could only accept it. In this case, the 10th duel is the hardest one of all. This is the final round. After we win, we will be able to protect all of the Feathermen and leave safely. The 2 Gu Immortal conversed mentally as they went forth to battle. Sir, please attack. Zhang Ling took a step forward, saying. Fang Yuan did not speak. He was 1,000 steps away from Zhang Ling. He grabbed towards the other party. Rumble. A strength path giant hand tore through space and grabbed at Zhang Ling fiercely. Zhang Ling suppressed his instinct to dodge. He activated his defensive killer move as a suit of armor made of light appeared on his body. The armor looked very real, it blocked the strength path giant hand. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He had already seen this armor made of light in the fourth duel. It was a light path defensive immortal killer move. Blocked! Zhou Zhong shouted happily. It is time for us to strike. Fang Yuan scoffed. Sir, are you forming a conclusion so quickly? My attack is not an instantaneous type, but a sustained attack. I have not ended my attack yet. It is okay. Sir can continue attacking. Zhang Ling said in a low voice. In the duels earlier, Fang Yuan had attacked as well. Zhang Ling felt that he could block Myriad Self-Giant Hand completely. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan showed a ruthless smile as Zhang Ling's expression changed. Earlier, Fang Yuan had been hiding his strength, only using one core immortal goo. Now, he used all of his core immortal goo at once. The strength path giant hand was breaking the light path defensive method, as creaking sounds could be heard. Oh no, at this rate, Lord Zhang Ling will become meat paste. Zhou Zhong was shocked. Zhang Ling, consider it well, my giant hand is only an attack. It cannot restrict your movement. But if you break out of it now, you will be breaking our agreement. In that case, you will be violating our earlier agreement, and the duels will be voided. Fang Yuan scoffed. Damn it! I'll go all out. Zhang Ling shouted angrily. He activated another defensive killer move. It was an immortal killer move. Two immortal killer moves stacked together, blocking the strength path giant hand. At this point, both parties fell into a deadlock again. Indeed, he is just a rank 6 immortal zombie. How can he fight a drawn-out battle with Lord Zhang Ling? Zhou Zhong calmed down. But a moment later, Fang Yuan was still full of vigor while Zhang Ling was starting to get anxious. He was unable to hold on. Oh no! The other party must be using our immortal essence stones and converting it into immortal essence. In contrast, we have lost a lot of our foundation after an intense battle, so we are the first to run out of immortal essence. Realizing the reason, Zhou Zhong felt an immense anger and melancholy. It was hard to describe with words. At the same time, he started to fluster. What shall we do now? If I want to help him, I can only use healing methods, otherwise we would be violating the duel agreement and the earlier duels would be voided. He was there physically, but he felt like he was miles away. Zhou Zhong was helpless. The trap that Fang Yuan had created painstakingly was taking effect. At times, your former achievements would be the greatest obstacle for you to achieve greater success. If they won this round, they would obtain complete victory. They would save all of the Feathermen and bring them to safety. They were one duel away, just one duel. If they violated the rules, all of it would be nullified. This mentality made Zhang Ling choose to continue holding on, and Zhou Zhong was full of sweat and worried, but he could not interfere. It is over. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. 7 other strength path giant hands flew out. The strength path giant hands slammed at the Feathermen on the ground with overwhelming force. What are you doing? Zhou Zhong howled. He was like a furious dragon whose scales were plucked. Don't fall into his trap. He is trying to lure you into attacking so that you will break the rules. The other part is at his wit's end. We need to continue enduring. Zhang Ling shouted. Zhou Zhong was stunned. His gaze towards Fang Yuan changed. Aren't immortal zombies slow in cognition? Why is this guy so scheming? While he was stunned, Fang Yuan approached Zhang Ling and spat at him. Immortal killer move. Poison spit. This was a modified immortal killer move that originated from harboring malicious heart, using woman's heart immortal goo as the core. Since Fang Yuan had obtained it, he had been keeping it secret. This was the first time he was using it. Zhang Ling was caught off guard. He was poisoned by this immediately. He had a method to heal himself, of course, but at this moment, his mind was distracted and he reacted a moment more slowly. By the time he was going to detoxify himself, the poison was already very deep. The moment of life and death was often decided in an instant. Unscrupulous? Zhang Ling stared at Fang Yuan fixedly. This was his last word. With a loud thud, he lost control and was squashed into meat paste by the strength path giant hands. Lord Zhang Ling! Zhou Zhong screamed in fury. Everything happened too quickly. By the time Zhou Zhong reacted, it was too late. He did not have an immortal goo-like man as before. Fang Yuan attacked Zhou Zhong with his other strength path giant hands. You cannot defend, attack, or dodge. Don't forget, according to this duel's rules, you can only use healing methods. Fang Yuan shouted. Zhou Zhong heard this and his eyes almost popped out. He was going to spit out blood from anger. How would he fight like that? He would have to retaliate, dodge, or defend himself, but all those violated the rules. It would nullify all of their past wins. On his side, the one in charge of attacking and defending, Zhang Ling, was dead. He could only use healing methods now. But once the strength path giant hands grabbed him, he would be killed on the spot. No healing techniques were going to save him. Even if Fang Yuan could not kill him and he could heal himself, he could not retaliate. That was against the rules. Fang Yuan was assured to win. This was truly bullying the feather men. At this moment, looking at Zhou Zhang's dazed expression, even Tai Bai Yunsheng showed a look of pity and sympathy. At the moment between life and death, the remaining Gu Immortal, Zhou Zhang, had a burst of inspiration. He realized the most direct way to change the current situation. I admit defeat, he shouted. Fang Yuan's attacks came to a stop. Zhou Zhang was breathing roughly. In just a moment, he was drenched in sweat. The tens of thousands of feather men on the ground reacted. After a while, they shouted in shock. In just moments, the rank 7 Gu Immortal of the feathermen died. And Zhou Zhang had no choice but to admit defeat. Fang Yuan's meticulous plotting showed its ruthless effect. The feathermen paid a heavy price. They lost terribly. This was a completely different situation from earlier. The difference was like of heaven and earth. It was no wonder that the feathermen were shocked. Zhou Zhang's expression was pale. He felt some trepidation internally as he spoke. I lost. According to the agreement, the 10 duels are over. We are going to leave this place. His gaze towards Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng was filled with deep hatred and anger. The other party killed the featherman Gu Immortal Zhang Ling. But now, Zhou Zhang had insufficient strength. He could not exact revenge. How could he take revenge? If Zhang Ling was still alive, if he collaborated with Zhou Zhang, they would definitely suppress Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. This was the truth. Zhang Ling and Zhou Zhang had very deep foundations out of Fang Yuan's expectations. They might not have many immortal Gu, but they had deduced many immortal killer moves. These immortal killer moves encompassed attack, defense, movement, healing, and investigation. They did not have any apparent shortfalls. In contrast, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng used mostly mortal killer moves. If they really fought, it would be hard for them to gain any advantage as they would be inferior in these aspects. Of course, this was Tai Bai Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's side had the territorial advantage. But do not forget, blessed lands could not restrict immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. Thus, Zhou Zhang could only suppress his anger as well as the desire to take revenge. He decided to not settle the score with Fang Yuan for now. The urgent matter now was to escape and find a new place to live with his clansmen. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not stop him from making that request. The reason was simple. They had used the information path immortal killer move earlier. Once Fang Yuan's side did something that violates the agreement, they would face a harsh backlash. They would die on the spot. Fang Yuan was not like Fairy Li Shan. He did not have a time path killer move like Delay with him. Thus, he could not break the agreement. In fact, Zhou Zhang was very conscious of this. He was hoping that Fang Yuan would violate the agreement. If that happens, the enemies would be wiped out, and this blessed land would become the Feathermen's property. Regarding the condition for ownership from Tai Bai Land Spirit, that would be something to think about later. Of course, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not attack. They also could not summon outsiders like Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan to interfere. Even though the Feathermen did not have the intelligence of humans, such an obvious loophole would still be handled. If Fang Yuan summoned reinforcements, he would be violating the agreement. He would die. Indeed, the 10 duels have ended. According to our earlier agreement, we have to open the doors and let the remaining feathermen leave. Fang Yuan nodded, saying to Zhou Zhang, "Don't worry. We won't go back on our words." Good. Zhou Zhang let out a breath of cloudy air. He felt much regret towards Fang Yuan's act of keeping his word. But Fang Yuan's words shifted. But what? Zhou Zhang looked at him nervously. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. We won the 10th duel according to the rules. I can choose slaves from among the feathermen on the ground, and the rest will be allowed to leave. Zhou Zhang sighed. He looked at the clansmen on the ground, feeling very complicated. His fingers were stabbing into his flesh. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing descended as they started picking slaves from among these feathermen. The feathermen were flustered, they were afraid of getting chosen. "Don't move, let me choose properly," Fang Yuan purposely shouted. The feathermen were even more fearful now, they were like chicks in front of an eagle. This girl is not bad." Fang Yuan pretended to think about it. He beckoned with his finger as a young girl was restrained by a formless force pulled towards him from the featherman group. "No, I don't want to." The featherman girl's eyes oozed with tears of helplessness. "Let go of my fiancé." A young featherman charged up before any of the feathermen could stop him. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a ruthless light. He snorted, "Courting death." He did not make any evident movements, but the featherman youngster, who was merely a rank 2 Gu master, froze in the air as he was flying. His face distorted as his body went into spasms. At the next moment he fell onto the ground. Even though he was caught by the surrounding feathermen, blood was running rampant in his entire body, his 7 orifices were bursting with blood, he was going to die. "What did you do?" Zhou Zhong was furious. He landed on the ground and pressed on the featherman youngster's chest, healing him personally. The featherman youngster was hit by Fang Yuan's blood path methods, his blood ran wild and spurted outside. But with Zhou Zhong's suppression, the attack was resolved and the featherman youngster's life was saved. Zhou Zhong raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was dark. "Sir, you attacked Immortal? That is insulting to the status of a Gu Immortal. And I remember that in the agreement you are not to freely attack or kill our feathermen." Fang Yuan shrugged. "Gu Immortals have their status, but even more than that, their authority is not to be offended. I did not violate the agreement, he was the one who had intentions to attack me. It is stated in the agreement clearly that if the mortal feathermen attempt to attack me, I have the rights to kill them. Isn't that right?" Zhou Zhong could not reply to this. In terms of playing around rules, Fang Yuan was much stronger than him. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Don't worry, I will not violate the agreement." Zhou Zhong gritted his teeth. His eyes were spewing fire. "Then I will choose you as my next slave, Zhou Zhong." Suddenly, Fang Yuan pointed at Zhou Zhong. He showed a smile, like his scheme had succeeded. What did you say?" At this moment, Zhou Zhong almost thought that he was hearing things. He wanted a Gu Immortal to become his slave? How could this be possible? Zhou Zhong looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Did the other party go crazy? Fang Yuan said with a smile, "Zhou Zhong, did you forget? Our agreement was, as long as my side wins, I can choose a portion of these feathermen on the ground and make them into my slaves." Fang Yuan placed an emphasis on the words, "on the ground." Zhou Zhong felt like a thunderbolt had struck him. He was stunned on the spot, not moving at all. The surrounding feathermen were no longer flustered and jumping around, they were frozen like statues, staring at their Gu Immortal, staring at his feet. Zhou Zhong was stepping on the ground. At this moment, Zhou Zhong's expression was very interesting. It turned from pale as paper to dark and solemn. His wings fluttered subconsciously. He wanted to raise his legs as if the floor was lava. It was burning his legs. He. Fang Yuan laughed in a monstrous manner. A crafty light was shining in his red eyes. "The moment you stepped on the ground, you became my slave. Zhou Zhong, even if you fly now, it is too late." Zhou Zhong shouted at Fang Yuan. "This is a trap. This is an evil plot." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He showed a look of smugness and shamelessness. "That is right. This is a trap. This is an evil plot. Unfortunately, you fell for it." Beside him, Tai Bai Yunxing sighed. "You can only blame yourselves for neglecting your own bodies. Indeed, the authority of Gu Immortals cannot be offended. It is rare for slaves to be Gu Immortals. When we set the agreement, you were both flying in the air, away from the ground, thus you did not notice this trap. Of course, if you realized it and did not step on the ground, there was also nothing we could do. But you had a guilty conscience, you wanted to sacrifice a portion of the feathermen and let them become slaves so as to obtain freedom for you and the rest of the feathermen." Cough, cough. Fang Yuan coughed. "Old Bai, even if he did not land on the ground, I still have my ways. We can pick our slaves slowly. We can take a year or two and directly cripple the feathermen. They need food and water to survive, but Tai Bai blessed land is yours. Due to the agreement, they cannot inflict any damage on the blessed land. As long as we do not pick our slaves, they will be prisoners inside the blessed land." This time, even Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fang Yuan with shock. Zhou Zhong opened his mouth wide. At this moment, he felt that he was simply too foolish and naive. The whole area was covered in deathly silence. Sorrow, fear, and loss shrouded the hearts of all the feathermen. Zhou Zhong was the only Gu immortal remaining among the feathermen. If even he was no longer there, and became a slave of humans, how would these remaining feathermen survive? The current 5 regions, or rather the whole world, could be said to belong to humans. The space for variant humans to survive was very small, and this already small space continued to shrink. Zhou Zhong's mouth, wide open from shock, slowly closed. He looked up at Fang Yuan, as if he was looking at a monster, and asked, "Is your immortal zombie appearance fake? How can an immortal zombie scheme all this?" Fang Yuan was slightly dazed, not having expected Zhou Zhong to suddenly calm down. He immediately had a bad feeling. Tai Baiyun Shang, who was beside him, spoke with compassion. "Give up, Zhou Zhong. Even if you become a slave, I can promise that you will never be treated unfairly. I will also not limit your freedom during normal times. I will only ask for your service during critical times. Let these feathermen behind you live in my blessed land from now on. Rest assured, I will not be harsh on them or maltreat them. I will also pay corresponding rewards for their work." Tai Baiyun Shing heaved a sigh. His benevolent nature had emerged again. However, Zhou Zhong shook his head slightly 3 times. The smile on the corners of Fang Yuan's lips disappeared as his expression turned grave. Afterwards, he saw that the Gu immortal Zhou Zhong suddenly turned around towards the large group of feather men and gave a deep bow. "Everyone." Zhou Zhong's tone was extremely calm, but it revealed a decisive intent. His voice was not loud, but it resounded in everyone's ears. "I have done all of you a disservice. This world only has the Gu immortal Zhou Zhong, the featherman Zhou Zhong, but there will absolutely not be a slave Zhou Zhong. It was truly a shame that I could not protect you all. Goodbye." He then suddenly spread his wings. The wings of feathermen were not wide like eagle wings or thick like vulture wings, but were slender and exquisite. "Zhou Zhong, what is the point of this? Stop quickly." Tai Baiyun Shin was shocked and wanted to stop him. But how could he stop a Gu immortal who was seeking death of his own accord? Zhou Zhong suddenly flapped his wings and flew towards the sky. While flying towards the sky, he shouted, "I, Zhou Zhong, am a featherman. I will not become a slave." At this moment, everyone's gazes were gathered on him. He violated the agreement. He stepped on the ground and was successfully trapped by Fang Yuan, becoming a slave. However, Zhou Zhong was not willing and went against the agreement on his own initiative. The information path immortal killer move on him erupted. The intense backlash that he could not endure assaulted Zhou Zhong's entire body. The more Zhou Zhong flew, the slower he became. His 2 wings were also becoming difficult to move. Right now, his appearance of flying in the sky was like that of an old man who was approaching death and stumbling on his legs but still kept on climbing towards a precipitous peak. His whole body started crystallizing rapidly, and soon he turned into a transparent glass crystal statue. His 2 wings turned into crystal glass-like objects, moving no longer. However, his eyes were still gazing at the blue sky, not even sparing a glance at Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyun Shang, the gaze carrying endless bravery and decisiveness. He then started to slowly fall down to the ground. His whole body started to crumble apart while falling. First his head, then his chest, his wings, stomach, then his legs. Before landing on the ground, he had already turned into a sheet of broken glass and crystal fragments. There was no wind in Tai by blessed land. These crystal glass fragments, however, seemed to flutter. The more they fluttered, the more they crumbled. They continued to break apart until they disintegrated in the air. "Zhou Zhong," Tai Baiyun Shang mumbled in a daze. "Indeed, this guy." Fang Yuan's expression was dark. He did not make Tai Baiyun Shang revive Zhou Zhong. One who was not afraid of even death and was not willing to be a slave, simply had no value. Moreover, Zhou Zhong was a Gu immortal. The immortal essence needed to revive him would not be low. Even if he was revived, his immortal Gu were already gone, and Tai Baiyun Shing also would not be able to absorb his immortal aperture. On the contrary, it was better to let him die. His immortal aperture would be unable to absorb heaven and earth chi, the blessed land would break apart. After breaking up, all the Dao marks of Zhou Zhong in the immortal aperture would be added to Tai by blessed land. Zhou Zhong's death caused all the Feathermen to fall into silence. The silence only lasted for a while before the new Featherman King, Yu Fei, shouted loudly, "I, Yu Fei, also am not willing to be a slave. Everybody, have you still not realized it? These two human goo immortals are demons. They had already planned to catch us all. They absolutely won't let us go. All of you choose a new Featherman King. I will follow old ancestor Zhou Zhong and take my leave first." After saying that, he suicided on the spot. "Our king!" The Feathermen roused, shouting in such fury that their voices shook the surrounding areas. "Right, there are no slave Feathermen in this world, there are only free Feathermen. Even if I die, I am free. As long as our hearts beat for freedom, there will not be any slave Feathermen. Take our corpses as your slaves." The Feathermen shouted, howled, muttered, or ridiculed. Zhou Zhong and Yu Fei's actions inspired the Feathermen. Unexpectedly, they all chose to suicide. "Damn it, are you still not stopping them? A bunch of mortals, humph. Tai Bai Yunshang, quickly use man as before, we cannot forgo this wealth. We will make them unable to die even if they want to." Fang Yuan snorted. However, Tai Bai Yunshang showed no signs of movement. "Tai Bai Yunshang, what are you doing?" Fang Yuan turned around and was immediately shocked. Tai Bai Yunshang's face was filled with struggle and hesitation. He said to Fang Yuan with difficulty, "Fang Yuan, there are two voices shouting in my head right now. One voice tells me to be logical and raise these Feathermen as slaves. The other voice, however, is shouting loudly for me to give up. These Feathermen are true Feathermen. They cannot be disgraced. Even feeling sympathy for them is a humiliation towards them." As he said this, Tai Bai Yunshang's eyes were unexpectedly glistening with tears. "Damn it!" An eerie light imperceptibly flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes without anyone noticing. If these Feathermen were raised as slaves, it would be a great help to Fang Yuan's plans in Western Desert as well. But at this crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunshang's heart actually softened. Fang Yuan could not help but shout furiously in his mind, "This fool, I can't scheme with him." As he said this internally, he suddenly grabbed Tai Bai Yunshang's shoulder with his monstrous arm. The words that came from his mouth, however, were very different. "Let it be, old Bai, you are correct. These Feathermen are the true Feathermen from the Legends of Renzu. You don't need to hesitate. You can let them die for freedom." Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunshang's expression immediately relaxed as he looked gratefully at the immortal zombie before him, and said with some shame, "It was not easy for you to think of this plan, but in the end, because of me." Fang Yuan interrupted him, "Don't mention it. Everyone has their own principles. Although I don't approve of it, I can understand it. I will support you." Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunshang's voice was choked with emotions, and he almost teared up. Fang Yuan spoke in a profound voice. "Do you know why those two Featherman Goo immortals fell to my scheme? Hehe. Do you remember that I obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance from Dongfang Changfan?" "You mean?" Tai Bai Yunshang stared blankly. Fang Yuan sighed. "Wisdom Path methods are indeed incredibly hard to defend against effectively. Fortunately, there have always been very few Wisdom Path Goo immortals. I now have a complete Wisdom Path inheritance. We must not fail to take measures against such methods. Old Bai, although you passed the earthly calamity, don't be in a hurry to go to Eastern Sea. I will use some Wisdom Path methods on you to deal with other Wisdom Path Goo immortals." Tai Bai Yunshang was extremely moved, bowing at Fang Yuan. "Then I shall trouble you. Ha, we are family. There is no need for thanks." Fang Yuan dismissed it indifferently, his gaze once again landing on the ground. In just a few moments, all the Feathermen on the ground had suicided. There was not even one who wanted to remain alive. Fang Yuan momentarily showed a slightly moved expression. The Feathermen seeking death of their own accord made him recall a person in the depths of his memories. In fact, this person was also a Featherman. When Fang Yuan was still a mortal Goo master in his previous life, this Featherman, who was an assassin, tried to kill Fang Yuan multiple times. One who understands you even more than friends is often your enemy. Fang Yuan remembered that one time during a difficult battle, he had discovered the secret of this strong assassin who repeatedly tried to kill him. This assassin was not a human, but a Featherman. "You are a Featherman?" Your wings have been cut off? That is so sad. Fang Yuan used a verbal attack. He. I myself cut off this pair of wings. The Featherman assassin laughed sinisterly. Do you want to know why? Fang Yuan's expression slightly changed. Why? Because the Featherman village's chief always praised me, saying I am a Featherman genius that came by once in 100 years, the pillar of the Featherman village, a flying quasi-grandmaster and whatnot. It was truly annoying. The chief always warned me that I am a Featherman and I am part of the village. I wanted to leave the village to see the world. Not only did the chief dissuade me, even all the Feathermen in the village stopped me. I know they were afraid I would reveal the location of the village and attract human slave hunters. So one day I could not withstand it any longer and cut off my wings. Then on that very day I killed all the Feathermen in the village. As he said this Featherman assassin's expression was one of pride. He smiled lightly. What? Fang Yuan was shocked. The Featherman assassin shrugged indifferently. You have read The Legends of Renzu, right? Feathermen believe in freedom. My heart for freedom only happened to be dozens of times more vigorous than ordinary Feathermen. My Featherman identity bound me, so I cut off my wings. The village I grew up in and the villagers constrained me, so I killed them. Because in this world, no one can restrict my freedom. Fang Yuan's expression immediately turned heavy, and he was on full alert. Back then, he had yet to tread on the demonic path. Immediately he shouted, "You lunatic! Ha ha ha!" The Featherman assassin laughed loudly. "Thanks for the compliment." He added, "Actually, you and I are of the same kind. Who the hell is the same kind as you?" Fang Yuan's young face showed a furious expression as he shouted and pounced forward to fight. States Renzu walked on his own road of life. After separating with the hairy man leader, he encountered Feathermen in Green Heaven. Renzu was extremely happy when he saw these Feathermen, because Feathermen had wings on their back, and since the Feathermen could understand Renzu's words, both sides could communicate. Renzu requested the Feathermen, "Feathermen, please help me. My daughter is in ordinary abyss and cannot come out. Please fly down and rescue my daughter. Let us father and daughter reunite." The Feathermen laughed loudly. "Human, how can you order us? Us Feathermen are the most free living beings in the world. No one can order us or bind us. You want us to listen to your request and follow your wish. That is impossible." Renzu kept on persuading and even pleaded with them, but the Feathermen simply kept on flying in the air, enjoying the pleasure of freedom. Renzu's mouth had already dried, but the Feathermen only treated him as a clown, ridiculing Renzu as if they were looking at a joke. Oh look, such a pitiful human. So what if he is the life form with the most intelligence in the world? He doesn't have wings and can only walk on the ground. He is so pitiful. Fortunately, I am not a human, but a Featherman. See how vigorously I can fly. In Renzu's heart of loneliness, Self-Gu started getting angrier as it heard these words. Finally, it could not hold the anger back and jumped out. "All of you come down." Self-Gu displayed its might, capturing all the Feathermen in the sky at once. Renzu could not help but become greatly startled at this. "Self-Gu, when did you become so strong?" Self-Gu said proudly, "It is only natural. I took a bite out of strength Gu. Now that I have my own strength, I possess immense might. Moreover, there's no need to pay any price to use this strength. Human, you need to know what is most reliable is your own strength. And without strength, freedom is just an illusion." The Feathermen were captured and could no longer fly to the sky, pressed onto the ground without being able to move. They began to throw curses at Renzu and Self-Gu in anger. Renzu heaved a sigh. "Feathermen, I did not mean to offend you. Please forgive my rudeness. I only want to ask you to save my daughter. When I reunite with her, I will definitely reward you." "Impossible. We Feathermen are the most free. Even if our bodies lose freedom, our hearts are still free." Right. Cruel human. You can't impose your will on any Featherman." The Feathermen kept on shouting without any intention to compromise. Renzu persuaded them for 3 days and 3 nights, but it was in vain. Helpless, he could only let go of these Feathermen. Self-Gu spoke bitterly. "Human, how could you release them so easily? Don't you want to rescue your fourth child? Renzu, however, replied confidently. I have already understood that these feathermen cannot be forced. After these days of contact with the feathermen, I have found these feathermen might be free, but they don't have dens to shelter themselves from wind and rain, and they also don't have enough food to fill their stomachs. To make them help, I have to make them do it willingly. Thereupon, Renzu built a house near the feathermen. Every day, he relied on Self-Gu to gather a lot of wild fruits and hunt many beasts. The feathermen soon discovered the safety and warmth of the house. Especially during the days of storms, the feathermen could only hide in groves of trees, shivering and starving, while Renzu stayed within his house, enjoying the warmth of a fireplace and sumptuous food. On one cold night, some feathermen quietly moved under the roof of Renzu's house to evade the wind and snow, while also greedily absorbing the warmth leaking out from the crack in the door. Renzu wore the mask of Attitude Gu and opened the door, using an extremely warm attitude to invite these feathermen into the house, and to enjoy the warmth and food with him. As this repeated several times, more and more feathermen came into Renzu's house. Renzu was very hospitable and would entertain the feathermen every day, even giving the area near the fireplace to the feathermen. No matter how much the feathermen ate, he let them eat without restraint. The feathermen gradually became accustomed to living this way, until one day, Renzu saw the timing was ripe and took off Attitude Gu, revealing his true, cold expression. He shut the door of the house and stored all the food as well, no longer supplying them to the feathermen for free. The feathermen were caught off guard and were frantic. They were already used to the safety and warmth of the house. They were used to plentiful food. They rarely flew now and hunted even less. Their stockpile of food was extremely small. Many feathermen were fat to the extent they could not fly. The feathermen had no way to deal with Renzu's behavior. They could not beat Renzu, who possessed Self-Gu. Soon, all the feathermen reached a situation where they would die from hunger or the cold. Several days later, many feathermen died. Renzu waited and waited until he became extremely anxious as the feathermen showed no signs of coming to terms with him. In the end, when most of the feathermen died, Renzu could not help but mention the old matter again. Feathermen, as long as you move your wings to fly to ordinary abyss and rescue my daughter, I will give you enough food and also warm houses. However, the remaining feathermen still shook their heads. Eventually, they all died. From these feathermen's corpses, many small creatures flew out. They looked like tiny specks of light, shining with all kinds of colors. Renzu tried to grab them, but was not able to. It is no use. Cognition Gu informed him at this moment. Wild freedom Gu cannot be caught. These feathermen chased after freedom since their birth. But it is a pity that only after their death could they find freedom. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Fang Yuan slowly withdrew his monstrous arm. The featherman Gu Immortal Zheng Ling's soul, however, was extremely listless as it weakly floated in the air. Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong had violated the agreement, thus his soul was already extinguished. As for Zheng Ling, who had died first, because he had only been attacked by Fang Yuan with Poison Path and Strength Path killer moves, only his body had perished and his soul had been preserved. Fang Yuan had secretly stored his soul into his immortal aperture on the spot. Since ancient times, Soul Path, Wisdom Path, and Enslavement Path were closely related. Since Fang Yuan had obtained Dong Fang Chongfan's Wisdom Path inheritance, he also gained some comprehension of the other paths. As such, his attainment in Soul Path and Enslavement Path had also increased by a bit. Most of all, Fang Yuan had used the light of wisdom to repeatedly improve the Immortal Killer move Myriad itself, not only adding a few core Immortal Gu one after another, but also adding many Soul Path Mortal Gu. This coordination made it so that when the giant hand killed the enemy, the injured soul would be captured by Fang Yuan. If others did not pay attention, they would think Fang Yuan had destroyed the soul as well. But in fact, Fang Yuan secretly captured the soul. Even Tai Bai Yunxing did not sense this as he did not have an immortal-level investigative killer move. Fang Yuan also did not inform him. The value of a Gu Immortal's soul was far higher than a Gu Immortal's will or mortal souls. Fang Yuan had just ended his first soul search. From this soul search, he learned the origin of this group of feathermen. They are a featherman clan in Western Desert, living for generations in a fragment world of green heaven. No wonder they have such ancient customs, even suiciding rather than lowering their heads to become slaves. A life of peace with plentiful resources. A united clan without any powerful external enemies. This instead corroded the minds of these feathermen. White Sea Chateau? Who is this person? He was able to gather so many people to siege Sacred Feather City. Moreover, he was using such superior means that are beyond imagination. They could actually restrict an immortal goo house, causing the feathermen to flee in desperation. Feng Yuan rummaged through his mind, but could not find any information about White Sea Chateau. In the end, Feng Yuan could only sigh. Western Desert is also a place hiding dragons and tigers. In conclusion, the benefits from this tribulation in Tai Bai Blessed Land were huge. Tai Bai Yunxing received all the Dao marks of the two Featherman Gu Immortals, a rank 6 and a rank 7. He was the biggest winner. Feng Yuan's harvests were also not small. The origin of this group of feathermen was a big deal, and there was also Sacred Feather City. The origins could be traced back to the late antiquity era, the era of spectral soul demon venerable. As the leader of Sacred Feather City, the rank 7 Gu Immortal Zhang Ling held plenty of secrets, immortal killer moves, immortal Gu recipes, and so on. It was likely he even had a complete Gu immortal inheritance. The Green Heaven fragment world was isolated from the outside world for this long. Sacred Feather City could be said to be a paradise for feathermen. This was a huge settlement of feathermen among those remaining in the world. Because they had very few interactions with the outside world, and the Green Heaven fragment world had plenty of resources, these featherman Gu immortals' methods were quaint, having distinctive characteristics of the late antiquity era. Feng Yuan even had an expectation if his luck was good, maybe he could get a strength path inheritance from Zhang Ling's soul. The only pity was those mortal feathermen. Feng Yuan had been planning to raise those feathermen as slaves to help him penetrate the market in Western Desert, or even establish a caravan. Feathermen were high-quality slaves in Western Desert. Super forces and large forces, all of them had featherman-based caravans. It was impossible for Feng Yuan to only do business with Shao Clan. In the early stage, he indeed had to rely on Shao Clan as a springboard to stably enter Western Desert's market. But Feng Yuan would suffer losses if he only engaged with Shao Clan on the long term. But these mortal feathermen were dead already. From their temperament, they were too well pampered, and it would be an arduous process to tame them. Instead, it was much more convenient to directly purchase featherman slaves. Feng Yuan was not someone who dwelled on the past, and soon threw this matter to the back of his mind. He already possessed change form Immortal Gu and had fused it into the Immortal Killer move, vaguely familiar face. Feng Yuan originally intended to change into another appearance to go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and continue his previous foiled plan. But after contacting Fairy Li Shan, Feng Yuan analyzed and deduced that the situation was not good. Ever since Feng Jiugu had investigated the identity of Sha Huang, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was much more strict in examining any unknown immortal zombie that wanted to join the alliance. It was no longer as easy as before for Feng Yuan to infiltrate into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. And Feng Jiugu, Old Lord Kenyang, and the rest of the group had gone into hiding, which made Feng Yuan feel that a storm was brewing. Feng Yuan hesitated. Was he still going to follow the plan to make his way into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance under this situation? Northern Plains, snowy mountain blessed land. The sky was covered in clouds. The white snow was like dust. All of the peaks were standing in the snow. As the forests were covered in layers of snow, they were like a vast number of clouds. A rainbow shot out from the first peak. It flew into the air like a meteor. The peak owners of Snowy Mountain turned their gazes towards it. Old Ancestor has sent an order again. I wonder who will receive the order to collect immortal materials this time. Hopefully it isn't me. The rainbow drew a beautiful arc in the sky. It flew directly into the third peak. The other peak owners sighed in relief secretly. Inside the third peak, Fairy Li Shan was dressed in a bright leather dress. It was silver at the bottom, with the images of the grassland in the night sky with the moon on it. This was clothing in the style of Northern Plains. Fairy Li Shan wore her precious pearl headband as she shut her eyes. Her mind was looking inside her immortal aperture. In her immortal aperture, there were birds chirping and flowers growing. It was warm like spring. completely the opposite of the icy nature of snowy mountain-blessed land. In the lush forests, mountains and greenery were like paintings. There were large numbers of precious materials, a small number of desolate plants, as well as ancient desolate plants. At the center of the immortal aperture, along a line of waist-deep grass, there was a small mountain. This tiny mountain was more inconspicuous than a small mound at first glance. But it was minuscule mountain, one of the few secluded domains in this world recorded in. In this minuscule mountain, large numbers of mini-men were flying in and out. They were flying in the lush grass due to their tiny bodies. These blades of grass were like tall trees. The mini-men were working laboriously in the grass like bee groups. Fairy Lishan was paying close attention to them. After watching them for a while, she was satisfied. When she had obtained minuscule mountain, the mini-men were unwilling to cooperate with her. Initially, they were wary of her. But Fairy Lishan was not an incompetent person. She used the carrot and the stick tactic. She helped a mini-man puppet to become their leader, and killed all of the resistance without mercy. The mini-men were not as stubborn as the feathermen, but there were also loyal members. After Fairy Lishan killed 40% of the mini-men, she finally subdued the mini-man tribe in Minuscule Mountain. Thereafter, Fairy Lishan moved Minuscule Mountain into her immortal aperture. With the help of the mini-men, the woodpath resources in her immortal aperture were produced at a rapid speed. Hairy men were born with refinement path down marks. They had goo refinement talent. Feathermen were born with cloud path down marks and had wings. They could fly freely in the sky. Mini-men were born with wood path down marks. The places where they lived and would have vegetation growing rapidly. They even had inheritances passed down from many generations before. They were the race that was most skilled at growing plants and flowers. Mini-men are quite extraordinary. My jade grass is a rank 7 immortal material. It had been wilting all along, but after these mini-men lived here for half a year, this field expanded into a miniature grass field. All the jade grass have a lot of vitality. Unfortunately, the number of mini-men is very small now. The earlier battle caused half of them to die. If I had the previous number of mini-men, my pressure would be halved now. Two-letter goo at the same time. Fairy Lishan willed and sensed 2 information path goo worms. One came from the outside world, flying through space, while the other came out of her blessed land using the moving perspective cup goo. Fairy Lishan opened her eyes. She first grabbed one of the letters, holding the rainbow from the sky in her hands. She glanced at it as she directed her consciousness into the goo. As she had expected, it was old ancestor Shui whose orders for her to collect immortal materials. Concealing heaven dust, rock dragon eye, elephant tusk flame. This time, he wants me to gather 3 immortal materials. Fairy Lishan frowned deeply. Among these 3 immortal materials, rock dragon eye and elephant tusk flame were rank 7 immortal materials, while concealing heaven dust was a rank 8 immortal material that was very precious. Elephant tusk flame was a tiny lump of flame that burned in the elephant's tusk after an ancient desolate beast elephant died. This lump of fire was about the size of a pea. Once it finished burning the tusk, it would be extinguished upon contact with the outside air. An ancient desolate beast elephant was an existence equal to rank 7 goo immortals. After the elephant died, its tusk would not generate the flame every time. With so many conditions to fulfill, one could see how precious the elephant tusk flame was. Even in the market of the 5 regions, treasure yellow heaven, it was a rare immortal material. And compared to the elephant tusk flame, rock dragon eye and concealing heaven dust were much harder to get. Concealing heaven dust was only found in yellow heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. But because yellow heaven was already destroyed by Renzu's children, Fairy Lishan had to first find a yellow heaven fragment world. And this fragment world had to be big enough with enough down marks to allow her to enter and explore it. After entering the yellow heaven fragment world, Fairy Lishan would have to prepare special methods to collect the concealing heaven dust. During the process of collecting it, she would face a lot of trouble. Fairy Lishan would rather pay a huge price to buy the concealing heaven dust in treasure yellow heaven. As for the rock dragon eye, it referred to the eyes of the ancient desolate beast rock dragon. This rock dragon was not an ordinary fierce beast. In the graveyards of Rockman tribes, there would be a lot of buried Rockman corpses. As they accumulated over time, one day, they would attract lightning to strike them. As the thunderbolt strikes the graveyard, a rock dragon would be born. Similarly to the rockmen, the rock dragon's body was made of rocks. During the immemorial antiquity era and the remote antiquity era, variant humans were in control of most of the world. Only superforces of rockman tribes or large-sized rockman tribes with a long history would have rock dragons in them. Even though there was Rinzu, his 10 children, and even primordial origin Immortal Venerable and star constellation Immortal Venerable, there were very few humans in the world. The rock dragon was the guardian beast of the rockmen tribe. The rockmen all believe that the rock dragon is the revival of their ancestors. During the wars of the variant humans, the rock dragon had once been in the spotlight. They were among the best beasts of war in the world. Rock dragons did not have any sense of pain. They had sturdy defenses and were extremely bold. Even if they were hurt, if there were any rockmen willing to sacrifice themselves and go to the rock dragon's area of injury, they would be able to convert themselves into a part of the rock dragon, allowing its wounds to heal instantly. This was an absurd battle tactic. The other races had a huge headache dealing with it. But times were different now. It was extremely hard for Fairy Lishan to find a rock dragon. Because rockman tribes were very rare now, most rockmen were the slaves of Gu immortals. Even if Fairy Lishan found a rock dragon with her battle strength, she would not be able to defeat a rock dragon, a top-tier war beast of the remote antiquity era that had extremely high defenses. Thus, even though the rock dragon I was a rank 7 immortal material, it was harder to obtain than the rank 8 immortal material, concealing heaven dust. Old Ancestor Shui, who is giving us peak owners tougher and tougher missions. Out of these 3 immortal materials, only the elephant tusk flame is slightly simple. Not only is strength a concern in obtaining concealing heaven dust and rock dragon eye, it is extremely dependent on luck. If I have good luck, I would be able to just buy it from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fairy Lishan sighed deeply. Her earlier investment in the Miniman and Minuscule Mountain had already started to see effect. She was going to reap the benefits now. With Hei Lu Lan's determination to become independent, she had rejected any additional funding. Thus, during this period, Fairy Lishan was accumulating wealth rapidly. This accumulation was twice as fast as before. It took too much time and effort to obtain the concealing heaven dust and rock dragon eye. Fairy Lishan would rather expend her wealth instead of expending time and energy. After receiving the letter from old ancestor Shui Hu, Fairy Lishan checked the second letter Gu. There were only a few people who could make the letter appear directly in her immortal aperture. Fairy Lishan checked it and saw that the sender of the letter Gu was Feng Yuan. In this letter, Feng Yuan promised much benefits as he asked Fairy Lishan to assist him in killing an immortal zombie from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Feng Yuan, Fairy Lishan muttered. She left her bed and walked around. She lowered her head and was in deep thought as she slowly paced. When she got to the window and saw the snowflakes outside, she sneered while staring at the silent peaks. This Feng Yuan, earlier he disguised himself as Sha Huang, joining Zombie Alliance. Now he wants me to help him kill an immortal zombie. He definitely has some motive. Promising me great benefits, he is really affluent. After all, he obtained a lot of resources from Dongfang tribe as well as getting Dongfang Chongfan's wisdom path inheritance. During this period, he must have been developing smoothly and rapidly. Right now, the situation in Northern Plains is full of turbulence. The investigation team of Central Continent Gu Immortals is still hiding somewhere. In this situation, Feng Yuan still wants to strike. It seems that the benefit of Zombie Alliance is extremely important to him. Does he want to claim another Immortal Zombies contribution points and obtain the research results of Zombie Alliance in the ways to revive and get rid of the zombie status? Thinking of this, Fairy Lishan squinted her eyes. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. White Jade Palace was very bright. For Gu Immortals, standing at the north, south, east, and west, were surrounding the rank 9 Immortal Gu House, Heaven Overseeing Tower, in the middle. The old Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stood at the east. He held his walking stick as a brilliant light flashed in his aged eyes. Recovery of Fate begins now. The walking stick in his hand was raised in the air. As if it hit a steel rock, it gave off a clear sound. Immediately, light burst out. Countless Gu worms flew about and formed a gigantic Gu formation. Traces and traces of lights and rainbows merged together, forming a huge formation array that filled the surroundings. The female Gu Immortal by Tsang Shui, who was here for the first time. shouted in shock. This refinement path goo formation is a step away from becoming a rank 8 immortal goo house. Immortal goo houses were in themselves related to a goo cultivation path, the utmost materialization of formation path. This refinement path goo formation is quite extraordinary. Fairy Tsang Shui, please look down. At the west area, the person with the appearance of a young man in white clothing, Lian Jiusheng spoke as he smiled. Next, he grabbed at the air and threw a huge amount of rock dragon eyes in front of him. The rock dragon eyes entered the refinement path goo formation in just a few breaths of time. They were completely broken up and fused into the wondrous refinement path goo formation. So many rock dragon eyes? And such a speed of processing immortal materials. Bai Tsang Shui was lost for words. Who immortal blessed land? Dang Hun Palace. Humph! Fang Yuan crushed the information path goo worm in his hand. He was rejected. Still wanting to restrict my development, these narrow-minded and petty women. Fang Yuan's expression was gloomy. Oh. At this time, an information path goo worm appeared in his immortal aperture. Did Fairy Li Shan change her mind? Fang Yuan stared slightly before checking it. He was very surprised afterwards. This is Langya Land Spirit's request for reinforcements? After Fang Yuan obtained change form immortal goo and merged it into immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. He could now take a much greater variety of appearances. Thus, he wanted to blend into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance again, but the situation was far from good. Because his Sha Huang identity was exposed, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was now extremely vigilant, and it was not possible for him to smoothly join Zombie Alliance by repeating his previous method. Therefore, Fang Yuan got the idea of using other Zombie Alliance members. As long as he secretly killed one of them and changed into the appearance of this unfortunate fellow, he could infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan had become an immortal in Northern Plains. His body was filled with Northern Plains aura. Zombie Alliance's large door could stop Feng Jiuge, but it could not obstruct him. However, this secret assassination would be filled with difficulties and danger. First of all, the entire process of killing a Zombie Alliance member had to be carried out in secret, without letting any trace of it leak out. It was difficult to accomplish this. Fang Yuan currently had rank 7 battle strength. It was easy for him to defeat an ordinary immortal zombie, and killing them was also possible. But to secretly kill them was exceptionally difficult, because the commotion during the battle would be huge and could not be controlled. If the immortal zombie wanted to flee, Fang Yuan would have to give chase. But true solid bat wings was not very reliable. If the immortal zombie used information path goo worms to request for reinforcements, then in the midst of the battle, Fang Yuan would need to have sufficient and accurate means to exterminate these goo worms. In summary, Fang Yuan had outstanding power in offense, but was still lacking a lot in other aspects. Most of all, he lacked a battlefield killer move. Battlefield killer moves could create an independent battlefield environment that was isolated from the world. Within a battlefield killer move, goo immortals were usually unable to use information path goo worms to request reinforcements. Naturally, this was not absolute. There was no such thing as absolute in this world. Also, superior battlefield killer moves could limit the space, thus could prevent the enemy from running everywhere. Immortal battlefield killer moves had another name. They were known as quasi-blessed lands. Once they were used, they could temporarily replicate countless downmarks, creating a temporary unique battlefield. Most goo immortals, in fact, did not have immortal battlefield killer moves. Only relatively few goo immortals were in possession of them. Fang Yuan did not have an immortal battlefield killer move. It would be very difficult for him to secretly kill a Northern Plains Zombie Alliance member by himself. Even in his previous life he did not have one, because when he had just obtained his first immortal goo, he was besieged and had no choice but to self-detonate. He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunshin also did not have one. They had only recently advanced into goo immortals. Even if their immortal apertures were of superior grades, they needed to accumulate their foundations for a long time. However, Fairy Li Shan had one. Pear Orchard was her battlefield killer move. If they could lure an immortal zombie into Pear Orchard, then it was very likely they could secretly kill them. Naturally, even if they succeeded, there were risks. Fang Yuan did not forget old Lord Kenyang and rest of the group. They were sure to have wisdom path goo immortals amongst them. And the possibility of them deducing Fang Yuan re-entering Zombie Alliance was very likely. Once the truth was exposed or even a slight trace of it was leaked out, Fang Yuan entering Northern Plains Zombie Alliance would be like entering a tiger's den. Thus, Fairy Li Shan's help was highly necessary. However, Fairy Li Shan rejected Fang Yuan's request, and just as Fang Yuan was thinking of other strategies, a request for reinforcements appeared in his Immortal aperture. Ever since Northern Plains Grand Auction event ended, Fang Yuan had stopped contacting Lang Ye Land Spirit frequently. This time, however, Lang Ye Land Spirit had taken the initiative to contact Fang Yuan. It was to ask for reinforcements. This greatly differed from Fang Yuan's expectations. In Fang Yuan's mind, Lang Ye Blessed Land had an extremely deep foundation. In his previous life, Lang Ye Blessed Land, this ownerless blessed land, had resisted 7 entire waves of invading Gu Immortals. Moreover, at the 7th wave, even Feng Jiugu had died in Lang Ye Blessed Land. Although Lang Ye Blessed Land only had 12 cloud buildings on the surface, under each cloud building was a desolate beast. That meant 12 desolate beasts. And as long as one was not an idiot, they would understand these 12 desolate beasts were only the outermost defensive measures. One should not forget Lang Ye Blessed Land's original owner was Long Hair Ancestor. He was known as possibly the #1 refinement path immortal. He had refined 38 immortal Gu throughout his life, not lacking rank 7 and rank 8 among them. This was only the officially recorded number. If his unofficial records were noted, if rumors and so on were taken into consideration, the amount surpassed 100. Thus, Fang Yuan had already surmised that Lang Ye Blessed Land's true defenses were the vast number of immortal Gu left behind by Long Hair Ancestor. It was not the desolate beasts. Lang Ye Blessed Land was vastly different from other blessed lands. Even without an owner, Lang Ye Land Spirit had an unending supply of immortal essence which he could use. It was because Lang Ye Blessed Land had the heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus that could produce immortal essence. And due to the support of heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, Lang Ye Land Spirit could boldly activate immortal Gu, displaying their unique powers. Now, Lang Ye Land Spirit is actually taking the initiative to ask me for reinforcements? In my previous life, he could resist until the 7th wave, and this should only be the 4th wave of attacks. Is it because of me that the structure of Northern Plains situation has changed to such a large extent? Has it caused Lang Ye Blessed Land to face a much fiercer attack? Fang Yuan's brain worked rapidly. For Lang Ye Land Spirit to ask for reinforcements, it could certainly be imagined that the strength of the invaders absolutely surpassed Fang Yuan's individual ability. But often, precious opportunities were hidden in dangerous situations. Lang Ye Blessed Land had a deep accumulation of wealth, and was so rich that even Heavenly Court's greed was incited in Fang Yuan's previous life, forcibly taking down this blessed land. Heavenly Court might have suffered huge losses, but they also benefited a lot even after calculating the loss of Feng Jiugu. Cooperating with Lang Ye Land Spirit had many benefits. This was already clear from the past dealings. Fang Yuan had bluffed and deceived to seize many benefits from Lang Ye Land Spirit. Lang Ye Land Spirit had a huge hand in his rapid progress after becoming a Gu Immortal, especially in transitioning between the early to middle stages, which was a difficult point to make progress. It was a pity, after the auction in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan's greed and excessive demands led to the land spirit's aversion towards him, which caused the relation between both sides to worsen and reduce to a freezing point. Fang Yuan had tried to cooperate with the land spirit several times, but was answered with an unyielding attitude by the land spirit, asking Fang Yuan to search for a poisonous flower-type immortal material. If I can help the land spirit now, our tensed relations will definitely ease up. What's more, I have fixed immortal travel and only need 3 breaths of time to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Even if the enemies are very strong, I should be able to buy 3 breaths of time, right? Fang Yuan pondered. Although Lang Ye Land Spirit had asked for reinforcements, the situation might not be so bad. He had always felt that Lang Ye Blessed Land's foundation was very abundant. In his previous life, it could resist 7 waves of attack. Even a powerhouse of this generation like Feng Jiugu was sacrificed here. This was only the 4th wave of attacks. As he considered it thoroughly, Fang Yuan decided to help Lang Ye Land Spirit. He was not a rash, hot-blooded child like Yu Fei who, when his friends suffered harm, would stand up regardless of gains or losses. He was Fang Yuan, a demonic path Gu Immortal. He emphasized profits, coldly calculating gains and losses, Allies were used to bring benefits. What was the point of making friends with each other? As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, allies were only special tools to gain benefits. Coincidentally, Tai Bai Yunsheng also came to inquire about the letter. Lang Ye Land Spirit had also sent him a letter for reinforcements. In fact, since Tai Bai Yunsheng had restored Lang Ye Blessed Land for the Land Spirit, his relationship with the Land Spirit was much better than that of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan informed Tai Bai Yunsheng of his decision, which Tai Bai Yunsheng approved of. Fang Yuan immediately used a stargate to go to Lang Ye Blessed Land. Even though Tai Bai Yunsheng had passed the earthly calamity, he still required some time before he could take back his immortal aperture and move around. "You're here, Fang Yuan." Lang Ye Land Spirit appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan noticed Lang Ye Land Spirit did not appear tired and had no injuries on his body, and felt even more certain of his previous guess. He laughed. "This is your attitude to your life-saving benefactor? Humph. You think I am not aware? Rascal. You wouldn't have even thought of helping me without benefits involved. If not for this situation being urgent, I would not have requested help from you." Lang Ye Land Spirit rolled his eyes. Although he said this, Lang Ye Land Spirit's attitude was already much warmer than before. "I will give you the rank 6 Immortal Goo recipe for all-out effort Goo as a reward for repelling the enemies." Lang Ye Land Spirit continued. Fang Yuan snickered, shaking his head. "Let's talk about the reward later, after we repel the invading Goo Immortals." Fang Yuan did not talk about reward and was worried about the invading enemies, not taking advantage to blackmail. This immediately made Lang Ye Land Spirit very pleased and feel his opinion of Fang Yuan becoming much more pleasant. "Follow me." Lang Ye Land Spirit grabbed Fang Yuan's arm, and instantly, they arrived at the highest floor of a cloud building. It could be seen from this that there were large numbers of spacepath Dao marks in Lang Ye Blessed Land. If it were like Starform Blessed Land where there were not many spacepath Dao marks, Starform Land Spirit could only fly rapidly with no ability to teleport. Fang Yuan observed the surroundings that had already changed greatly. Previously, Lang Ye Blessed Land had a vast area of cloud soil with clear skies, 12 cloud buildings standing adjacent to each other among them. But right now, Fang Yuan's sight was filled with boundless fog, which was so dense one could not even see their hands. The sky could not be seen above, the ground could not be seen below. Lang Ye Land Spirit explained with a serious voice. "This is the Goo formation activated after the Blessed Land was attacked. 12-wave cloud confusion formation. The 12 cloud buildings are all mortal Goo houses and serve as formation cores of this formation. Look, those are the invaders." The Land Spirit waved his sleeve. Several mirrors appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Each mirror showed a Goo Immortal moving slowly in the vast fog or charging forward. "They are." Fang Yuan's pupils could not help but shrink when he saw these Goo Immortals. Qin Baishang, Jiang Yu, He Cheng, Xuesong Zi, and He Lang Zi. There were also two others. One was a green-robed Windpath Goo Immortal who was moving forward rapidly. Another was a black-robed Goo Immortal who was wearing a mask and was very mysterious. "You recognize them?" Lang Ye Land Spirit sensed the strange expression on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan nodded, saying with a serious expression, "These people have extraordinary strength, especially the leader, Qin Baishang. He is a famous rank 7 expert in Northern Plains. I know. If not for this, most of my 12-wave cloud confusion formation would not have been broken down. Now only 5 buildings are left. 2 are already guarded by 2 of Inkman City's Goo Immortals. You will guard this one, while I will personally guard another one. The remaining one is left for Tai Bai Yunsheng. Lang Ye Land Spirit distribution the workload." Fang Yuan frowned. "The enemies are too strong. The cloud buildings are only mortal Goo houses. It will be quite difficult to obstruct these people while also protecting the cloud buildings." Fang Yuan frowned. He showed a troubled expression. Qin Baishang, Jiang Yu, He Lang Zi, Xuesong Zi, He Lang Zi, and 2 mysterious Goo Immortals that he did not know. Among them, only Xuesong Zi and Jiang Yu were rank 6 Goo Immortals. The rest were rank 7 Goo Immortals. Fang Yuan did not have any idea of who the 2 mysterious Goo Immortals were. But among the remaining ones, Qin Baisheng, He Lang Zi, and He Cheng were all experienced rank 7s. He Cheng was a Goo Immortal of the Superforce He tribe, although he had a hidden injury and could not use immortal killer moves, causing his battle strength to decline sharply. He was not at his peak condition, but the immortal goo dark arrow was not to be underestimated. He Lang Zi was a famous transformation path demonic immortal in Northern Plains. He had a strange upbringing and was ruthless and savage. He had 3 immortal-level desolate wolf transformations. He had high battle strength. He was once offered recruitment by old ancestor Xuehu, but he turned down the offer. The strongest one was Qin Baixing. This person had roamed Northern Plains for hundreds of years as a lone cultivator. He had defeated Lu Hao, Chan Yuxiong, Nu Erdu, killed by Chan Zi, Jade Fire Farmer, Mountain Lord Tian Qing, had a draw with Yuan Rangzun, and managed to escape with his life from 5 Elements Grandmaster. He was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. His status in Northern Plains was like Shirley's status in Central Continent. In most people's perspective, he was at the peak of rank 7 battle strength. Only rank 8 Gu Immortals could suppress him. He was considerably stronger than the level of Old Lord Kenyang. The scarier thing was, not only did he have outstanding battle strength, he was also very capable in planning. He held the Northern Plains auction and was the biggest winner out of it. Trying to protect the cloud buildings in front of such a person, it was not a strange thing for Fang Yuan to feel very troubled. But Langya Land Spirit patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, saying, "I am not asking you to defend the cloud building, you just need to hold him back. I am trying to stall for time." Humph. These people are too daring. They actually attacked Langya Blessed Land. As long as you can hold on for 30 minutes, I will be able to make these people suffer the severe consequences. Langya Land Spirit spoke with immense confidence. Like what Fang Yuan had guessed, Langya Land Spirit definitely had a trump card that could turn the situation around. In the earlier 3 waves of attacks, Langya Land Spirit had amazing battle results. These 12 desolate beasts would not have been able to accomplish it. Then, what is the thing that Langya Land Spirit is relying on? Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of curiosity internally. He did not have any intention to conceal this thought, he asked directly. But Langya Land Spirit did not tell him, he only smiled mysteriously. Afterwards, the Land Spirit gave Fang Yuan some instructions and gave him a letter Gu before teleporting away. The letter Gu recorded the technique to manipulate the cloud buildings. This cloud building was lent to Fang Yuan by Langya Land Spirit. He could manipulate it freely. Fang Yuan looked at it 2 or 3 times. He memorized the manipulation technique to heart. Next, he practiced it a little and got the hang of it. The cloud buildings were the formation cores of the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. Star thoughts moved in Fang Yuan's mind as he gained much understanding of the 12-wave cloud confusion formation after learning about the cloud buildings. In other words, this was a fog formation that resembled a maze. Even though it was not elevated to the level of a battlefield killer move, it was only 1 step away. It was not that Langya Land Spirit did not have battlefield killer moves, but to set up a battlefield killer move, Dao marks needed to be carved. The newly added Dao marks would not be perfectly compatible with the Dao marks of this world. There would be conflicts and unsuitability. This would cause damage to Langya Blessed Land itself. Thus, the Land Spirit did not do that. To just stall for time, 12-wave cloud confusion formation was already reaching the limits of a Gu formation. When a Gu Immortal is inside the formation, their 5 senses would be messed up and they would not be able to tell the direction between left or right, or even end up just walking in circles on the spot. Only an investigative immortal killer move would allow the Gu Immortal to navigate their way through the Gu formation. Only by destroying all 12 cloud buildings would this formation be entirely destroyed. If they did not have an investigative immortal killer move, then the Gu Immortal could only move about randomly, hoping to see if they could find a cloud building. This was purely up to luck. Fortunately for them, once the Gu formation was set up, the 12 cloud buildings could not be moved. Otherwise, Gu Immortals without an investigative immortal killer move would never be able to find it. Not even luck could help. Fang Yuan sat on the cloud bed as he opened many observation mirrors, checking the surroundings of this cloud building. His authority was only limited to this cloud building. He could only check the surroundings of this cloud building to an extent. There was only vast fog in the mirror. Not a single Gu Immortal showed up. Fang Yuan did not lack patience. He waited silently. A moment later, a Gu Immortal appeared in the mirror. She was wearing a purple dress. She had a high nose and deep, beautiful eyes. Her eyebrows were thick and long. Her skin was slightly dark as her entire body oozed with an alluring aura. It was Fairy Jiang Yu. Fang Yuan was shocked. He immediately thought about her dark limit immortal Gu. He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique. Before becoming an immortal, she had used dark limit immortal goo. It had entered He Lulan's body and circulated through it, concealing the aura of the great strength true martial physique. Initially, He Lulan's plan was to seize her dark limit immortal goo before they were exposed. But unfortunately, Fairy Jiangyu's traces were hard to find. Before this plan was even put into play, it had failed. Later, when He Lulan was chasing after He Chang, this plan was even more impossible. Dark limit immortal goo, if I can obtain it. Fang Yuan's gaze shined. He felt somewhat of a pity inside. Unfortunately, in this current situation, even if I can capture Fairy Jiangyu alive, I would not obtain dark limit immortal goo. It was very hard to take immortal goo. Hope was usually very slim. After all, only a thought was needed to make the immortal goo self-detonate. Just as Fang Yuan thought about this, Fairy Jiangyu actually turned this way and that, going on a detour around Fang Yuan's territory, heading towards another direction and leaving this place. Once she was out of Fang Yuan's territory, Fairy Jiangyu vanished from the mirror. A while later, a second goo immortal entered Fang Yuan's territory. The mirror clearly showed his image. It was Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan's gaze was grave. He watched as Qin Baisheng got closer and closer. Undoubtedly, out of all the goo immortal experts here, the one Fang Yuan most wanted to not face was Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan has not found out that after Qin Baisheng fought Feng Jiugu, he had already recovered his original strength. But with just Qin Baisheng's previous performance, he was already at the level of Central Continent's Shirlei. This type of opponent was far too strong. If he really discovered this cloud building, Fang Yuan immediately decided that he would only match a few blows with him before retreating. Even though he was reinforcing Langya land spirit, this support was only situational. Fang Yuan had never thought of sacrificing his life for Langya land spirit. In addition, Langya land spirit also had his trump cards. It was not time for Fang Yuan to take a risk. Qin Baisheng got closer and closer to the cloud building. He had an investigative immortal killer move. He walked straight ahead. Fang Yuan controlled this cloud building. He was right beside Qin Baisheng's path of advancement. They were about 300 steps away from each other linearly. The range of the investigative immortal killer move was definitely more than 300 steps, but it was hindered by the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. Once Qin Baisheng got to a certain proximity, the cloud building would appear in his investigative range. That way, Qin Baisheng would charge directly to the cloud building. Fang Yuan's first defensive battle would end up as a failure. But this type of failure was not scary. Fang Yuan had no psychological burden if he failed. To Fang Yuan, no matter how many losses he has, his fighting spirit would not dwindle. It would not change his plans and his mind would not be disrupted. But soon, a change occurred. Qin Baisheng's expression suddenly changed. He turned towards the northeast direction and flew rapidly. Not only is their information path technique immortal level, it is extremely useful against the goo formation. They can actually transmit information inside the goo formation. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan heard Lang Yalan Spirit's surprised voice. Fang Yuan nodded lightly, replying, "Since they attacked us, they definitely came prepared. But from your words, did they not expose this technique last time?" The land spirit was silent for a moment before answering, "No. Earlier, the cloud buildings were defended by desolate beasts. They were fighting alone and killing the desolate beasts to destroy the cloud buildings. But this time, Mo Tan Sang and the desolate beasts are defending the cloud buildings together. They must have changed their tactics after seeing that there was a defending goo immortal, and went to reinforce each other." Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. "Not good. Mo Tan Sang is the leader of Inkman City. It is already quite generous of him to come and reinforce us, but he would have to conceal his appearance in battle. Once his relationship with you is exposed, Northern Plains Inkman City would face a huge crisis. If Mo Tan Sang fights under such restraints against a powerful foe that has the superiority in numbers, he would not be able to protect the cloud building." The land spirit responded immediately. This 12-wave cloud confusion formation uses Langya Blessed Land's own Dao marks to divert the enemies and split them up, forcing them to fight individually. In theory, it can isolate rank 7 and rank 6 information path immortal killer moves, preventing enemies from communicating. Even if they have whole Earth goo set up, it is useless. But these people are able to communicate with each other now. It is likely related to the previous few waves. Sigh. I should not have been greedy over the profits of selling goo immortal slaves. I should have killed them. Among these people, there should be someone who has quite an impressive wisdom path technique. I had already cleansed all of the memories of the goo immortal slaves from their souls. Lang Yalan's spirit analyzed it thoroughly. He felt much regret. Fang Yuan agreed with Lang Yalan's spirit's analysis. Goo immortals battle with their wits. They were all brilliant characters. Qin Baisheng only did one action of assisting his ally, and he exposed so many details. Similarly, since the last few waves were related to his intelligence, Lang Ya Blessed Land also leaked out many secrets as well. Can I see the battle scene over there? Fang Yuan requested. On the mirror, the scene of the battle was displayed. Emotan Sang was riding on a desolate beast, fighting with Goo Immortal Hei Chung. Emotan Sang was a rank 6 Goo Immortal. He was at a disadvantage. He mainly cultivated Chi Path, but now he was using other methods to fight. Hei Chung had a hidden injury, but he was still rank 7. He did not use Dark Arrow Immortal Goo, but he still had control over the battle. Most importantly, the reason was that Emotan Sang was afraid of exposing his identity. He had his Inkman City to defend. He could not allow it to face danger. Thus, he only rode on the desolate beast, letting it fight primarily, while he used healing and defensive techniques. The desolate beast was peerless in bravery, but it lacked the wisdom to inspect the battle situation. But with Emotan Sang's attentive assistance, even though the desolate beast was at a disadvantage, it was still full of energy. It could hold on for a long time. But Fang Yuan knew that Qin Baisheng was coming soon. The desolate beast would definitely die at that time. While Fang Yuan was concerned with Emotan Sang's situation, a third figure entered close proximity with Fang Yuan. Xuesong Zi. He didn't receive any orders to go to that battlefield? Fang Yuan was perplexed. He had some guesses internally. A moment later, Xuesong Zi found Fang Yuan's cloud building. His movement paused for a moment before shooting towards the cloud building at lightning speed. Fang Yuan stood up too. He had a stern expression. Battle erupted at once. Among the 7 Goo Immortals who were invading Lang Ya Blessed Land, the one Fang Yuan wanted to face the most was Xuesong Zi. Because Xuesong Zi was the one with the lowest cultivation level among them, his battle strength was also likely to be the lowest. At the same time, Fang Yuan had fought Xuesong Zi before. During their previous battle, Xuesong Zi was beaten back by the Strength Path Phantom Army. He left in a pitiful state. In other words, Xuesong Zi had once lost to Fang Yuan. With Fang Yuan's experience, he knew about Xuesong Zi's foundation. But I cannot be careless in this battle. Fang Yuan's expression was serious. Looking at Xuesong Zi in the mirror, getting closer to the cloud building that he was in, he did not have disdain or arrogance inside. A lion uses its full strength even when hunting rabbits. Fang Yuan had a vigilant nature. Furthermore, in this battle, Fang Yuan had many concerns. His first concern was that this was not a solo battle. It was a huge fight between the invaders and Lang Ya Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan and Xuesong Zi fought, would the other side send reinforcements? That was very likely to happen. His second concern was Xuesong Zi's increase in battle strength. In Lang Ya Blessed Land, the invaders could not use any mortal goo. The fact that Xuesong Zi could get this far meant that he had at least one immortal goo. This secret was easily exposed. Because Xuesong Zi's speed in reaching Fang Yuan was extremely fast, he was using a true immortal killer move. It seems that in this battle I have to plot and sneak attack him, ensuring my advantage. Even if someone reinforces him later, my pressure would be much lower. Malicious thoughts were moving rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind. When plotting against others, malicious thoughts were most effective. Fang Yuan was very experienced with this. Xuesong Zi progressed rapidly. The scene before him was stagnant. All he saw was white fog that filled his entire vision. As he flew rapidly, the cold winds were blowing on him, but he felt extremely excited. This is the difference between immortal goo and mortal goo. It truly is spectacular. Xuesong Zi experienced the joy of flying using an immortal killer move. A portion of his mind was concentrating on his own immortal aperture. In his immortal aperture, there was an ice path immortal goo. It was quite massive. It was around the size of an average horse. The entire immortal goo looked like a heart. It was an icy statue that looked very vivid. Frost energy was emanating from it. This was Ice Heart Immortal Goo. Ice Heart Immortal Goo was not Xuesongzi's possession. It was lent to him by Shadow Sex Qin Bai Shang in order to boost his strength when invading Langya Blessed Land. Not only did Qin Bai Shang give Xuesongzi this rank 6 Immortal Goo, he even gave him several immortal killer moves that used Ice Heart Immortal Goo as the core, encompassing attack, defense, movement, healing, and others. Xuesongzi was originally a Snowpath Goo Immortal, but Snowpath and Ice Path were twins. They were almost indistinguishable and closely related. This Ice Path Immortal Goo and its killer moves were very suitable for Xuesongzi. Ice Heart Immortal Goo emitted bone-chilling frost energy, but Xuesongzi's heart was burning with passion. Qin Bai Shang has promised Xuesongzi before moving off for this mission. If they achieve their goal this time, he would give that Ice Path Immortal Goo to Xuesongzi as his reward. Thus, Xuesongzi was full of motivation. Ever since they entered the Blessed Land, he was working very enthusiastically. After all, back then he was searching for Wooden Chicken Immortal Goo. He did not stint on subsidizing Ma tribe in the struggle for the Imperial Court. Right now there was such a good chance, and Ice Heart Immortal Goo was much more compatible with him than Wooden Chicken Immortal Goo. He was definitely moved. Cloud building. Xuesongzi's figure halted. He shouted in surprise. In the endless white fog before him, a tall building appeared. Xuesongzi soon became overjoyed. To think that my luck is so good, I actually found a cloud building. The mission Qin Bai Sheng gave him was to find the formation cores of the 12 cloud buildings inside the 12-wave cloud confusion formation and destroy them. If I can destroy a cloud building alone, that would be a huge merit. According to our earlier agreement for rewards, I will obtain quite a sum. But each cloud building is defended by a desolate beast. I should be careful. Soon after, Xuesongzi calmed down. As if it had heard his thoughts, a desolate beast descended from the cloud building, jumping towards him. This desolate beast was huge like an elephant. It was yellow-brown in color, and thick fur covered more than half of its body. It was the yellow jade lion desolate beast that Fang Yuan had picked up in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and had given to Langya Land Spirit. The yellow jade lion did not make a sound. It moved like lightning as it charged towards Xuesongzi. Just in time. Xuesongzi showed an excited expression with much battle intent, but his body retreated backwards instead. He was very vigilant. The yellow jade lion's attack did not hit. Instead, Xuesongzi increased the distance between them. The latter waved his sleeve and a huge blizzard blew out. The blizzard howled as lumps of snow as large as eggs flew towards the yellow jade lion. This was not a mortal killer move. It was the immortal killer move, cold condensed snow. Only an immortal killer move could be used in this situation. Mortal killer moves could not even be used in this place. The yellow jade lion could not open its eyes. Cold frost energy was spreading, forming a thick layer of frost on its body. The yellow jade lion's body shook itself. Most of the frost was shrugged off. It continued running towards Xuesongzi. Xuesongzi's gaze was focused on the yellow jade lion's fur. He snorted in disdain. His immortal killer move had insufficient attacking power, but the frost energy would invade the body and affect the enemy's speed and movement. The yellow jade lion did not have a large size among desolate beasts, but it had great strength and agility. Xuesongzi used this move to weaken the yellow jade lion's speed advantage. But the yellow jade lion was a desolate beast and it had very thick fur. If it were another desolate beast, its flesh and blood might have been frozen by the frost energy. But the yellow jade lion had the traits of its species. It resisted this move and only its fur was frozen. Xuesongzi was not adept at close combat. He liked to fight at long range. After seeing the yellow jade lion closing in, he retreated again. Immortal killer move, Ice Trace. He faced the yellow jade lion as he flew backwards and retreated. Along the path that he retreated, frost gathered as the ground became an icy path. The yellow jade lion's frontal assault was slowed greatly when it stepped onto this icy trail. Xuesongzi retreated rapidly. After making sure there was a huge distance between them, he laughed, "Beast, take my penetrating ice blade." He raised his hand and slashed at the yellow jade lion, which was far away. Crack! A huge ice blade formed in the air instantly. The ice blade flew down from above. It was fast and sharp, hitting the yellow jade lion's back harshly. The yellow jade lion growled in pain, blood splattered, but was quickly frozen and became solid. The penetrating ice blade shattered like glass, but the frost energy inside directly spread into the yellow jade lion's body. Its offensive power came in multiple forms, overwhelming the opponent. It was hard to defend against. This was a vicious and ruthless move. The yellow jade lion growled at the sky, the sound waves causing ripples in the clouds. Its foreclaws were glowing with fire, its speed increased, and it could dodge with greater flexibility. The yellow jade lion had large numbers of mortal goo worms in its body. This was intentionally produced by Langya land spirit. Because they were on the side defending the blessed land, the yellow jade lion could use all of its mortal goo worms. But the frost energy was inside its body. The yellow jade lion's speed fell greatly. Xuesongzi had the advantage. He continued to use immortal killer moves to attack the yellow jade lion. The situation was getting worse for the yellow jade lion. Wounds were piling up on its body. It was getting slower. When it coughed blood, what came out was not warm blood, but cold frozen blood. Ha ha ha. Great. This feels great. Xuesongzi laughed loudly in a carefree manner. He had used all of the immortal killer moves that Qin Baishan gave to him. He could feel the power of having immortal killer moves. In the past, desolate beasts greatly troubled him. But after getting bombarded by his immortal killer moves, this one could only run around and growl pitifully. Next is the final move, Ice Heartlock. I have to test its power as well. Xuesongzi stopped running. He advanced and charged towards the yellow jade lion. He was extremely fast, like an eagle trying to capture food in the sky. Before the yellow jade lion reacted, its goo worms had already felt Xuesongzi's immense aura and had activated an armor made of light on the yellow jade lion's body. Humph! Child's play. Xuesongzi's eyes shined with cruelty. He waved his hand as he used an immortal killer move, penetrating ice blade. Again. Bam! The ice blade hit the yellow jade lion's back, breaking into pieces. The armor of light made by mortal goo did not even last for a moment before it was destroyed by the ice blade effortlessly. A deep wound that revealed the bone was made on the yellow jade lion's back. The yellow jade lion cried out in pain. It could not hold on anymore. It sprawled on the ground. Xuesongzi stepped on the yellow jade lion's back. He suddenly lied down and placed both hands on the yellow jade lion's body. Crack crack. Soft sounds of ice forming could be heard. First, it was a thin layer of ice growing on the yellow jade lion's back. With Xuesongzi at the center, the ice rapidly extended over the yellow jade lion's body. Soon, this thin layer of ice thickened at a rapid speed. Not only that, on the yellow jade lion's body, a similarly powerful frost energy was gathering and freezing its blood, flesh, bones, and even its intestines. Xuesongzi's expression was pale. He thought to himself inwardly, this ice heartlock is really powerful. It can forcefully freeze even desolate beasts. But this immortal killer move expends way too much immortal essence. After Xuesongzi noticed this, he wanted to stop. But soon, greed grew inside him. Why don't I capture this yellow jade lion alive? I can freeze it first and thaw it later when I sell it to someone. A living desolate beast is of huge value even in treasure yellow heaven. Just as he was dreaming about this beautiful future, there was an explosion from the yellow jade lion below him. With a loud bang, a strength path giant hand grabbed onto Xuesongzi, who was unable to escape in time. Xuesongzi was flustered. What is this? Ice armor. A thick ice armor appeared on his body. The strength path giant hand grabbed onto the ice armor, as cracks appeared on the armor. Xuesongzi's lips curled up. He showed a ruthless smile. With this, I can test my defensive killer move's other ability. Ice armor. Detonate. With a loud bang, the ice armor exploded, and huge amounts of frost energy filled the surroundings. Fang Yuan's strength path giant hand was pushed back by the huge force. Xuesongzi used the chance and flew out, but at the next moment, his sinister smile froze. Above his head, a strength path giant hand was prepared and ready to strike. Xuesongzi flew into the sky. His ice armor had just broken. He could not activate it immediately again. This strength path giant hand slapped him like swatting a fly. As it landed on him, Xuesongzi was beaten into a lump of meat paste. You killed an enemy Gu Immortal? Good, good, good. Fang Yuan had just gotten out of the yellow jade lion's body. When Langya Land Spirit's voice was heard, Fang Yuan's first thought was, it seems that this Langya Blessed Land has lots of sound path Dao marks. Langya Land Spirit could transmit his voice so easily, who Immortal Land Spirit and Star Form Land Spirit did not have such an ability. This showed that there were large numbers of sound path Dao marks in Langya Blessed Land. The Land Spirit was very surprised that Fang Yuan could kill Shuesong Zi. He said, good 3 times. This was the first time the other party had lost a member since the start of this attack. Fang Yuan, to think that you have such battle strength even though you are already so good at deducing immortal Gu recipes. At this juncture, Langya Land Spirit praised as he sighed. He. Fang Yuan laughed too. When he laughed, Shuesong Zi's meat paste had just landed on the floor. Fang Yuan was satisfied with this battle result. The yellow jade lion below him was near death. It was used as a pawn by Fang Yuan to deal with Shuesong Zi. It worked really well. In this battle, Fang Yuan had only used vaguely familiar face and strength path giant hand. He used very few resources to kill Shuesong Zi while obtaining a huge effect. By this point, Fang Yuan deeply knew that all kinds of fights were just an extension of economic conflicts. In other words, wars, battles, they were like business. Whatever you put in and gain will all be in the financial aspect. Why was Fang Yuan quite satisfied? Because he put in a minimal amount of resources into this battle, but had created a huge impact. In the terminology of business, he put in a small sum of capital and earned a huge amount of profits in return. Shuesong Zi had Immortal Gu with him and a complete set of Immortal Killer moves. If Fang Yuan fought him head-on, he might not have been able to defeat him even after a dozen rounds of moves. Although Shuesong Zi could only use Immortal Killer moves here, even though Fang Yuan could use Mortal Gu against the power of Immortal Killer moves, he had to use Immortal Killer moves to counter them, right? Thus, his green grape Immortal Essence expenditure would be huge. Expending a huge amount of Immortal Essence when Shuesong Zi might not even lose. What's more, if he managed to summon more Gu Immortals to help him, Fang Yuan would have to retreat. Battles between Gu Immortals were not rigid duels where each person exchanged one move at a time. They were filled with schemes and plots. Fang Yuan had deduced that Shuesong Zi had low battle strength, and as a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, he was an outsider among the invading Gu Immortals. He also deduced that Shuesong Zi had Immortal Gu. Most importantly, Fang Yuan knew what Shuesong Zi had done in the previous Imperial Court contest. Shuesong Zi had a huge desire for Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan knew that. Thus, he easily deduced the reason why Shuesong Zi had an Immortal Gu as well as his current state of mind. As the saying goes, know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Shuesong Zi knew nothing about Fang Yuan, and he was also an outsider. It seemed that he did not receive Qin Baishang's warning. If Qin Baishang had told Shuesong Zi that the cloud buildings had Gu Immortals defending them, Shuesong Zi would not have been so careless. What was more fatal was that earlier, the invaders had attacked ruthlessly, destroying many cloud building formation cores while killing many desolate beasts. After every battle, Qin Baishang would send out the information and inform everyone. Qin Baishang's actions were understandable. Because when Gu Immortals were split up and searching for the formation cores aimlessly, they might feel very uncertain from detecting nothing and experience a drop in morale. When Shuesong Zi heard the notifications, he felt that his side was having a landslide victory. His morale was high. His loss to Fang Yuan was also because of the same reason that an arrogant army was bound to lose. In contrast, Fang Yuan was scheming and devious. He had a huge advantage as the hidden party. Of course, his guesses could have been wrong. After all, they were all estimations. But in fact, he had a complete understanding of Shuesong Zi's mental state. He even hid inside the yellow jade lion's body deviously. Shuesong Zi has an investigative Immortal Killer move. He had scanned the yellow jade lion's body at least 3 times. But he was afraid that the yellow jade lion might have a wild Immortal Gu on it. If it attacked while he was distracted, he would be in trouble. Because Shuesong Zi did not find any Immortal Gu, he became even more careless. Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face had great importance during this process. If he did not use this killer move to conceal himself, even if he hid inside the yellow jade lion's body, Shuesong Zi would have found him. Because of all these reasons, such a shocking result occurred. Gu Immortals were all dragons among men, If Shuesongzi was not careless with his current strength, he could totally fight Fang Yuan head-on. Even if he was slightly weaker, he could definitely drag out the battle for some time. But it was a pity that his opponent was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. In nice words, they could be called wisdom, but bluntly speaking, they allowed him to scheme deviously. He could use a portion of his strength and unleash it with multiple times the effect. Langya Land Spirit, I killed Shuesongzi. How will you reward me? Shuesongzi's immortal aperture was destroyed. Everything inside it was destroyed as well. But his Tao marks have all gone to this blessed land. Fang Yuan smiled as he asked, "Ha ha ha, don't worry, you will be heavily rewarded after the battle. I hope you can defend this cloud building well." Mo Tensang is already heavily injured. He barely escaped. His cloud building was destroyed. You have Shuesongzi's soul. We need to search it and find out these people's details. The land spirit replied. Fang Yuan's gaze became slightly firmer. This was not the first time he had captured a Gu Immortal's soul. Back then in Tai Bai Blessed Land, Tai Bai Yunxing did not notice it, but here in Langya Blessed Land, all of it was exposed to Langya Land Spirit. As for Mo Tansang losing his building, it was very normal. This did not differ from Fang Yuan's expectations. Shuesongzi died. Qin Baisheng stood on the rubble of a cloud building. Suddenly, his body shook and he spoke. What? He has the immortal Gu you lent him as well as a complete set of immortal killer moves. How did he die suddenly? He Cheng, who was beside him, felt a great shock. After Shuesongzi died, He Cheng's pressure amplified. Among the people in Shadow Sect, even though He Cheng was rank 7, his battle strength was quite weak. He was a natural ally of Shuesongzi. He Cheng's constant worry was not the blessed land, but the mysterious allies around him. He fell into their trap. Qin Baisheng thought about it for a few moments. His eyes shined brilliantly. In a frontal fight, unless a rank 8 Gu Immortal attacked, Shuesongzi would have lasted for some time. In Langya Blessed Land, there are definitely no rank 8 Gu Immortals. Thus, the most likely possibility is that Shuesongzi found a cloud building or something important. In order to get the reward that was promised to him, he did not inform anyone else, and because he got new immortal Gu, he wanted to test them. This mentality was used by the enemy and they planted a trap. At the appropriate opportunity, they killed Shuesongzi. He Cheng drew in a breath of cold air. Then his opponent is not simple. They actually plotted Shuesongzi's death. Even though he said that, He Cheng was even more wary of Qin Baisheng. This Qin Baisheng had both brains and brawn. Not only did he have immense battle strength, he could make such a deduction in such a short time with just this much information. In terms of plotting and scheming, they were above his fighting power. Perhaps it was because I was too reluctant to waste our limited communication method. A lesson to be learned. Qin Baisheng sighed eerily, but he soon smiled. But we have already dismantled 8 cloud buildings. I have understood the formation cores of these cloud buildings and made a mortal killer move that can allow us to find the remaining cloud buildings. But in here, to use this mortal killer move, we will need to use immortal killer moves to protect it. He made a mortal killer move just like this? What attainment level does he have? He Cheng's heart jumped. Qin Baisheng started to transmit to the others. He called the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal to his side in order to protect him while he used the mortal and immortal killer moves. This showed that Qin Baisheng did not trust He Cheng at all. He even ordered Hui Fengzi and He Langzi to rush to the place where Shuesongzi died. Qin Baisheng lent Shuesongzi immortal Gu, but he also took the chance to use his immortal level technique on Shuesongzi, allowing him to track him. This matter was not concealed from Shuesongzi. When Qin Baisheng lent him the immortal Gu, he said, "If I do not use tracking methods on you, if you run away after borrowing my immortal Gu, what will I do?" Based on the promise of giving him the immortal Gu after the battle, Shuesongzi relented. Thus, back then, Shuesongzi smiled and flattered, willingly allowing Qin Baisheng to use the tracking method on him. With the proper direction, He Langzi and Hui Fengzi quickly got to Shuesongzi's place of demise. Seeing the lump of meat paste on the ground, He Langzi snorted in disdain. What a useless fool. Hui Fengzi flew down and scouted the place. After seeing no traps, he carefully observed Shuesongzi's mushed corpse. Soon, his gaze firmed. He had a discovery. This is troublesome. The other party has a strength path killer move. Shuesongzi died from this move. This is a powerful move that has great force. Hui Fengzi's analysis was correct. Fang Yuan's immortal killer move, Miri itself, was no longer like before. Even though he could not use Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, he had Self-Strength Immortal Goo, Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo, and Pulling Water Immortal Goo, these 3 Strength Path Core Goo. It was uncommon for 3 Strength Path Immortal Goo to be perfectly fused into one Immortal Killer move. He Langzi had some doubts regarding Hui Fengzi's words. In fact, he had deep wariness towards all human Goo Immortals. He descended as well, standing beside Shui Songzi's corpse. His head turned into a wolf's head. As his wolf pupils shined eerily, they shined with a green light as he looked around. At the same time, he sniffed, trying to find some important information. Soon, He Langzi's expression turned ugly. He said solemnly, "Rank 7 strength path? It is truly rare. Is this domination immortal?" But he continued, "No matter what, let's destroy this cloud building first." He Langzi was like a wild beast. He acted very directly. Hui Fengzi nodded. He looked around vigilantly. He was afraid of the rank 7 strength path expert. He might be lurking around. "Hello brothers, you came really quickly. My name is Xing Xiangzi. I am guarding this cloud building. May I know who both of you are?" Fang Yuan flew out of the cloud building. "Be careful. This is a star path rank 6 Gu Immortal." Hui Fengzi transmitted to He Langzi. He Langzi nodded silently. He understood Hui Fengzi's words. The other party might have 2 Gu Immortals with one hiding somewhere. Shui Songzi might have been schemed into death by them. Hui Fengzi and He Langzi stared at Fang Yuan vigilantly. Currently, Fang Yuan was wearing a blue robe. Traces of starlight was flowing out of his large sleeves at times. He was no longer burly and brawny, he was thin and tall. His skin was not green like his zombie appearance. It was tender and white like a baby, radiating with a faintly red hue. His features also became very refined. Together with his long and smooth white hair, he looked like an unfettered expert with an immortal's flair. After obtaining change form Immortal Goo, vaguely familiar faces effect rose greatly. It allowed Fang Yuan to hugely change his appearance. Xing Xiangzi? Never heard of him. He Langzi frowned. Ruthless light flickered in his eyes. From the moment he got here, he felt something strange. "You are a Northern Plains Gu Immortal?" Hui Fengzi's expression changed. He looked very calm but was secretly on alert that there might be a rank 7 strength path Gu Immortal hiding nearby. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves, laughing heartily. "I am a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. I am an insignificant lone cultivator. Both of you are famous characters in Northern Plains. We cannot be compared." He knew about He Langzi, although he did not recognize Hui Fengzi, but viewing this situation, He Langzi and Hui Fengzi were moving side by side. According to He Langzi's wild nature, he could deduce that Hui Fengzi had strength that was not inferior to He Langzi. "Since you know about our fame, why are you not retreating? If we really fight, it would be unwise for you to die in my hands." Hui Fengzi sneered. His gaze was like a dagger piercing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and helplessly. "A promise is a promise. Even though I am not good at fighting, I will have to challenge both of you. Please." He spoke nonsense with his mouth, but he was quite overjoyed internally. Vaguely familiar faces effect was quite good. Both of them were rank 7. The moment Fang Yuan appeared, they must have used their investigative killer moves. But now it seemed that neither of them had any suspicion towards Fang Yuan's identity. If they found out about Fang Yuan's immortal zombie status, He Langzi would have attacked already. Star Path rank 6 was already lower than his cultivation level. An immortal zombie would be even lower. Of course, there was a possibility that they had found out, but were just trying to probe the situation. Hui Fengzi and He Langzi looked at Xing Xiangzi in front of them. Even though he was rank 6 and had lower cultivation level, he was inviting them to battle. Unconsciously, they thought about the hidden strength path Gu Immortal. The 2 demonic path immortals looked at each other. Hui Fengzi said to He Langzi, "Why don't you attack? I will assist you by the side." He Langzi was also very wary of the rank 7 strength path Gu Immortal that killed Shui Songzi. Since Hui Fengzi is keeping watch, if the mysterious rank 7 strength path Gu Immortal attacks during battle, there is not much to worry about. "I have a really strong feeling that something is amiss, but I don't know what." He Langzi frowned slightly, nodding at Hui Fengzi. At the next moment, he growled as he pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that the famous demon of northern plains, He Langzi, was charging at him. He smiled lightly. Let's start. Fang Yuan pushed forward with both hands, using an immortal killer move. At that instant, starlight shone as a spiral of starlight clouds gathered and formed. In a few breaths of time, it was the size of 2 or 3 elephants. This spiral of star clouds spun rapidly, emitting in suction force towards the outside. Star Path Immortal Killer Move. Star Cloud Grindstone. This was Star-Lord Wanxiang's defensive killer move. All long-range attacks could be sucked in and grinded into pieces by the Star Cloud Grindstone. In regards to a close-range fighter like He Langzi, once he enters the Star Cloud Grindstone, he would be restricted in movement and would be crushed slowly by the Grindstone. In other words, this was a defensive killer move with very strong offensive power. How? He Langzi's body shined with a bright light. The light was dazzling and even Fang Yuan had to shut his eyes momentarily. At the next moment, the light faded and a wolf appeared. This wolf was not large, it was even smaller than usual wolves. But it emitted a dangerous aura. Fang Yuan's eyelids jumped. It had no fur on its body, it was like an oiled brown wooden statue emitting an eerie aura. On the wolf's head there was a naturally growing mushroom-like bone. It resembled a black triangular hat. Below the hat, in the wolf's eyes, there were no shiny pupils. Instead, 2 lumps of green flames were burning quietly. A rank 7 desolate beast that ate soul beasts as food. Fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf. After He Langzi transformed into the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf, his speed was 3 times that of before. He was like a lump of shadow, flickering before Fang Yuan's eyes. Such great speed. My investigative killer move could not capture it. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. No matter what fight Gu Immortals were in, speed was always a crucial factor. Whoever was faster would have the initiative. Advancing or retreating could be easily achieved. The slower one would not be able to hit the other party if they attacked. If they wanted to retreat, they would be obstructed. He Langzi was indeed a famous transformation path demonic immortal of northern plains. In his human form, his battle strength could be considered to possibly only be at the level of rank 6 peak stage. But the moment he transformed into a fierce beast, his battle strength surged. It proved that he had undeniable strength, living up to his reputation. At this moment, Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. He lost the initiative, but he was not flustered. Even though he had an incomplete strength path immortal killer move, 3 pairs of true solid bat wings, he could activate them, but he showed no signs of using them at all. True solid bat wings was a top-tier mortal killer move. Once the chance of activating Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu along with it occurred, he would be able to unleash speed equal to an immortal killer move. Thus, it was an incomplete immortal killer move. But this effect of this movement killer move was too unstable. Moreover, even if he could activate the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan's speed would still be slower than the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf. This ancient desolate beast wolf could fight on par with rank 7 Gu Immortals. It was well known for speed and agility. Furthermore, if Fang Yuan used true solid bat wings now, he would be exposing his identity as a strength path Gu Immortal. This was not a good idea. Fang Yuan purposely transformed into the appearance of a star path Gu Immortal now. He was using the 2 strong foes to test his star path techniques, to assess his gains in Hu Immortal Blessed Land these last days while trying to absorb this new battle style. The fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf howled intensely. Its speed was so fast that Fang Yuan could not sense it. It was faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He made a move that was out of He Langzi's expectations. He jumped and went into the Star Cloud Grindstone that was activated earlier. He Langzi had wanted to avoid the Star Cloud Grindstone and directly attack Fang Yuan. Thus, both mentally and physically, he was seeking to avoid the Star Cloud Grindstone. Fang Yuan jumping inside was really out of He Langzi's expectations. Shoo! With a soft sound, the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf's claws scratched Fang Yuan's back. The fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf was simply too fast. Even though Fang Yuan wanted to dodge it and escape into the Star Cloud Grindstone, he was still scratched on his back by He Langzi. But this scratch was only a graze. It did not cause much damage to Fang Yuan. The immortal zombie body in itself had great defense. Fang Yuan's blue robe was torn, but the injury on his back was only on the surface. His spine and bones were untouched. When blood spewed, the flesh moved as the injury mended quickly. In a few breaths of time, his injury was gone. But the blood was still in the air. It gradually changed color and revealed its true form. Several drops of immortal zombie blood. Oh, this is a flaw in vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan saw the drops of immortal zombie blood. He took note of this mentally. At the next moment, he waved his sleeves as he drew the immortal zombie blood inside them. He stood in the middle of the star cloud grindstone as he looked at the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf which was outside. He smiled and invited. Sir, He Lang Zi has incredible agility. Would you like to fight me inside here? Why was Star Cloud Grindstone a defensive killer move and not an offensive killer move? This was the reason. Fang Yuan was fighting inside now. Star Cloud Grindstone would crush the enemy at all times, while Fang Yuan would be unharmed and unobstructed. Fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf stared at the Star Cloud Grindstone intently. In its huge empty eyes, a pair of eerie flames were burning. It made Fang Yuan feel a surge of battle intent from He Lang Zi. He Lang Zi was ready to pounce, as Fang Yuan focused his attention. But at the next moment, the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf turned around and gave up on the enemy. It pounced at the cloud building. Why should I fight with you? My target is to dismantle as many cloud buildings as possible. To destroy this damned 12-wave cloud confusion goo formation. At this moment, He Lang Zi was laughing to himself internally. He Lang Zi's move was directly targeting Fang Yuan's weakness. He had to make a tough decision now. The reason why Fang Yuan was here was to defend the cloud building and try to stall for time. But now, He Lang Zi was attacking the cloud building and ignoring Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was forced to make a different move. If Fang Yuan stood on the spot and did not move, allowing He Lang Zi to destroy the cloud building, they would reach their goal and triumph. If Fang Yuan chased after him, he might get into physical danger. But the problem was he could not match He Lang Zi's speed after he transformed into the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf. Passive Fang Yuan was in a very passive spot now. Goo Immortals were still Goo Immortals after all. In battle, they were much tougher to deal with than Desolate Beasts or Ancient Desolate Beasts. He Lang Zi attacked twice. The first time he got around the Star Cloud Grindstone and attacked Fang Yuan. This time, he ignored Fang Yuan and went for the cloud building. He was truly displaying the spirit of Besiege Way to rescue Zhao Wan. Besiege Way to rescue Zhao, this was something Fang Yuan had read about in his previous life on Earth, but this Goo Master world was also quite extraordinary. There was a similar type of wisdom here. Battles between Goo Immortals were full of such wisdom. Not only was there frontal assault based on their strength, there was also the element of planning and scheming against one another. Seeing that the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf was charging for the cloud building, Fang Yuan, who was inside the star cloud grindstone, was not anxious. Instead, he smiled lightly. Immortal killer move. Star snake rope. At the edge of the star cloud grindstone, 6 ropes flew out. The ropes were thin, they were formed from condensed starlight. The ends of the ropes were shining in blue starlight, forming into the appearances of snake heads. 6 ropes that were like 6 agile snakes flew forth. They sinuously moved along and coiled around the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf's body. Sir He Lang Zi, where are you going? Please come in here and fight. Fang Yuan laughed as he moved the star cloud grindstone. Together with the ropes, he dragged the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf into the star cloud grindstone. Oh, these 2 immortal killer moves can coordinate with each other. This is a good battle tactic. At once, even Hui Feng Zi praised as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. When Star Snake Rope was coordinated with Star Cloud Grindstone, their power would amplify. Even though the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf was an ancient desolate beast, it did not have great strength, and because He Lang Zi was not perfectly transformed into it, he was pulled by the Star Snake Ropes helplessly. His struggles were futile as he was dragged back by Fang Yuan. He Lang Zi was trapped inside the star cloud grindstone. Countless starlight specks assaulted him, grinding against his wolf body. His muscles were tense as he felt increasing pressure. At the same time, the 6 star snake ropes were coiling around the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf's body. They tightened and quickly created evident marks on the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf's body. He Langzi could not open his mouth, he only felt an increasing force on him, his bones were starting to creak. He Langzi was not flustered, thoughts flashed in his head rapidly. This transformation only obtains the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf's speed. I lack defense and strength. This person has a deep foundation in his soul. Earlier I used the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf to scratch him, but it was as if nothing happened. Clearly the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf's soul-injuring attacks have little effect on him. In an instant, He Langzi had thought it through. Even though the wolf's mouth was tied up, this did not impede He Langzi from using goo worms. He growled angrily. Since you are courting death, I will grant it to you. As he said that, lightning burst out. Large amounts of lightning shot out in all directions. Rumble. Balls of lightning exploded fiercely. Fang Yuan's 6-star snake ropes were drowned in the lightning blast. They first broke apart one by one before becoming decimated. He Langzi regained freedom. His body was bathed in lightning as he growled loudly. Howl! Several breaths of time later, the lightning vanished, and the wolf howl stopped. What appeared was no longer a fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf. It was a lightning flash giant wolf. This was also an ancient desolate beast, having rank 7 battle strength. The giant wolf was as large as an elephant. It was covered in blue fur. The tips of the furs were all covered in mysterious blue crystals. They gave off a weak spark. The fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf was physically weaker, while lightning flash giant wolf was strong and mighty. He actually turned his down marks into lightning path so quickly. Earlier, the flash of lightning must have been some sort of immortal killer move. It actually has such an amazing effect. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He mentally took note of this precious information. If he fought He Langzi in the future, Fang Yuan would attempt to thwart the immortal killer move earlier and prevent He Langzi from transforming successfully. He missed his chance this time. He Langzi would not give Fang Yuan this opportunity. Furthermore, Fang Yuan knew that this battle was going to be a loss. He only needed to stall for as long as he could. He was facing 2 rank 7 Gu immortals. They were both famous experts. They were also from northern plains, having superior battle strength as compared to the other 4 regions. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan only had rank 6-star path cultivation now. This time, he was trying to test out vaguely familiar face as well as the star path killer moves in battle. A moment later, boom! With a loud bang, a lightning pillar burst into the sky. The star cloud grindstone was on the verge of destruction and could not be maintained anymore. Fang Yuan's blue robe had many tatters and tears. His body was covered in countless injuries. Thankfully, this lightning caused the injuries to be charred, no blood spewed out, so Fang Yuan could continue concealing his identity. The lightning flash giant wolf howled smugly, speaking human words. Not a battlefield killer move, yet trying to trap me? Humph, you were too naive, now die. Saying this, he opened his mouth and shot out a beam of lightning. The lightning pillar approached Fang Yuan with incredible might. Fang Yuan's face was reflecting the blue light as his eyes shined with slight brilliance. He still maintained his composure. Hee. If you want me dead, that will not be easy. Saying this, Fang Yuan's body shook as he turned into 6 figures and flew out, causing the lightning beam to hit nothing. Starpath Immortal Killer Move, 6 Illusion Star Bodies. He split into 6. Which one is the real body? Hui Fengzi was observing the battle. As he was wary of the strength path Gu Immortal that was lurking, he did not join the fight. The 6 bodies drew a trail of blue starlight behind them in the air as they encircled the lightning flash giant wolf, attacking together. At once, starlight flew out as countless mortal killer moves were used on the lightning flash giant wolf. He Langzi activated his defenses, enduring the attacks from Fang Yuan as he counterattacked fiercely. But after he spent a lot of effort to kill one of Fang Yuan's illusion bodies, another one would be created in its place. He Langzi attacked left and right, killing a total of 8 illusion bodies of Fang Yuan. This could be said to be easily defeating them, but the illusion bodies regenerated after dying. They were endless. There were still 6 Fang Yuans encircling the lightning flash giant wolf as they attacked relentlessly. He Langzi felt a huge headache. Here, he could only use immortal killer moves to defend himself. He was expending rank 7 immortal essence. But his opponent was only using mortal killer moves. He was expending primeval essence. In this exchange of moves, he was making a huge loss. But he had to defend himself. His body could not endure such constant attacks. He displayed his attacking methods, but Fang Yuan's 6 illusion star bodies were unending. At once, Fang Yuan obtained the initiative for the first time. He gained some control of the situation. At this time, He Langzi's investigative methods were put to test. Damn it, this lightning flash giant wolf has great attacking power, but it is not suited for investigation. It has low speed as well. Even if I want to attack the cloud building, I would be obstructed by the enemy. Do I need to transform back into the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf? He Langzi gritted his teeth secretly. Transformation path Gu cultivators could only transform a certain number of times in a period of time. This was because their Dao marks changed after transforming successfully. When they change into other life forms, the Dao marks of the previous transformation would remain. The transformation path Gu Immortal would need to use appropriate Gu worms to cleanse their own body and get rid of those remaining Dao marks completely. Otherwise, there would be huge harm to themselves. He Langzi was able to transform into the lightning flash giant wolf from the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf earlier so quickly because he had used a lightning path immortal killer move. This move not only attacked the star snake ropes that restricted him, it also destroyed the soul path Dao marks on He Langzi's body. Thus, He Langzi was able to transform into the lightning flash giant wolf rapidly. But if He Langzi wanted to transform into the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf from his current lightning flash giant wolf form, he would need a soul path immortal killer move that he did not have. Immortal killer moves were extremely precious. They were very difficult to deduce. He Langzi was a person with fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, with just his lone cultivator status, he would not have his current achievements. Unfortunately, the inheritances that he obtained were all incomplete. They were lacking to a huge degree. He was not like Xuesong Zi, who had just died, having obtained a complete snowpath inheritance from Qin Baishang and having a set of immortal killer moves to use in succession. He was not like Fang Yuan either, having obtained a complete star path inheritance from Star Lord Wanxiang, Star Cloud Grindstone, Star Snake Rope. 6 illusion star bodies were all created by using Star Mark, Star Shoot, and Starlight, these 3 immortal Gu as the cores. They also smoothly complemented each other. He Lulan tried all ways possible to turn the mortal killer move, Self-Strength Giant Phantom, into an immortal killer move. She had a good foundation already, but she still faced great difficulty. Even though Fang Yuan had Grandmaster attainment in Strength Path and the help of the Light of Wisdom, he did not dare to deduce other Strength Path immortal killer moves casually. It was not that he was incapable of doing so, but because the time and effort needed was too much. He Langzi did not have any Wisdom Path foundation to deduce a suitable immortal killer move for himself. That was immensely more difficult. Of course, with He Langzi's strength, if he wanted to endure Fang Yuan's attacks while getting rid of his lightning path Dao marks, it was not impossible. He had a higher cultivation level. Fang Yuan's strength was inferior to his, but that way he would drag it out for too long. While He Langzi was hesitant, Hui Fengzi struck. Fang Yuan's attacks came to a halt. He was surprised to find out that on his head there was a green feather. When was I hit? What immortal killer move is this? It can actually expose my true body. Fang Yuan was shocked. Hui Fengzi had been using his investigative immortal killer move the moment Fang Yuan used 6 illusion star bodies. After exposing Fang Yuan's true body, he immediately used another immortal killer move to mark him. Even though Hui Fengzi was not engaged in the battle, wary of a lurking strength path Gu Immortal, it did not mean that he could not do anything. Fang Yuan was fighting 2 strong enemies alone, and they were both rank 7 Gu Immortals. His disadvantage was great. Once Fang Yuan's true body was exposed, he was attacked by the lightning flash giant wolf with precision. Left without a choice, Fang Yuan activated Star Cloud Grindstone and placed it in front of him. But the lightning flash giant wolf was an ancient desolate beast. It shot out fierce lightning and several Star Cloud Grindstones were destroyed one after another. Fang Yuan quickly moved his other 5-star bodies to disrupt He Langzi. If He Langzi was an ancient desolate beast, he might have gotten distracted. But he had the intelligence and wisdom of a human. He ignored these star bodies and only attacked Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan was getting into a passive position. In front of him, the Star Cloud Grindstone was being destroyed by the Lightning Pillar, and behind the Lightning Pillar, the Lightning Flash Giant Wolf was charging at him. Immortal Killer Move Position Star Swap. Fang Yuan's body shined with starlight. He vanished on the spot and appeared somewhere else. He directly replaced one of the 6 illusion star bodies. This was a movement killer move that was recorded in Star-Lord Wanxiang's inheritance. It could allow Fang Yuan to vanish and take the place of one of the star bodies at any point in time. After replacing it, the original illusion body would disappear, and on the battlefield, other than Fang Yuan's main body, only 4 illusion bodies would be left. But soon, Fang Yuan willed and another illusion star body appeared, standing beside him. The number of illusion star bodies on the field reached the maximum capacity again. At once, the lightning-flash giant wolf that He Lang Zi transformed into opened its mouth wide, unable to close it. His gaze also froze for a breath's time. Position star swap and 6 illusion star bodies were 2 immortal killer moves that worked together really well. This was a shameless tactic that caused the 2 experts, Hui Fengzi and He Lang Zi, to become speechless. Unless they had a method to counter it, or if they could resolve one of the 2 star path killer moves, Fang Yuan was a very troublesome character to deal with now. Unfortunately, neither Hui Fengzi or He Lang Zi had any way to counter this. To unravel an unknown immortal killer move, they would need a strong wisdom path foundation. It could not be done quickly. However, just as Fang Yuan and He Lang Zi went into a deadlock, Hui Fengzi made up his mind and struck. Immortal killer move. Wind escape. He turned into a gust of wind, vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared outside the cloud building, opening his mouth wide. Immortal killer move, Deathwind Flying Blade. A wind blade flew out of Hui Fengzi's mouth, slashing at the cloud building's top floor. The cloud building only lasted for a breath's time before it was cut into 2 by this sharp wind blade. Wind escape? A top-tier movement killer move in Northern Plains. He is Hui Fengzi. At that instant, Fang Yuan realized Hui Fengzi's identity. He shouted for Lang Yalan's spirit. Lang Yalan's spirit appeared immediately, grabbing Fang Yuan's arm as they vanished on the spot with a swoosh. When Fang Yuan was able to see again, he was already in another cloud building. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. It might have been difficult to withdraw without Lang Yalan's spirit's help. After all, one of the enemies was Hui Fengzi. This person was known as among the best in movement speed currently in Northern Plains. He could even outrun rank 8 Gu Immortals. He had a shocking achievement of having escaped from Yao Huang. But difficult did not mean impossible. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel and only needed 3 breaths of time to escape. Even if Hui Fengzi was very fast, it would be of no help should he have enough time. There were only 5 cloud buildings remaining in the first place. Now we have lost 2 in a row and we only delayed the enemies for a short time. The enemies are already attacking. This time, the 3 of us will move together. Lang Yalan's spirit instructed with a serious expression. When Lang Yalan's spirit spoke, Fang Yuan discovered that besides him and the land spirit, there was an Inkman Gu Immortal in the cloud building. Fang Yuan assessed this Inkman Gu Immortal. The Inkman Gu Immortal possessed distinct Inkman characteristics, black skin and white hair. He also seemed to be rather old, judging by the wrinkles all over his face. Wasn't it said Inkman City only had 1 Gu Immortal? The Inkman King Mo Tan sang? It seems this Inkman Gu Immortal is one of the trump cards of Inkman City, kept hidden ordinarily. My intelligence from Fairy Li Shan had no mention of him. He only made his appearance due to the crisis in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan speculated inwardly. Inkmen are variant humans. There are very few Gu Immortals among variant human tribes. Inkman City being able to conceal a Gu Immortal should already be their limit. But then again, for Inkman City to send out their 2 Gu Immortals for Langya Blessed Land, it could be said to be taking a big risk. This means Mo Tan Sang has a lot of trust in Lang Yalan's spirit. Fang Yuan was able to understand the wider situation with a small clue. He had only just seen this Inkman Gu Immortal, but was able to connect this to many things. This Inkman Gu Immortal nodded at Fang Yuan but did not say anything, as if he did not want to have much interaction with Fang Yuan. This was expected. Even if Fang Yuan had changed his appearance greatly, he was still a human Gu Immortal. Currently in the 5 regions, or even the entire world, variant humans were suppressed, captured and trained as slaves to be sold. Almost all variant humans were barely staying alive. This Inkman City in Northern Plains was already an extremely rare and valuable settlement of variant humans. This was also because the leaders of Inkman City from generation to generation were all Gu Immortals. How could Inkman City exist without the protection of Goo Immortals? Forces both large and small would have already allied to capture the Inkmen as slaves. It could be said that without a Goo Immortal, the lives of variant humans was similar to that of small and tiny tribes, scattered in nooks and crannies over the world. It was not that variant humans did not want to group together to form middle-scale and large-scale tribes, but that if their numbers were large, it would be summoning disaster, attracting countless forces to hunt them down and make them slaves. This aged Inkman Goo Immortal seemed to be very much on alert in regards to humans. He only nodded at Fang Yuan and remained at his spot without any intention to communicate. Fang Yuan also nodded in reply. Langya Land Spirit, who was at the side, was frowning as he anxiously looked outside the window. He suddenly spoke. They arrived so quickly. They are directly charging towards this cloud building. The situation does not look good. They seem to hold some investigative method that targets my 12-wave cloud confusion formation. Fang Yuan quickly looked outside, but only saw the vast fog. He knew his investigative killer moves were not much good. But Langya Land Spirit's words should be true. Sure enough, several breaths of time later, wind surged, dispelling the thick fog and revealing a clear space. Two enemy Goo Immortals were proudly standing in the air. One was wearing a black robe and was very good-looking, but because of some injuries, his expression appeared pale, making one feel that although this person was unfettered and elegant, he did not seem to have much longer to live. He was Hei Chung. The other Goo Immortal was wearing martial attire. He had broad shoulders and a thin waist, and his eyes were emitting sharp light. Fang Yuan was familiar with this person. Rank 7 Goo Immortal, Qin Baishang. Fang Yuan immediately put most of his attention on Qin Baishang. In Fang Yuan's knowledge, this Qin Baishang was extremely strong, an expert at the level of Central Continent's Shirley. If they were to openly fight, Fang Yuan knew he was not Qin Baishang's match. One needed to know their limitations. One of the reasons Fang Yuan could live so long was because he knew himself well enough. Even though he had the Strength Path Killer move Myriad Self, and did not lack Immortal Essence Stones for the moment, and also possessed a set of Star Path Immortal Killer moves which made up for a lot of his shortcomings, but if they were to truly battle, he could at best only force a draw with difficulty against experts at the level of Old Lord Kenyang, He Lang Zi, Hui Feng Zi, and Unfettered Scholar. He was able to kill Shui Song Zi before, because his luck was good and his plan had succeeded. He used Star Path Battle Strength to deal with He Lang Zi and was able to turn the situation into a stalemate. But He Lang Zi's third immortal transformation was not forced out. In other words, He Lang Zi still had strength left. Clearly, the land spirit also knew Qin Baishang's strength, thus was frowning deeply, mumbling, "Damn it! I am so close. If only I had some time, all these tigers would turn into sick cats." He seemed to have some powerful method, but it required time to be put to use. Unfortunately, the enemies did not intend to give any time to Langya Land Spirit. The enemies were already closing in on the cloud building. Langya Land Spirit had no choice but to brace himself to resist. The next moment, the land spirit turned towards the Inkman Goo Immortal in the corner. "Old Mo, you can go first to fight them. Try to stall for as much time as possible." "Yes, Lord Langya." The Inkman Goo Immortal slightly bowed before flying out of the cloud building. "Fang Yuan, be prepared to move out." Langya Land Spirit instructed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded while thinking inwardly, with just my Star Path methods I can only deal with 1 or 2 enemies at the level of Hui Feng Zi and He Lang Zi. It is impossible to think of victory, but I can still delay for time. However, in facing Qin Baishang, I must use all my strength. It is absolutely out of question to try to make do with just Star Path Cultivation. Just as he was thinking, an extremely intense suppression force spread from ahead. What is this? The terrifying pressure caused Fang Yuan and Langya Land Spirit to turn pale. They quickly looked over. Brilliant golden light filled their sight. After the golden light dispersed, they saw Qin Baisheng standing proudly in the air while Hei Cheng was looking at him from behind as if he was a monster. And in Qin Baisheng's hands was a head. It was the head of that Inkman Goo Immortal. As for this Goo Immortal's body, it had fallen to the ground. Qin Baisheng had actually killed a rank 6 Goo Immortal in this breath of time. What was this speed? What level of power was this? This power, which could directly kill an extremely vigilant Gu Immortal, even if it was a variant human, was too terrifying. Even the experienced and knowledgeable He Qing was dumbstruck, even though he had personally seen Qin Bai Sheng overpowering He Lang Zi in one move. But overpowering and killing a Gu Immortal were two different concepts. The Inkman Gu Immortal had just flown over and was just about to say something. Qin Bai Sheng had immediately attacked. He did not even give a chance for the enemy to speak. What was that move? The Gu Immortals present on the scene, as well as the land spirit, did not have any clues. Terrifying. This Qin Bai Sheng's battle strength has already surpassed Shirlei, and is fully at the level of Feng Jiugu. Let's retreat. Feng Yuan bellowed at Lang Ye land spirit. Lang Ye land spirit also came to his senses, and just as Feng Yuan shouted, he grabbed Feng Yuan's arm and swiftly disappeared from the spot. What's going on? In another cloud building, Mo Tansang was standing guard and was surprised to see Feng Yuan and Lang Ye land spirit appear so suddenly. Feng Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly. He did not know the secrets of Qin Bai Sheng's background, but that decapitation just now left an extremely deep impression on him. Lang Ye land's spirit was filled with panic as he looked all around. What should we do? His body suddenly shook and he looked towards the northwest direction, his gaze seemingly passing through the cloud building. He was terrified. They are coming directly towards us. What can we do? Mo Tansang took a step forward. He glanced at the stranger Feng Yuan, clearly not recognizing Feng Yuan's appearance. Mo Tansang also did not inquire about Feng Yuan's identity and instead asked Lang Ye land spirit a question in concern. Lang Ye land spirit did not reply to him. He was extremely anxious. This was the first time Mo Tansang had seen this. It was instead Feng Yuan who answered Mo Tansang, his voice heavy and filled with apprehension. That Inkman Gu Immortal is dead. He could not last even one move. He was decapitated by Qin Bai Sheng. This battle strength is already comparable to rank 8. Only with a large gap in strength can there be this kind of crushing battle result. What? Elder Mo is dead. Killed in one move by Qin Bai Sheng. Mo Tansang's whole body shook, revealing a disbelieving and shocked expression. Soon, the shock on his face disappeared and his gaze became blank. The death of the old Inkman Gu Immortal was a heavy strike to Mo Tansang. Inkman City had 2 Gu Immortals altogether. Now only Mo Tansang was left. The disastrous loss was evident. How could Qin Bai Sheng be so strong? Mo Tansang's face was filled with cold sweat as he reacted short after. He was a person of great talent and vision after all, and immediately understood they could only rely on Lang Ye land spirit's unfathomable depths. He took another step forward and asked Lang Ye land spirit, Lord Lang Ye land spirit, what should we do? We cannot stall for time. Can't you use your rank 8 Immortal Gu House refinement cauldron early to forcibly refine the immortal Gu of these Gu Immortals? Rank 8 Immortal Gu House refinement cauldron? This is Lang Ye land spirit's hidden trump card? It seems this Immortal Gu House can actually forcibly refine the immortal Gu of others. Feng Yuan's heart shook as he heard this secret. Everything became clear. It was no wonder that Lang Ye land spirit could resist the invasion of so many Gu Immortals. No wonder Feng Jiugu perished here. With this rank 8 Immortal Gu House refinement cauldron, as long as a period of time was given, the immortal Gu of Gu Immortals would be refined by the land spirit. Moreover, the Gu Immortals could only use Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves here. If their immortal Gu were refined by others, then the Gu Immortals could only let others trample upon them. No wonder Lang Ye land spirit could capture so many Gu Immortals alive. This rank 8 Immortal Gu House could refine the immortal Gu of other Gu Immortals, isolating them from immortal apertures. This power was inconceivably strong. However, when Feng Yuan thought of it, it was also not strange. Long Hair Ancestor was the creator of 88 Truyang Building. It was justifiable for him to be able to create another rank 8 Immortal Gu House in Refinement Cauldron. If I could forcibly refine the Gu, I would have already done so. What to do? What to do? There is not enough time. Lang Ye land spirit raved as he paced around the room in panic. Mo Tansang had helped resist 2 waves of attacks, but he had never seen Lang Ye land spirit in such panic. His heart could not help but sink. Don't tell me, not only did I mess up Northern Plains, I even affected Lang Ye blessed land and am causing it to be destroyed earlier? Feng Yuan's mood was also heavy. Heavenly Court. Countless halls radiated with dazzling lights. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, there were 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Tsang Shui, Lian Jiushang and Bai Chun Tian, they were at the east, south, west, and north directions respectively. The huge Gu formation was showing a grand image in the sky. Countless precious immortal materials were tossed in like they were cheap vegetables found in the market. In the image formed by the refinement path Gu formation, these immortal materials were processed at a rapid speed. At this point, they had already expended half of the success Dao marks that they had obtained from the infallible inheritance. The female Gu Immortal, Bai Tsang Shui's eyes shined brightly as she stared at the refinement path Gu formation. This was the first time she was involved in the recovery of fake Gu. This was also the first time she had come across such an incredible refinement path Gu formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick as he captured all of Bai Tsang Shui's expressions with his eyes. He spoke, "Fairy Tsang Shui, if you want this refinement path Gu formation, you only need to pay 30,000 contribution points to get it." Bai Tsang Shui's expression changed. She understood Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's meaning. He was reminding her, now is the crucial period for repairing Fate Immortal Gu. Stop staring at the refinement path Gu formation and causing yourself to be distracted. I am ashamed. Bai Tsang Shui bowed at Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, sighing, this Gu formation is really incredible, it has such power. Even if I am not a refinement path Gu Immortal, I can tell that this Gu formation has already touched upon the fundamental meaning of refinement path. But it is like a poem that is only half written. This Gu formation also gives me a sense of being incomplete. It seems that it could be improved further, to become an immortal Gu house. He. Fairy Tsang Shui is very insightful. But it is impossible to elevate this Gu formation into an immortal Gu house. Lian Jiushang, who had the appearance of a white-haired teenager, laughed as he replied, "Oh? Why is that the case?" Bai Tsang Shui's gaze flickered. She showed curiosity on her face. The main reason is that we are lacking the most crucial core immortal Gu. Fairy Tsang Shui, you may not know that this refinement path Gu formation is only a mimicry of long-hair ancestors rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron, by a predecessor of heavenly court through countless past records. Lian Jiushang spoke slowly, exposing some secrets, and this refinement cauldron is still inside Langya Blessed Land. It has all of its core immortal Gu. So that's it. Bai Tsang Shui's expression dimmed. Immortal Gu were unique, refinement cauldron was still around now. Thus, it was almost impossible to elevate Heavenly Court's Gu formation. Of course, we can make a redesign of refinement cauldron and modify this Gu formation, using other immortal Gu as the core, to achieve a similar effect. But this is very difficult. Back then when long-hair ancestor created the immortal Gu houses, 88 Truyong building and refinement cauldron, other than the fact that he was a refinement path supreme grandmaster, there was another reason. He had a wisdom path great grandmaster friend, Immortal Yin. Lian Jiusheng sighed deeply. Immortal Yin, he was the creator of the prophecy of 3 venerables. He was an actual wisdom path great grandmaster. His predictions were very accurate. Immortal Yin, long-hair ancestor, Bai Tsang Shui muttered. She suddenly thought of something. She asked, that's right. Back then, why didn't we recruit long-hair ancestor into Heavenly Court? He is a refinement path supreme grandmaster, but he only had rank 8 cultivation level. He was not an invincible rank 9 Gu Immortal. Even if he was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, we in Heavenly Court have our methods. We can change his aura from Northern Plains to Central Continent. Indeed, there were only 3 people who were at long-hair ancestors level. Why did Heavenly Court not recruit them? Lian Jiusheng was also uncertain. Bai Chun Tian was silent. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed. He said with an arrogant tone, that is because long-hair ancestor was not a human, he was a hairy man. No matter how strong he was, or how great his refinement path attainment was, he could not enter Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court is the sanctuary of us humans. How can we let these lowly variant humans in? Oh, it is actually like this. Long-hair ancestor was a hairy man. The other 3 Gu Immortals looked at each other. This was the first time they had heard of such a secret. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Out of the original 5 cloud buildings, 3 were destroyed, only 2 were left. On Qin Bai Shang's side, Xue Song Zi died. On Langya Land Spirit's side, an Inkman Gu Immortal died as well. Qin Bai Shang showed terrifying battle strength. He was unstoppable. He directly charged towards the cloud building that Lang Ye land spirit, Fang Yuan, and Mo Tansang were guarding. Lang Ye land spirit was pacing around in anxiety now. What will we do? What will we do? The enemy is too strong, we cannot hold on much longer. Even though we have 2 cloud buildings left, it is already a fact that we are going to lose. Damn it, this is so frustrating. Do I have to let him out? No, if I let him out I will be locked in. Who knows when I will be able to come out again? I arranged this Lang Ye blessed land painstakingly. Who knows if that maniac would raise it into a grotto heaven. That maniac's ambition is too great. He will definitely cause Lang Ye blessed land to be destroyed. Lang Ye land's spirit was in a panicked state. His muttering was turning into a nonsensical grumble. It was making Fang Yuan and Mo Tansang feel a sense of anxiety and frustration. Fang Yuan was still fine, he had fixed immortal travel. But Mo Tansang was really uneasy now. The other Inkman Gu Immortal was already dead. If he also died here, all of the hundreds of thousands of Inkmen in Inkman City would face great danger. Without a Gu Immortal's protection, with so many Inkmen in Inkman City, they would definitely be a huge target. Countless hungry and greedy jackals would come and compete to enslave them. The Inkmen citizens would face a terrible fate. They would become slaves and live in danger and suffering. Lord Land Spirit, you have to stay calm. We are all depending on you. Long Hair Ancestor was an esteemed person who could talk on equal terms with a demon venerable. Think about it carefully. There has to be a way to deal with the enemy. Mo Tansang got closer to Lang Ye land spirit as he urged. Don't force me. Don't force me. Lang Ye land spirit was gripping his hair. He shook his head incessantly. Mo Tansang's anxiety became worse. He grabbed the land spirit's arm as he shook the land spirit. Lang Ye land spirit, you have to regain your clear-mindedness. Ah! Lang Ye land spirit seemed to have reached his limits. He raised his head and screamed. Boom! A huge force burst out from Lang Ye land spirit's body. Mo Tansang was caught off guard. He spat out blood as he was pushed away like a tattered doll. He crashed onto the wall and slowly fell onto the ground. You are not Lang Ye land spirit? Mo Tansang stared with wide-opened eyes, shouting at Lang Ye land spirit in disbelief. The land spirit originally had white hair and had a sagely demeanor, but now he was different. He was muscular and strong, about the same height as Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. He had large shoulders and a thick waist. The muscles on his body were bursting with energy, giving off terrifying signals. Most conspicuously, his entire body was growing with thick hair. The brown hair was almost covering his entire body. His eyes were bloodshot. Fangs were exposed in his mouth as his lips curled up, showing a sinister smile. In an instant, Lang Ye land spirit had turned from an old human man into a muscular hairy man. Fang Yuan was also very surprised by Lang Ye land spirit's transformation. Immediately, he took a few steps back as he looked at Lang Ye land spirit warily. Lang Ye land spirit slowly raised his head. He looked at Mo Tansang who was sitting on the ground, sighing deeply. How can I not be Lang Ye land spirit? How many years has it been? Ever since that myriad tribulation, because I was weakened severely, that weak fellow took over control. Lang Ye land spirit said that and shouted loudly, raising his head. How many years has it been? He sucked in a deep breath. He showed an excited and ruthless expression. He clenched his fists. His bulging muscles were thicker than Mo Tansang's legs. I am finally back. Fang Yuan was frowning. He had a few questions internally as he retreated again by a few steps. He. You two do not need to be suspicious. I am Lang Ye land spirit, the real deal. Lang Ye land spirit raised his head. His gaze was like a dagger as he stared right at Fang Yuan and Mo Tansang. My main body was a hairy man, but after I died, I had 2 obsessions. There was only one land spirit position, but the 2 obsessions were equally matched, neither could suppress the other. In the end, we could only combine together and become Lang Ye land spirit. The one you two are familiar with is merely the obsession over space escape immortal goo. Lang Ye land spirit snorted, explaining. 2 obsessions. Mo Tansang's expression froze. Fang Yuan reacted much quicker than him. He asked, Then, land spirit, what is your condition for acknowledging a new master? The earlier Lang Ye land spirit's condition was to solve the issue of why space escape immortal goo could not enter the space cave. Fang Yuan definitely could not fulfill it. But now Lang Yalan's spirit had changed greatly. According to his words, he had a different obsession. In that case, his condition would definitely be different as well. Humph. To get me to acknowledge a new master, you are not qualified. The hairy man Lang Yalan's spirit stared at Fang Yuan. He had a more arrogant and strong tone than his human form. How am I not qualified? Fang Yuan did not lose his temper, he asked calmly. Lang Yalan's spirit crossed his arms. He laughed arrogantly. My ambition is to make all of the hairy men in the world become the ones in charge. Any variant human, including you humans, has to cower at the feet of us hairy men. You will all become the slaves of hairy men, begging for survival at our feet, as tiny, insignificant ants. Whichever hairy man can achieve this target would become the new master of Lang Yalan's spirit. Ha ha ha. Mo Tansang was stunned. Fang Yuan was speechless. No wonder he was not qualified, because Fang Yuan was not a hairy man. He could not even attempt this. Having two obsessions is not impossible in theory. No wonder Long Hair Ancestor was called Long Hair. His real identity was a hairy man. So this is why Long Hair Ancestor had incredible talent, but in history, there were no records of him ever being recruited by Heavenly Court. No wonder, when I asked Lang Yalan's spirit to sell me hairy man slaves in the past, he rejected me directly with a firm stance. Fang Yuan started to believe Lang Yalan's spirit's words. After all, from start to finish, he was watching the entire scene. He had confirmed this using dozens of investigative killer moves. This means that after Long Hair Ancestor died, he had two obsessions. One was his refinement path obsession. It was concerning space escape Immortal Goo and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. The other obsession was his species obsession because Long Hair Ancestor was a hairy man and because hairy men were suppressed by humans, such a strong obsession formed in him. Fang Yuan's expression turned grave. The Lang Yalan spirit in front of him not only had a change in appearance, his personality also changed completely. Their earlier relationship was useless now. At this moment, what attitude would this Lang Yalan spirit have towards the human Fang Yuan? Don't be nervous, lad. I will not attack you. Lang Yalan's spirit stared at Fang Yuan with the eyes of a tiger. He said with a playful tone, although you, lad, have taken advantage of me many times, all of those deals earlier were fair transactions. Fang Yuan had a plain expression as he denied the accusations. Humph, you were able to develop to this extent. One reason was that you had obtained quite a lot of resources from that weak fellow. But I do not mind it, we can still cooperate. Lang Yalan's spirit said coldly. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. He said with seeming disbelief, aren't you thinking of toppling humans and establishing the rulership of hairy men? Of course I am. Lang Yalan's spirit replied without hesitation, but success is a slow process. We have to walk one step at a time. To fulfill my ambitions, I need to understand reality. Even my main body had to disguise as a human when he was alive. To achieve the hegemony of hairy men, it is a necessity to cooperate with humans. Surprise flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. The new Lang Yalan spirit in front of him, even though his obsession was unrealistic, he acted quite logically. He had a deep and clear understanding towards his environment and the situation around him. Mo Tansang got up slowly while the two of them were talking. He healed his injuries. My plan is flawless. Lang Yalan's spirit's eyes shined with brilliance. He said in a profound tone, first, I will use benefits to rope in a bunch of human goo immortals. I will use humans to deal with humans, destroying them from the inside. I will recruit all these human goo immortals and make them into the hunting dogs of us hairy men. You are one of my targets. Ahaha. As he said that, towards the end, he pointed at Fang Yuan and laughed with his head raised up. Fang Yuan. Mo Tansang. Land spirit indeed could not lie. He completely exposed all of his schemes and plans. At the next moment, the land spirit also felt something amiss. He stopped laughing as he stroked his chin. Regret flashed across his face as he said, ah! I got excited and said all of my plans out loud. Fang Yuan, Mo Tansang, as for you, the Inkman Gu Immortal. At this time, Lang Yalan's spirit's gaze turned from Fang Yuan to Mo Tansang. I am not that weak fellow because he was afraid of getting exposed. He rejected many opportunities for cooperation with you. I am very interested in all those proposals you gave me, especially those that involve toppling human tribes and plotting against human tribes. Speaking of which, the humans are too powerful now. Against them, we variant humans are natural allies. Work with us, hairy men. Your Inkman city will develop even faster. It will grow even stronger. Mo Tansang's injury was not heavy. He healed quickly. Hearing Langya land spirit's words, Mo Tansang felt a sense of having good times ahead. He gave Fang Yuan a subtle glance. At this point, he still did not know that this star path Gu Immortal was the Fang Yuan he knew. Ha ha ha. Langya land's spirit thought of something brilliant. He laughed again. These stupid ink men. That's right, if I want my hairy man race to become the rulers, we will need to make use of these ink men, feather men, and others. On the day I succeed, I will make all of them slaves and squeeze out their value. These ink men in Inkman City could be preferentially treated, of course. After all, they are Immortal Yan's descendants. I can make their king into a puppet, haha. This plan is too brilliant. Fang Yuan. Mo Tansang. Langya land spirit saw their speechless expressions and was slightly stunned. He showed a serious expression as he rubbed his chin. I accidentally said my thoughts out loud again. Ha! Fang Yuan finally was relieved. Such a person like Langya land spirit. How could he possibly achieve the rulership of hairy men? Mo Tansang covered his face with his hands. Even though he was an Inkman and not a hairy man, he felt ashamed for Langya land spirit. As Qin Baishang got closer, the cloud building was already in his attacking range. The land spirit and two Gu immortals are inside the building. Qin Baishang had quite an impressive investigative immortal killer move. He could see many details of Fang Yuan's side. Qin Baishang's eyes squinted as he flew slower. His right hand waved in front of him. Bam! Golden light burst out. The figure of a huge golden hammer formed instantly and shot out, slamming at the cloud building. The air currents were fierce as the golden hammer figure had a threatening aura. It was even larger than the cloud building. The relatively large cloud building was shrouded under the golden hammer. It became very weak-looking. Metal Path Immortal Killer Move. City-crushing hammer. What audacity! At the next moment, a figure came out of the cloud building, shouting fiercely. It was Langya land spirit. The land spirit did not dodge. He directly faced the giant hammer. The moment his thick and strong arms interacted with the city-crushing hammer, dozens of goo worms flew out and circled around the land spirit. Rule Path Immortal Killer Move. Cleanse Sky. In an instant, the giant golden hammer vanished without a trace, like it had never existed previously. Only the air currents that were created by the hammer were left. They caused strong winds to blow unceasingly. Langya land spirit? Seeing the Langya land spirit that had undergone a transformation, even the mysterious Shadow Sect vice envoy, Qin Baishang, showed a peculiar expression. He asked uncertainly. It is me, your grandfather. Langya land spirit shouted. After destroying the hammer, he did not fall back. He charged towards Qin Baishang. He was indeed different from the previous Langya land spirit. Their personalities were two different extremes. This one was bold and filled with battle intent. Fang Yuan and Mo Tansang watched from behind with much apprehension. The land spirit represented the world. It was the most crucial factor when Gu immortals attacked a blessed land. Normally speaking, the land spirit would conceal themselves and use the entire blessed land to deal with the invaders. After all, the land spirit could manipulate the blessed land. If it was caught or destroyed, it would be way easier to take down the blessed land. But Langya land spirit, after transforming into a hairy man's appearance, was different. He charged ahead. Even though Qin Baishang displayed fearsome strength, his terrifying battle strength did not deter Langya land spirit at all. Hey! He Cheng, who was at the side, laughed. He felt that with Qin Baishang's strength, Langya land spirit was simply courting his own doom. But as the target, Qin Baishang had a serious expression. Since he had invaded Langya blessed land, this was the first time he stepped back and retreated unexpectedly. He mainly cultivated Soul Path and secondarily Metal Path. A common technique of his was to use the immortal killer move Soul Suppression, but it was useless on Langya land spirit. Soul Suppression had a huge advantage because Qin Baishang used his own Soul's Foundation to suppress his enemies. The difference in Soul Foundation made the immortal killer move Soul Suppression have an immense effect. Earlier in Luopa Valley, Qin Baixing used soul suppression and defeated He Langzi, who had transformed into a giant wolf, in one move. Just earlier, Qin Baixing used the soul suppression killer move and immobilized the Inkman Gu Immortal, before using a metal path killer move to behead the Inkman Gu Immortal. But against Lang Yalan's spirit, soul suppression had no effect. The reason? Because Lang Yalan's spirit was a special existence, he had no soul. He was an obsession formed together with heavenly power, a sort of spirit that was neither real nor fake. He did not have a physical body and did not have a soul. To make a comparison, it was just like scolding someone. Qin Baixing had the soul suppression killer move. It was as if he could directly scold someone to death with his words. But Lang Yalan's spirit could not understand a word he was saying, no matter what curses he uttered. To Lang Yalan's spirit it was like random noise because the land spirit could not understand it at all. Qin Baixing was aware of this. Furthermore, Lang Yalan's spirit was acting strange, thus he decided to retreat and see what this land spirit was up to. With Qin Baixing stepping back, Lang Yalan's spirit's vigor rose. He did not relent at all. Immortal killer move, Great Thousand Spears. Immortal killer move, Triple Desolation. Immortal killer move, Lightning Chaotic Starfire. Countless golden spears shot out. They were like a dense forest that shot towards Qin Baixing from all directions. Qin Baixing quickly defended himself. A huge pillar appeared around him, and around the pillar, there was a 5-clawed golden dragon coiling around it. The golden dragon pillar was able to stop the Great Thousand Spears temporarily, but white hair started to appear on Qin Baixing's hair. His lifespan was shortening. This was the power of the time path killer move, Triple Desolation. Great Thousand Spears rained down like a storm. It was powerful and grand. Triple Desolation was mysterious and hard to defend against. Mixed in with that were lighting starfires. They were able to sneak into the golden dragon pillar and burn Qin Baixing's flesh as they came into contact. The land spirit raised his head. The countless goo worms around his body vanished and appeared again. After using them, they vanished again. One after another, immortal goo and countless mortal goo showcased themselves. Immortal killer move, Yellow Wood Rustling. Immortal killer move, Ruined Blood Flying Dust. Immortal killer move, Slaughtering Immortal Guillotine. The Wood Path Killer move made the leaves in the area fly around. The Blade Path Killer move slashed forward without obstacles. It was a beautiful move. There was also a Blood Path Killer move mixed in. A light smoke that was blood red in color coiled around Qin Baixing's waist. Qin Baixing was too busy defending himself. He had to retreat again. The land spirit shouted again, chasing after him. On his body, countless mortal goo and immortal goo swapped out again like a change of clothes. Immortal killer move, Shattered Ice Armor. Immortal killer move, Mixed Hole Drill. Immortal killer move, Wishful Shadow Sword. Ice Path, Space Path, and Dark Path killer moves were used in succession. Qin Baixing defended himself as he retreated once more. Lang Yalan's spirit advanced more and more. His aura was surging as his immortal killer moves struck like a flash flood. Qin Baixing could not do anything but retreat. The more Qin Baixing moved back, the more passive he was, and the more Lang Yalan's spirit fought like a maniac. The two sides retreated and advanced respectively until they were tens of li away. The spectating He Qing, Fang Yuan, and Mo Tinsang were dumbfounded. Lang Ya Blessed Land's foundation was very abundant. It had many immortal goo stored up. Long Hair Ancestor did not lack immortal killer moves, and it even had the heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. It had accumulated an untold amount of immortal essence. With such a huge foundation, Lang Yalan's spirit could attack in such a frenzied manner. He could totally withstand the expenditure. Even Fang Yuan was starting to suspect that Lang Yalan's spirit could keep up such an insane fighting style for 3 days and 3 nights unceasingly. In fact, this was the first time Fang Yuan had seen a land spirit that had such great battle strength and had such a ruthless nature.